although the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect had always known that the saint girl had a high status in the sect leader's heart. They never thought the sect leader would not hesitate to personally make a move to search for the person who had tainted the saint girl in the lower province. Lord Sect Leader. At this time, Hall Master Lang Yin of the Enforcement Hall stepped up to inform Xianxia about something he was not privy to. Currently, all the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province have stopped working. We can no longer travel to the lower province. Although Xianxia was the sect leader of the fire worship sect, he had been in closed-door cultivation for a very long time. Therefore, he was unaware of some things that had happened in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The inter-province transportation formations have stopped working? We can no longer travel to the lower province? Upon hearing Lang Yin's words, Xianxia frowned before he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Following that, Lang Ying told Xianxia about the rumors that were going around in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He told Xianxia about how the devil clans from the land of exile might have invaded the lower province, causing the inter-province transportation formations to stop working. If that's the case, it's indeed possible that the devil clans from the land of exile have invaded the lower province again. Xianxia's expression turned solemn after he heard Lang Yin's explanation. Subsequently, Xianxia looked at the two vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect. Although we aren't entirely sure that the devil clans have invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land again, we can't dismiss the possibility that it has happened. Did you send the elders and disciples out to collect resources? Lord Sect Leader, we have ordered men to collect many resources. Even if the devil clans manage to invade the upper province, the fire worship sect will be able to sustain itself as we go to war with them. One of the vice sect leaders said hurriedly. The other vice sect leader nodded. Very well. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction, and then he turned to look at Lang Ying. He said coldly, Hall Master Lang, bring me to Ruyan. After visiting her, we shall meet the fire worship sect's saint girl, who has been missing for so many years, and her daughter with that unknown man from the lower province. When Xianxia mentioned the man from the lower province, not only anger rose from the depth of his heart, but the anger could be seen in his eyes as well. He could not imagine how angry that person would be if he learned that the saint girl had been with another man and had even given birth to a daughter. Xianxia had experienced how terrifying that person was a few decades ago. Until now, Xianxia could still vividly remember it. Yes, Lord Sect Leader, Lang Ying answered respectfully and turned around to lead the way. Before Xianxia left with Lang Yin, he glanced at Qinghua and said, Guardian Qinghua, if Ruyan is willing to cooperate, I'll turn a blind eye to her previous mistakes and see it as her being protective of her sister. However, if she isn't willing to cooperate, I'll have to punish her according to the sect's rules. When Qinghua heard Xianxia's words, he only smiled bitterly. He knew his direct disciple very well. She would not betray her sister's secret unless she was given permission to do so. Senior brother Qinghua, you spoil your disciple too much. Hong Yun sighed. Although Hong Yun might seem young, she was only slightly younger than Qinghua. She was from the same generation as Qinghua. That day, news of Xianxia, the sect leader of the fire worship sect, coming out from closed-door cultivation after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, began to spread in the sect before it spread across the western region, shocking everyone. Lord Sect Leader from the fire worship sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form? After the great guardian of the fire worship sect had passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended, we finally have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the sect? Since Lord Sect Leader from the Saint sect manages to break through, it means there are currently 4 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the western region, those who regarded the fire worship sect as their saint sect and their religion were ecstatic upon learning that Xianxia had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As time passed, news spread out from the western region to the rest of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For a time, the entire Dao Martial Saint Land was buzzing. The fire worship sect finally had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was huge news in the Dao Martial Saint Land. One should know that prior to this, only the Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in their respective sect. The strongest person in the fire worship sect was merely a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was Tang Xian, the sect leader of the fire worship sect. Naturally, Tang Xian was not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint land, in addition to being ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Tang Xian was the strongest among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the past, the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect had intended to join forces and kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of the fire worship sect, before dividing the cultivation resources among themselves. However, Tang Xian managed to escape even though the two powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had joined forces. This was because Tang Xian had mastered an extremely advanced movement divine ability. Moreover, it was an extremely rare escape-type divine ability. Once it was cast, it would be difficult for even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to catch him. Naturally, after Tang Xian escaped the two powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he turned around and threatened them. If they dared to attack anyone from the fire worship sect, he would break into their sects and attack the others in their sect with this escape-type divine ability. With Tang Xian's strength and that mysterious escape-type divine ability, no one in the two sects, apart from the two powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was a match for him. The two sects would definitely suffer a great loss if Tang Xian decided to act on his words and fight to the end. Although the two powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were very strong, it was impossible for them to protect everyone in their sects. For this reason, the fire worship sect remained safe and stood on even ground with the other two sects. One could say the reason the fire worship sect managed to stand firm until now was due to the mysterious escape-type divine ability that sect leader Tang Xian mastered. Tang Xian has broken through? Damn it! He actually broke through to the 9th form of Sir Lu Saint Celestial stage. When his cultivation base was merely at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was already unafraid of our great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect because of his movement divine ability. Now that he has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm afraid with his movement divine ability, he's now a match for our great oracle. I wonder where he found that movement divine ability. That divine ability is a lot more powerful than the high-grade movement divine abilities in the Tao Martial Saint land. Yes, if there's a divine ability superior to all those high-grade divine abilities, it has to be that movement divine ability that Tang Xian mastered. Fortunately, the sect leader of the fire worship sect didn't share that movement divine ability with other people. Otherwise, even if just a few people from the fire worship sect mastered that divine ability, they would be able to wreak havoc in the Tao Martial Saint land. When word about sect leader Tang Xian of the fire worship sect had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, reached the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect, a group of elders and disciples was shocked. Many of them were worried Tang Xian would seek revenge from them and look for trouble with their respective sect, the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. In the past, Tang Xian did not do so because he was not strong enough to defeat their sect's powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even with the help of the movement divine ability he had mastered. Things might change now since Tang Xian was no longer at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Except for Tang Xian alone. No one in the Tao Martial Saint land knew how he managed to obtain that mysterious movement divine ability. Only he knew that the movement divine ability he had mastered did not belong to the mundane realm, but it belonged to a realm higher than the mundane realm. This divine ability was passed to him by a mysterious powerhouse who appeared in the fire worship sect several decades ago. At that time, that mysterious powerhouse had asked Tang Xian for a few favors. In return, he had passed this movement divine ability to Tang Xian as a reward. With the help from that movement divine ability, he was able to become the strongest person among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he also succeeded in keeping the fire worship sect who had lost their powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage safe under the threat of the two sects. All this was a secret that Tang Xian kept to himself. He would never tell anyone about this. At the very least, he would not tell anyone from the fire worship sect about this. Time passed quickly. It was as slippery as sand, making it difficult to hold onto as it slipped through one's fingers. Inside the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian did not know how much time had passed. He only focused on cultivating. During this time, Duanling Tian had breakthroughs, met with obstacles, and continued to cultivate. With his lightning-fast cultivation speed thanks to his violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the fourth floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, what could obstruct him? Second form of the Saint Celestial Stage? Duanling Tian already had 1 foot in the second form of the Saint Celestial Stage, so it was not difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Third form of the Saint Celestial Stage? Duanling Tian continued to break through it. The fourth form of Saint Celestial Stage? It was a little difficult, but Duanling Tian managed to break through as well. The fifth form of Saint Celestial Stage? So what if it was a lot harder? Duanling Tian still managed to make a breakthrough. The sixth form of Saint Celestial Stage? Duanling Tian, who was hovering cross-legged in the air inside the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I've broken through!" In just an instant, a vast and powerful aura surged out of Duanling Tian's body. As the vast and powerful aura surged out of Duanling Tian's body, he opened his eyes. They were shining so bright as though they were 2 small suns. It was fortunate no one was around. Otherwise, they would have been blinded by how bright his eyes were. As the light in Duanling Tian's eyes gradually dimmed, he could not help but begin to laugh heartily. At this moment, it seemed as though all the frustration and sadness he had bottled up had disappeared. This was because he had successfully broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The sixth form of Saint Celestial Stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. This stage allowed one's soul to be one with the universe, allowing one's soul to be advanced and be refined. It was also the foundation of the seventh form of Saint Celestial Stage, the heaven-defying form. Apart from possessing a body that no longer aged, a large part of the reason why powerhouses at the seventh form Saint Celestial Stage had endless life was due to their souls becoming one with the universe when their cultivation base was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. When my cultivation base was at the fifth form of Saint Celestial Stage, I could create an opening in the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province by using all my strength and the Jasper Celestial Sword. Now that my cultivation base is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, I should be able to create an opening in the space barrier without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian thought to himself before he straightened his body and landed on the ground. I don't know how much time has passed while I was in closed-door cultivation. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian went to look for Elder Hua. Not bad. You've broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial Stage means your soul will be one with the universe of this mundane realm. If you use your soul attack, I think no one under the seventh form of the Saint Celestial Stage would be able to defend against it, Elder Hua said as soon as he saw Duanling Tian. The soul attack Elder Hua mentioned was the soul attack Duanling Tian discovered in the past by combining his evolved spiritual energy with his strange pupil. In the past, Duanling Tian had mostly used that move to harass and distract his opponents. After listening to Elder Hua, Duanling Tian realized his soul attack had become a lot stronger after he had broken through to the sixth form Saint of the Celestial Stage, the Heavenly Soul form. Elder Hua, how long was I in closed-door cultivation? This was what Duanling Tian wanted to know most. He wanted to know how long he had spent in closed-door cultivation. After all, if he had taken too long, the sect leader of the fire worship sect might have already come out of his closed-door cultivation. Once the sect leader of the fire worship sect came out from his closed-door cultivation, Kuer and their daughter would definitely be in danger. This was not something he wished to see. 3 years. Elder Hua answered immediately, as though he could hear the urgency in Duanling Tian's voice. 3 years. Upon hearing Elder Hua, Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn. It took so long. He knew very well that when Elder Hua said 3 years, he was referring to the time outside. 3 years in the outside world were 3 decades on the fourth floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 3 years. Do you think the sect leader of the fire worship sect has come out from his closed-door cultivation? Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. I hope he hasn't. After all, for a powerhouse at his stage, it's not unusual for them to be in closed-door cultivation for 8 to 10 years. Although he tried to console himself with this thought, he still felt restless. Currently, all Duan Ling Tian wanted to do was to hurry to the fire worship sect to rescue Kuer and their daughter. After that, they would have to think of a way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 3 years had passed. Duan Ling Tian was afraid the devil clans had completely occupied the lower province. His family and friends were still in the lower province after all. Elder Hua, I have to leave this place now. I need you to guide me so I can avoid the killing formations. Duan Ling Tian said to Elder Hua. He did not even wait for Elder Hua to respond before he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and appeared in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel wistful appearing in the pseudo-realm again after 3 years. 3 devils who have ascended left such a pseudo-realm behind to kill so many of our Saint Province realm's powerhouses. We humans have lost so many powerhouses. We'll definitely be at a disadvantage when we face the devil clans. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a heavy heart. After a while, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. After leaving this place, I'll go to Sin City before returning to the fire worship sect. Although there was nothing Duan Ling Tian wanted more than to return to the fire worship sect as fast as he could to rescue Kuer and their daughter, he felt like he was on pins and needles when he thought about the fact that the devil clans had invaded the lower province. But the people in the upper province were completely unaware. Although it has been rumored that the devil clans might have invaded the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land and is likely to invade the upper province soon, most people in the upper province were only slightly nervous. After some time, they weren't even bothered anymore. However, I can confirm now that the devil clans have invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land and their first stop is the lower province. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, everyone in the upper province has to know about this. I'm sure everyone has already found out about the deaths of the powerhouses in the pseudo-realm. However, they might not know that it's caused by 3 eminent devils. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian planned to go to Sin City to reveal the truth before he returns to the fire worship sect. Everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land deserved to know the truth. Let's go. Elder Hua's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ear to remind him to head to the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province. After that, Duan Ling Tian kept the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and made his move. There's no shortage of powerhouses above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who died here 3 years ago. Those powerhouses must have a lot of valuable cultivation resources in their spatial rings. It's a pity that even their spatial rings were destroyed by the killing formation. All those cultivation resources have disappeared just like that. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he thought about this. Once a spatial ring was destroyed, it was only natural the things kept inside were destroyed as well. Under Elder Hua's guidance, Duan Ling Tian avoided one killing formation after another. Eventually, he reached the area near the space barrier. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have discovered something as he cried out in surprise, "Eh!" As it turned out, when Duan Ling Tian arrived near the space barrier, he found a large amount of dried blood. Based on the texture, it was apparent it had been there for a few years now. It seems like people came in to investigate the deaths of those powerhouses. I'm afraid those who came to investigate have died as well. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh again. I hope not many people came to investigate. Otherwise, our Saint Province realm would have lost another group of powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that people who were able to create an opening in the space barrier had to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage at least. The dried blood must belong to those powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that only 2 people had broken into the pseudo-realm, and they did not die even though they had to pay a heavy price. He would not have sighed if he was aware of this. At some point, a sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hands. It was the 1000 Inscription Saint sword he obtained when he just arrived in Sin City from the Ground Axe Alliance's men. Go! Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as Sun Saint Origin surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body like an angry dragon into the 1000 Inscription Saint sword that he held in his hands. Show! The 1,000 inscription saint sword flew out on its own with the third stage of the sovereign heart sword and slashed the air. Suddenly, rip, the sound of a tear rang in the air as an extremely small crack appeared in front of Duanling Tian. The crack was less than a foot long. Now that my cultivation base is at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, my Sun Saint origin is stronger than the Saint origin of ordinary powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it's still weaker compared to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian discovered this from his attack. This also proved Elder Hua was right when he said the sun force that fused with his body would not be as powerful the stronger he became. When Duanling Tian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation in the future and managed to ascend to a Devata realm, he would no longer have an advantage over people with the same cultivation base even though he had the sun force. The sun force would only have a small effect on his power. It seems like if I don't use the elementary devouring tactic or the Jasper celestial sword, I won't be able to create an opening in the space barrier and return to the upper province, Duanling Tian thought to himself. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he instantly cast the assist-type divine ability. Elementary devouring tactic. In just an instant, many whirlpools appeared around Duanling Tian as they absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings like a bottomless pit. It did not take too long before Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit. Duanling Tian cried out, "Go!" The 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword in his hand flew out again. Show! The 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword that contained Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin that was raised to its highest limit flew out under the control of the third stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method. The Sovereign Heart Sword. It seemed as though it could cut through anything. Rip! The sound of something tearing rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the original opening in the space barrier that had yet to close became wider. It went from being less than 1 foot long to several feet long. Duanling Tian had used the same attack, but its strength was raised to another level by the elementary devouring tactic. It's time to leave, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he flew through the opening in the space barrier and vanished from the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. It was pitch black when Duanling Tian entered the opening in the space barrier. After a few moments, he finally saw light. When he could see properly again, he discovered he was in a familiar place. 3 years ago, he had entered the pseudo-realm from an opening located at this place. I'm out. I finally got out. Although Duanling Tian knew he would leave the pseudo-realm, he could not help but feel happy, as though he had been given a second chance at life. He began to laugh loudly. Only 3 years had passed in the outside world, but Duanling Tian had been cultivating diligently on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda for 30 years. It had taken him 30 years to raise his cultivation base to where it was today. From today onwards, I no longer have to hide myself in the Tao Martial Saint land. I'm Duanling Tian. I no longer have to use any disguise or alias. Duanling Tian removed the long and loose black robe he was wearing and changed into his purple robe. After that, he removed his disguise and reverted to his original appearance. Sword-shaped brows and starry eyes. Handsome and graceful. This was Duanling Tian's true appearance. Now that Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he felt he had nothing to fear as long as his opponent was not a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How many cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were there in the Tao Martial Saint land anyway? Sin City. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed as though he just remembered something as he looked south. It was the direction where Sin City was located. So, Duanling Tian moved like a gust of wind as he made his way to Sin City. He was finally in Sin City again after 3 years. It felt as though a lifetime had passed since he was there. Only 3 years had passed in the outside world since Duanling Tian left Sin City. However, since he was cultivating on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, it had been 3 decades since he was last in Sin City. Even the sea could turn into a mulberry orchard in 30 years. It was only natural that Duanling Tian felt that way. Apart from that, Duanling Tian had returned to Sin City in a good mood. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he did not have to hide and could openly enter Sin City with his true appearance. In Sin City, Duanling Tian's appearance caught many people's attention. This guy seems familiar. Yes. I think I've seen him before, but I can't remember when or where. I think he looks familiar as well. Duanling Tian heard many similar remarks in Sin City. Many people thought he looked familiar, but they could not recall when or where they had seen him before. Duanling Tian was not surprised. After all, it was only natural these people found him familiar since they had seen his portraits before. 3 years ago, when he killed Elder Xiazong from the Black Kshetra sect, he had incurred the wrath of Xiekong-sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect. Xiekong-sun had tried to look for him everywhere by distributing his portraits. Apart from that, he had also promised to generously reward those who could provide information on Duanling Tian's location. People would definitely step forward and talk if they knew they were going to be rewarded. Duanling Tian was certain people would recognize him immediately if this was 3 years ago. They would have recognized him based on his figure if he did not hide them under a long and loose black robe, let alone if he did not disguise his appearance. At that time, he had experienced the madness of being hunted by many sectless cultivators in Sin City. So, Duanling Tian flew up into the air like a rocket not long after he entered Sin City. In just a blink of an eye, he was hovering in the air above Sin City. At this moment, one of the sectless cultivators who found Duanling Tian familiar suddenly cried out, "I remember who he is now. He's Duanling Tian, the prodigy from the Fire Worship sect. He killed the son of the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect." Duanling Tian? You're right. He's Duanling Tian. I still carry his portrait with me. Look, it's the same face and figure. Duanling Tian actually revealed himself? Am I dreaming? Why is Duanling Tian openly walking around? Duanling Tian vanished 3 years ago. Many sectless cultivators had turned Sin City upside down just to find him. However, it was all in vain. How dare he show himself now? Maybe he thinks 3 years would make us forget him. Naive. How naive. Many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves when they found out who Duanling Tian was. Some of them stared at him with eyes that were shining with greed. They had to stop themselves from rushing to Duanling Tian and bringing him to Xiekong-sun in Black Kshetra sect and claim the reward they had been dreaming about. However, no one was willing to be the first person to make a move. Greetings, people of Sin City. I'm Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian began to speak as he hovered in the air above Sin City. Although his voice was not loud, almost everyone in Sin City heard him since his voice contained Sun Saint origin. A commotion broke out immediately. Duanling Tian? This name sounds familiar. How could it not sound familiar? Duanling Tian is the prodigy from Fire Worship sect. The Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect is looking for him. In order to find him, the Golden Lion King keeps increasing the bounty on his head. The bounty is extremely high now. It's him. Is it really him? I feel like they're 2 different people. If he's really Duanling Tian, would he really show himself in Sin City so openly? Whether they're the same person or not, we'll know after we go over there to see what's going on. The voice is coming from the city center. Let's go. Similar remarks could be heard all over Sin City. So. Meanwhile, many figures flew out from various places in Sin City. All of them shared the same destination, the center of Sin City. It's really Duanling Tian. His appearance and figure match the portrait. Isn't he too bold? He dares to show himself in Sin City. Isn't he afraid of death? Is he crazy? He might be. He must have suffered during the past 3 years from being hunted by the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. More and more people gathered in the center of Sin City. All of them recognized Duanling Tian as the person that Xiekong-sun, the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect, had placed a bounty on. He was Duanling Tian, the prodigy from the Fire Worship sect. Suddenly, the sound of laughter rang in the air from afar as it slowly grew closer and closer. Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to reveal yourself. Since you're here, come with me to see the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. He wants to see you really badly. A middle-aged man with a sturdy figure appeared. Flames seemed to shroud his body as he flew toward Duanling Tian like a fireball. It's Kong Zhen. Many sectless cultivators recognized the middle-aged man. Kong Zhen? The person ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking? a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's him. It's really Kong Jin. He's at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage and is ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. I didn't expect him to make a move first, one sectless cultivator exclaimed when he saw Kong Jin approaching Duanling Tian. As the prodigy of fire worship sect, Duanling Tian's innate talent is quite high. However, I don't think his cultivation base has improved much. Only 3 years have gone by. Moreover, during this time he has been hunted by the Golden Lion King. Where would he find the time to concentrate on cultivating? 3 years ago, he was hundreds and thousands of miles away from being a match Lord Kong Jin. After 3 years, it would be even more impossible for him to be a match for Lord Kong Jin. Especially since he didn't have time to cultivate. I think so too. After all, Kong Jin is at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Many sectless cultivators discussed among themselves when Kong Jin showed up. Based on their conversations, it seemed like most of them thought Duanling Tian would be captured by Kong Jin to see the Golden Lion King, Xianxia, in the Black Kshetra sect. He was doomed. The reward that Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, promised was more than enough to tempt a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's a pity both of the Super Saint weapons he had were taken away by the Supreme Elder from the Black Kshetra sect. Otherwise, Kong Jin would get his hands on more than just the reward that the Golden Lion King promised. He would have been able to obtain 2 Super Saint weapons. You're overthinking it. If Duanling Tian has the Super Saint weapons, do you think Kong Jin will be able to lay his hands on it? That's right. Although Sin City has lost quite a number of powerhouses at and above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there are still a few of them around. They would have acted first if Duanling Tian still has the Super Saint weapons. Yes, the Super Saint weapons are, naturally, a huge temptation. When Duanling Tian overheard their discussion, he was dumbfounded. When did the Supreme Elder from the Black Kshetra sect take away my Super Saint weapon? He even looked in his spatial ring to make sure the Devil Seal tablet was still there. Duanling Tian was baffled. Who spread this rumor? Based on the sectless cultivators' conversations, it seemed like they believed the rumor. Duanling Tian had heard of the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect. He knew the Supreme Elder was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking, a place below the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Wu Tian. He had never even seen the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect. How did rumor about the Supreme Elder snatching the Super Saint weapon began to circulate? Duanling Tian found the entire matter strange. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect had issued a statement 6 months ago, stating that he had forced Duanling Tian to hand over the Super Saint weapons to him. He had said Duanling Tian had hidden the Super Saint weapons and that he managed to obtain it by threatening to kill by Duanling Tian. There was even a rumor that the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect had sworn a lightning penalty oath to prove the veracity of his words. Since the statement had been put out by Black Kshetra sect, it was only natural that people did not doubt their words. Naturally, there were a few people who doubted the truth of the statement. However, once Xianxia, the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect, reduced the reward of the bounty he placed on Duanling Tian's head, those people who had doubts were instantly convinced. In the beginning, people were hesitant to do anything even though the Golden Lion King kept increasing the reward. At that time, rumors were flying that Duanling Tian possessed Super Saint weapons. How could any reward be more valuable than 2 Super Saint weapons? That was why no one had bothered with the bounty he placed on Duanling Tian. However, once they learned that Duanling Tian had lost the Super Saint weapons, they became interested in the reward that Xianxia had promised. Nobody would expect the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect had lied about snatching away the Super Saint weapons from Duanling Tian to prevent others from obtaining it. He had come up with a clever plan and asked Xianxia to reduce to reward to make the rumor more convincing. Kong Jin was just a few meters away from Duanling Tian when Duanling Tian said coldly, "Stop right there." Duanling Tian had spoken so abruptly that it stunned Kong Jin for a moment, causing him to stop moving subconsciously. Before Kong Jin regained his senses, Duanling Tian said again, "If you come any closer, You'll have to bear with the consequences. His voice was cold and filled with certainty, and his words were extremely domineering. Everyone fell silent when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Oh God! Is Duanling Tian crazy? He dares to challenge Lord Kongjin. In my opinion, he wants to anger Lord Kongjin so Lord Kongjin will kill him. In that case, he doesn't have to face the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. I think so as well. The Golden Lion King wouldn't let him die so easily. He would definitely torture him first. Xiazong was the only son of the Golden Lion King after all. Many people stared at Duanling Tian horrified. Many of them thought Duanling Tian had intentionally sought death. However, was Duanling Tian really seeking death? Kongjin scoffed. A hint of hate could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, I won't kill you. I'm going to exchange you for the reward that the Golden Lion King promised. I'll even ask permission from the Golden Lion King to watch as he tortures you to death. Based on his words, he was certain Duanling Tian would die since he did not think the Golden Lion King would let Duanling Tian go. This is the last time I'll say this. You'll have to bear with the consequences if you come any closer, Duanling Tian said, annoyed, when he saw Kongjin flying toward him despite his warning. His voice was extremely cold. Bear with the consequences? I want to see what makes you think you can say such arrogant words. Kongjin sneered as Saint Origin began to surge out of his body. His robes began to flutter in the air. In the next moment, he moved and pounced at Duanling Tian. Kongjin only had one goal in mind. He wanted to catch Duanling Tian and bring him to the Golden Lion King in the Black Kshetra sect and claim the reward. Seeking death. When Duanling Tian saw Kongjin did not heed his warning. A flash could be seen in his left eye. It was the strange pupil. A soul attack shot out at an extremely fast speed in the form of a divine dragon toward Kongjin. As soon as Duanling Tian attacked, Kongjin seemed to have discovered something as his expression changed drastically. Oh no! It was the last expression he had in his life. Before Kongjin could react, the soul attack in the form of a divine dragon had reached him, piercing his soul without leaving any physical marks on his body. Duanling Tian's current cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The improvement from the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was more than just the increase in Saint Origin. Most of the improvement was on one's soul. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. Breaking through to this stage would allow one's soul to evolve and be one with the universe. Therefore, Duanling Tian's soul was much stronger than Kongjin, who was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul attack had easily killed Kongjin. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Kongjin, who was flying toward Duanling Tian, suddenly stopped moving and fell from the sky. Bang! Kongjin's body landed with a loud noise. This scene caused many sectless cultivators' expressions to change. Those with higher cultivation bases looked at Duanling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. How did Duanling Tian become so powerful? Kongjin was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. I didn't see Duanling Tian make a move, but Kongjin fell from the sky as though he had lost control of his body and fell to his death. You didn't see him make a move? Did you not sense the aura of Duanling Tian's soul? He had used a soul attack. Soul attack? Impossible. I don't think Duanling Tian knows how to use a soul attack. You must be mistaken. Based on the sectless cultivators' conversations, it could be seen some of them thought Kongjin's death had nothing to do with Duanling Tian, and some were certain Duanling Tian had killed Kongjin. There was a divide in their opinion. Duanling Tian ignored the commotion in his surroundings as he pricked his finger to draw blood. A drop of blood hovered in the air. Duanling Tian is swearing a lightning penalty oath? Many sectless cultivators saw Duanling Tian's action. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian began to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Today, I, Duanling Tian, swear that if I lie, I'll be killed by the lightning penalty. At this moment, the entire place had fallen deadly silent. Duanling Tian had not revealed the reason he was swearing on a lightning penalty oath, causing the sectless cultivators to wait with bated breath as they waited for him to continue speaking. All of their attention was on Duanling Tian. They were curious about the reason he was swearing on the lightning penalty oath. What does Duanling Tian want to say? He's even swearing on the lightning penalty oath to prove the veracity of his words. Does he intend to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he no longer possesses the super saint weapons? There's no need for him to do this. After all, the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect has already spoken up about it. Even then, there are some people who have their doubts. It's different if Duanling Tian swears on the lightning penalty oath. Many sectless cultivators began to speculate among themselves. Unfortunately, none of their guesses were correct. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian started speaking again. 3 years ago, in the north of Sin City, the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by 3 eminent celestials has killed many powerhouses. At this point, many sectless cultivators were puzzled. All of them knew about this matter, so why was Duanling Tian talking about it? Why is Duanling Tian talking about that? Is there a need for him to swear on the lightning penalty oath just for this? I don't think there's anyone in the upper province who doesn't know about this. Duanling Tian continued to say, those 3 powerhouses are eminent devils from the devil clans who survived the human-devil war. In order to survive, they hid in the mortal continent and cultivated slowly. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, the sectless cultivators' expressions changed immediately. Devil clans? The powerhouses who created that space are eminent devils. Is this true? Duanling Tian has sworn on the lightning penalty oath. He's not killed by the lightning penalty. This proves that he's telling the truth. Oh my god! It didn't occur to me that Trap was left behind by devils. Previously, many people were wondering why a powerhouse had so much time to create a trap to harm the future generation. It makes sense now that Duanling Tian says it's a trap created by devils. No one doubted Duanling Tian's words since he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. Moreover, it answered a lot of questions that people had. Duanling Tian continued to say, when the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into 2, they set up a formation in both the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The formation in the lower province will be automatically activated once it senses the pure devil chi from the devil clans that came from the land of exile. The activation of the formation in the lower province would then trigger the formation in the upper province, opening an entrance to the realm that they created. They did this to lure human powerhouses inside. The cultivators below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage are the lucky ones for being eliminated, since all those who remained in the realm were killed. His tone gradually turned solemn as he spoke. Although Duanling Tian did not know those powerhouses, as fellow humans, he mourned their deaths as well. I see. If that's the case, this means the devil clans have already invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Right? The sectless cultivators' expressions changed again. Some of them even asked Duanling Tian for further confirmation. Duanling Tian nodded when faced with the question and the burning gazes of the crowd. That's right. The devil clans have already invaded the lower province 3 years ago. There's no doubt about this. If I'm lying, I'll be killed by the lightning penalty. Duanling Tian said grimly. The sectless cultivators began to panic when they heard Duanling Tian's words. They did not doubt him because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. The devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint land again. In the past, there were, naturally, people who had guessed correctly. They had thought that there was a tear in the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint land and the land of exile. They thought the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint land again when the upper province's inter-province transportation formation stopped working. However, it was all speculation. Most people in the upper province only felt nervous for a while before they went back to their daily lives and forgot about the matter. However, someone swore on the lightning penalty oath today that the devil clans had, indeed, invaded the lower province. Moreover, the person was not killed by the lightning penalty oath. This was enough to prove the person was not lying. The devil clans are here. Damn it! Does this mean there will be a new human devil era? The eminent devils were still holding a grudge even before they ascended? They even left a trap to kill so many human powerhouses. If the devil clans invade the upper province, I'm afraid it'll be harder for us to kill them due to the loss of so many human powerhouses. The devil clans invaded the lower province 3 years ago, but they haven't invaded the upper province. They must be waiting for an opportunity to do so. Perhaps they want to strengthen their hold in the lower province before attacking the upper province. I'm afraid it won't be long before the devil clans invade the upper province. The sectless cultivators were panicking after they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. A sectless cultivator asked loudly, "Duan Ling Tian? How do you know about this?" His voice was really loud, drowning out the voices of the other sectless cultivators. All of them fell silent when they heard the sectless cultivator's question. They all turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, how did Duan Ling Tian know all this? They did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words due to the lightning penalty oath, but they were extremely curious about how he came across this information. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly, "How do I know? I know because I entered the trap left behind by those 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. I'm the sole survivor, apart from the cultivators at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage who were eliminated." There was an uproar as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. There were many sectless cultivators who doubted Duan Ling Tian's words this time. "Are you saying you entered the trap that was created by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago? Managed to pass the tests and survive it? Are you kidding? As far as I know, everyone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage was eliminated. Are you saying your cultivation base 3 years ago was at or above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage? If I'm not mistaken, your strength at that time was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, right?" A group of sectless cultivators questioned Duan Ling Tian. "I understand your doubts. Maybe if I reveal my other identity, you won't doubt me anymore," Duan Ling Tian said. "Other identity? What identity?" Many sectless cultivators frowned. They did not know what Duan Ling Tian meant. "Who?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm and took out a long black robe and put it on. The robe hid his face and figure. This was the robe he wore when he was known as the Black-Robed Man. Black? Black-Robed Man? The sectless cultivators were shocked when they saw this. Was this not the Black-Robed Man who rose to fame in Sin City 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, the Black-Robed Man had appeared after Duan Ling Tian killed Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian is the Black-Robed Man? If this is true, then it means Duan Ling Tian didn't leave Sin City at all. He merely changed his identity so no one would be able to identify him. It didn't cross my mind that Duan Ling Tian is the Black-Robed Man. It sounds so ridiculous. All the sectless cultivators were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian put on the black robe. There were not many people who questioned the truth of his words. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was the Black-Robed Man, it made sense that no one would recognize him when he entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. They knew very well that the Black-Robed had entered the trap and did not get eliminated. Duan Ling Tian, since you're the Black-Robed Man and you managed to survive, why didn't you tell everyone earlier that devil clans have invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land? Yes. Didn't you know that the sooner you tell us, the faster we can prepare for their invasion? Duan Ling Tian, how could you do this? Many people began to harshly criticize Duan Ling Tian, as though he was to blame if the devils managed to annihilate humankind. Duan Ling Tian sneered. How do you know that I didn't just come out today? You just came out today? Many people were stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Soon after, a sectless cultivator retorted, Impossible! The Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect released a statement 1 year ago that he has taken your Super Saint weapons. How's it possible that you only came out today? The Supreme Elder took my Super Saint weapons away a year ago? As the party involved, why don't I know about this? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh. Moreover, I have already sworn on the lightning penalty oath earlier. If I lie, I'll be killed by the lightning penalty. Aren't I still alive and standing? Duan Ling Tian shook his head at the absurdity of the situation. He was speechless. How laughable. How could people just believe the other party's words? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had a high place in many people's hearts. In the eyes of ordinary people, powerhouses at the 9th form Saint Celestial stage were almost invincible. They did not think such a powerhouse would lie just to obtain Super Saint weapons. Although many people felt skeptical when the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect released his statement, deep down they all believed him. Moreover, All their doubts vanished when Xianxia, the Golden Lion King from Black Kshetra sect, reduced the reward he promised. The crowd fell silent as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. After a few moments, a sectless cultivator stared at Duanling Tian intently as he asked, "Does this mean you still possess 2 Super Saint weapons?" As soon as the sectless cultivator finished speaking, Duanling Tian saw the greed in everyone's eyes when they looked at him. He knew very well if that incident with Kong Jin did not happen, many of these sectless cultivators would not hesitate to attack him to obtain the Super Saint weapons he possessed. Duanling Tian shook his head in response to the question. No. No. The sectless cultivator was stunned and confused. Didn't you say you were inside the trap that's left behind by 3 eminent devils for the past 3 years? Doesn't that mean the Supreme Elder from Black Kshetra sect didn't manage to get his hands on the Super Saint weapons? Your words are too contradictory. The others were confused as well. When I said no, I mean I don't have 2 Super Saint weapons. I only have the Devil Seal tablet that I took back from Xiezong. As for the Traceless sword, I've never even seen it. Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, lied about me possessing the Traceless sword, Duanling Tian said indifferently. Due to the lightning penalty oath, no one doubted Duanling Tian. Now that Duanling Tian mentioned it, I remember the Golden Lion King said that Duanling Tian's sword resembles the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless sword. He isn't certain as well, someone said after thinking for a while. That seems to be the case. Many sectless cultivators nodded in agreement. Maybe he has the Super Saint weapon, the 9-Cloud sword, instead. There were some sectless cultivators who said this and stared at Duanling Tian as though he was a walking treasure. I don't have the Super Saint weapon, the 9-Cloud sword. Duanling Tian's words mercilessly crushed some of the sectless cultivators' hope. All of a sudden, someone bellowed from afar, "Duanling Tian." It sounded like the roar of a lion. Soon after, a tall figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It seemed as though he had appeared out of thin air. Based on this, one could tell his speed was extremely fast. The figure belonged to an old man who was 2 meters tall. He had a sturdy figure as well. From afar, he looked like a humanoid beast. He had spike white hair and an unruly beard. He resembled a lion. Apart from that, he had big and fierce eyes that were framed by thick brows. When he appeared, a terrifying aura rolled off him in waves, causing everyone to freeze in fear. Some sectless cultivators recognized the old man with just a glance and exclaimed, "It's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. I didn't expect the Golden Lion King to show up so quickly. He seems very well informed. This means the Black Kshetra sect has many spies in Sin City. It's only natural that he came here as fast as he could once he learned that Duanling Tian's here. This is a good opportunity for him to avenge his son after all. Duanling Tian's doomed." The sectless cultivators looked at Duanling Tian sympathetically as they discussed among themselves. It seemed as though they were certain Duanling Tian was going to be killed by the Golden Lion King. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that Duanling Tian had escaped from the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils today. In order to leave the realm, one had to be able to tear open space barriers. Only powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would have the strength to accomplish such a feat. Duanling Tian, I didn't think you'd show yourself. The lion-like old man looked at Duanling Tian intently. Regardless of why you showed up, you must die today. Duanling Tian did not disguise himself, so the Golden Lion King recognized him immediately. At this moment, Saint Origin began to rise from Xianxia's body. It seemed as though he was ready to strike at any moment with his domineering energy. It caused sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base to move back a little. Duanling Tian was studying Xianxia as well. It was his first time meeting the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. You're Xianxia, the Golden Lion King? Previously, Duanling Tian had met another one of the Karmapa. He had met the Green Bat King. However, the Green Bat King had died in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. Xianxia only roared in response to Duanling Tian's question. Rage could be heard in his roar. In the next moment, everyone watched as a powerful Saint Origin surged out of Xianxia's body. It seemed as though he had turned into the sun, as his body was covered with a dazzling light. The Golden Lion King is going to make his move. Many people trembled in fear when they saw this. Bang! A loud explosion sounded in the air as the Golden Lion King charged toward Duanling Tian at an extremely fast speed. Where did he go? To many sectless cultivators, it seemed as though the Golden Lion King had vanished into thin air. That was naturally not the case. His speed was just too fast that most sectless cultivators could not catch his movement due to their weak cultivation bases. To the sectless cultivators with a higher cultivation base, they only managed to catch a glimpse of the Golden Lion King's figure. He's really fast. No wonder he's ranked 3rd among the 4 great Karmapa in Black Kshetra sect and ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Xiakong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, was a famous powerhouse after all. However, his opponent today was Duanling Tian, a prodigy from the Fire Worship sect. His action could be seen as bullying the weak. All the sectless cultivators present on the scene thought Duanling Tian would surely be killed by Xiakong Sun. Were they right in their assumptions? 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's pretty strong, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He could clearly see Xiakong Sun's every movement unlike the sectless cultivators present on the scene. Before Xiakong Sun made his move, Duanling Tian had already mobilized his Sun Saint energy. As soon as Xiakong Sun made his move, he instantly cast one of his divine abilities. Elementary Devouring Tactic. In just an instant, whirlpools appeared around Duanling Tian and absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. It raised his Sun Saint origin to its highest limit in just a short while. His Sun Saint origin was far stronger than that of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was only slightly weaker than the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Boom! While Duanling Tian cast the Elementary Devouring Tactic, Xiakong Sun, who was halfway to Duanling Tian, also cast an Assist-type divine ability. In just a blink of an eye, his Saint origin became stronger as well. It was almost as powerful as the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For a time, his strength was evenly matched with Duanling Tian's strength. I see why you're one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa. The Assist-type divine ability you've mastered is quite powerful. However, if this is the extent of your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to avenge your son today, Duanling Tian said calmly as Xiakong Sun charged at him at an extremely fast speed. It seemed as though he was not afraid of Xiakong Sun at all. Xiakong Sun, the Golden Lion King, sneered when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He continued to charge toward Duanling Tian. Shameless boasting. It sounded like a joke to Xiakong Sun. He was the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. He had long broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and could be considered as one of the top powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. This could be seen from his rank, the 19th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. It should be noted that there were only a few people who were ranked ahead of him at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, today, a young lad shamelessly boasted and disregarded Xiakong Sun. How could he not be angry? Duanling Tian could not help but laugh when he heard Xiakong Sun's words. Shameless boasting? You'll see soon enough whether it's shameless boasting or not. Xiakong Sun scoffed as he said, I can't wait to see. He had cast a movement martial tactic and divine ability to hasten his speed. He looked like a furious lion intending to tear his prey apart as he charged toward Duanling Tian. Who? While Xiakong Sun hastened his speed, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, appeared in Duanling Tian's hands. He sent his Sun Saint origin into the sword, and a terrifying and destructive aura radiated off the sword, sending shivers up the spines of everyone who was watching. This strike is for your failure in educating your son, Duanling Tian said as the Jasper Celestial Sword flew out at lightning speed toward Xiakong Sun. The sword that contained Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin that was raised to its highest limit was wielded by Duanling Tian using the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Was there anyone who was able to defend against the swordplay technique of the Sovereign Heart Sword? To the Sectless cultivators, it seemed as though Duan Ling Tian's sword had vanished. They only heard the shrill cry of a sword. It's so fast. Xiekong soon thought to himself as fear inexplicably rose in his heart. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. He instinctively looked at it and discovered he had lost his right arm. It had been severed from his shoulder. Blood kept on spurting out from his wound. Soon after, Duanling Tian said again, "This strike is for you falsely claiming I have the super saint weapon, the traceless sword." Before Xiekong Sun could catch his severed right arm with his other hand, Duanling Tian struck again. Just like that, Xiekong Sun lost his left arm as well. At this time, even someone as strong as Xiekong Sun could not help but groan in pain. He hovered in the air as he staunched the bleeding on his shoulders. He looked at Duanling Tian in horror and disbelief. He did not think Duanling Tian, whom he had considered as insignificant, would be so terrifyingly strong. Any of the two strikes could have killed him. However, Duanling Tian seemed to be toying with him. Duanling Tian had deliberately avoided striking at his vital parts. Otherwise, he would have died. He was certain of this. How's this possible? It has only been 3 years. How could he have grown so strong? Is it possible that he had a fortuitous encounter during these past 3 years? Xiekong Sun found it hard to believe. He could not accept this. Someone whom he had regarded as an ant was strong enough to kill him today. For a moment, he even thought he was dreaming. Meanwhile, the Sectless cultivators finally regained their senses. They could not help but gasp. Everything happened in just a split second. They did not have time to react until Xiekong Sun had stopped charging at Duanling Tian. They were shocked by Xiekong Sun's loss at Duanling Tian's hands. Oh God! Can anyone tell me if I'm dreaming? This is impossible. A young Sectless cultivator said in shock and disbelief. I find this hard to believe as well. Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, who's ranked 19th on the Supreme Saint ranking, lost both his arms to Duanling Tian before he could even get near him. A middle-aged Sectless cultivator cried out as he looked at Duanling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. He was frozen for a while as though Duanling Tian had cast a spell on him. The Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, is defeated just like that? Although I find it hard to believe, the truth is laid bare before our eyes. When the Golden Lion King came, he was so energetic and arrogant like a lion. Now, he looks like a dog with its tail between its legs. The Golden Lion King seems to be in shock as well. Perhaps, he's also wondering how someone he regarded as an ant became stronger than him in such a short time. I'm equally shocked. Duanling Tian's strength did not only shock the Golden Lion King, but it shocked the group of Sectless cultivators present on the scene as well. Before the Golden Lion King lost his arms, they did not think Duanling Tian would be stronger than the Golden Lion King. In fact, they were certain the Golden Lion King would kill Duanling Tian. However, what happened subsequently was like a slap to their faces. Not only did Xiekong Sun fail to kill Duanling Tian, but Duanling Tian had severed both of Xiekong Sun's arms. Xiekong Sun was useless now that he had lost his arms. Run! This was Xiekong Sun's first thought when he realized how terrifyingly strong Duanling Tian was. Once that thought appeared, Xiekong Sun immediately tried to flee in the opposite direction of Duanling Tian. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the Saint Origin on Xiekong Sun's body trembled violently. At this moment, he had unleashed all his strength and cast all the techniques he had mastered in order to escape. He had completely abandoned the thought of revenge. He only wanted to leave no matter how slim the chances were. As Xiekong Sun turned around to flee, Duanling Tian said again, "This strike is to prove that I'm not shamelessly boasting." His words sent chills running up everyone's spines. A short-lived sword's cry sounded as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. Upon hearing the sword's cry, Xiekong Sun shuddered like a startled bird. He slowed for a moment before he sped up again in an attempt to escape. A soft noise sounded as Xiekong Sun sped up. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a bloody wound appeared at the back of Xiekong Sun's head as he tried to escape. Blood spurted everywhere. At this moment everyone fell silent. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Tian had flown next to Xianxia to retrieve his spatial ring. After that, they saw Duan Tian let Xianxia's body fall to the ground. Fear could be seen in their eyes. Duan Tian maimed Xianxia, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, with 2 strikes and killed him with the 3rd strike. Was that man really Xianxia? Was he really the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King who was ranked 19th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Tian paid no mind to everyone's gaze. He had devoured Xianxia's innate spiritual root to improve his innate spiritual root. Although Xianxia possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was like pouring a cup of water into the sea. After all, Duan Tian possessed a violet innate spiritual root that was superior to indigo innate spiritual roots. I wonder when my innate spiritual root will evolve from light violet to a normal shade of violet. Once it evolves, my innate talent will improve again and my cultivation speed will become even faster. With the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'll be able to raise my cultivation base quickly. One Duan Tian was delighted when he thought about this. Duan Tian managed to kill Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. The strength he displayed surpasses that of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. One sectless cultivator said in a trembling voice. His words caused the other sectless cultivators to regain their senses. An expression of shock could be seen on their faces. You're right. Xianxia, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, is one of the top powerhouses among those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even the supposed strongest cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to defeat Xianxia so easily, not without 100 moves at least, let alone killing him. If that's the case, does it mean that Duan Tian is as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Although I'm reluctant to believe it, that seems to be the case. His swordplay technique is terrifying. Moreover, his sword is definitely a saint weapon that's evenly matched with the Traceless Sword or the 9-Cloud Sword, even if it's not a super saint weapon. I agree. The sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves as soon as they regained their senses. Based on their conversations, it seemed like most of them thought Duan Tian was as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect? Apart from that, they could tell Duan Tian's sword was not ordinary. Even if it was not a super saint weapon, it had to be more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Usually, a lot of people would covet such a weapon. However, none of the sectless cultivators present on the scene were tempted to make a move. Apart from Duan Tian's sword, although they knew he possessed the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, they still did not dare to scheme against him. What a joke! Currently, Duan Tian was as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They would not dare to scheme against him even if he had 5 or 6 super saint weapons, let alone only 1. They knew they were no match for him. They would definitely die if they make a move against him. At this moment, many people thought Duan Tian might be even stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas, the Violet Dragon King, fought Xianxia, I don't think she'll be able to defeat Xianxia so easily. I think Duan Tian is stronger or on par with the Violet Dragon King. I agree. With the strength Duan Tian displayed earlier, he would definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. I wonder what Duan Tian went through during the past 3 years for him to grow so terrifyingly strong in such a short time. Perhaps, he obtained many treasures in the trap that was created by the 3 eminent devils since he survived. That will explain why he's so strong. That's possible. Many people began to guess how Duan Tian became so strong in such a short time. As the sectless cultivators were guessing and gossiping among themselves, Duan Tian said the devil clans might invade at any time. Please take care. After that, he left like a gust of wind. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, they regained their senses and discovered that he had already left. Soon after, Everything that Duan Ling Tian had said under the lightning penalty oath spread like a wildfire through Sin City. It did not take long before it spread out of Sin City. Apart from that, word about how Duan Ling Tian had killed the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, spread out as well. Duan Ling Tian is the famous black-robed man in Sin City. He also entered the trap that was left by 3 eminent devils. He's the only survivor. After 3 years, Duan Ling Tian managed to escape the trap left behind by 3 eminent devils and went to Sin City to reveal the truth. He even swore on the lightning penalty oath so people would believe him. So the realm is actually created by 3 eminent devils? The formation that opened up the trap is actually connected to a formation in the lower province that will only be activated once it detects pure devil chi from the devils in the land of exile. News of this caused an uproar in the upper province of Dao Marshal Saint Land. No one had expected this. As it turned out, what they thought was a treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial was a trap left behind by 3 eminent devils. The reason they had created the trap was to aid the future generation of the devil clans when they invade the Dao Marshal Saint Land by killing human powerhouses in the upper province. The devil clans have really invaded the Dao Marshal Saint Land? It's no longer a speculation, it's a fact. We lost so many powerhouses to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. How are humans supposed to fight the devil clans when they invade the upper province? That 3 eminent devils are truly vicious. They actually created a trap before they ascended. Fortunately, we have Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, we would be unaware that the devil clans have already invaded the lower province and might invade the upper province at any time. We must be prepared. Things would be bad when the devil clans invade. Similar remarks could be heard everywhere in Sin City. As time passed, news of this spread further and further. It would not take long before everyone in the upper province found out about it. Duan Ling Tian's goal of letting everyone know about the devil clans had been achieved. Apart from that, other things about Duan Ling Tian began to spread as well. As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian didn't have 2 Super Saint weapons. He only has 1 Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, that he snatched back from Xiezong, the son of Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King. Humph, the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, actually used such a despicable way to obtain the Super Saint weapons. He released a false statement because he didn't want us to lay our hands on the Super Saint weapons. Right? Initially, I thought powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were like God. I thought they would be above all these things, so I had trusted everything they said without a doubt. I didn't think they would lie. Liar. Liar. As news of Duan Ling Tian swearing on the lightning penalty oath spread, the high regard everyone held for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage began to fall. People from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land realized that powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage might stand at the top of the food chain in the Dao Marshal Saint Land, but they were no different from ordinary cultivators. They were not indifferent to fame and fortune as the others believed. Apart from that, news of Duan Ling Tian's strength caused a commotion in the upper province as well. In just 3 years, Duan Ling Tian became as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, was no match for him. Is it true? It seems very far-fetched. I agree. Xianxia was the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. He was one of the strongest among those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was even ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How can someone like that not be a match for Duan Ling Tian? I don't care if everyone believes it. I refuse to believe it. You refuse to believe it? Let me tell you this. I have a distant cousin in the Black Kshetra sect. This news is real. I'm sure it's true. I came from Sin City. Many sectless cultivators witnessed this personally. It's just as they say, Duan Ling Tian is truly as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With 2 strikes, he cut off both of Xianxia's arms and he killed Xianxia with the 3rd strike. Based on what you said, does this mean Duan Ling Tian could have killed him with just 1 strike? The first 2 moves were only to toy with Xianxia. Yes. Many people who lived close to Sin City believed the news about Duan Ling Tian's strength. However, in places further away from Sin City, there were fewer people who believed it. In fact, almost no one from places at the edges of the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land believed it. After all, the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King was a well-known powerhouse in the upper province. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian had only recently become famous for being a prodigy in the fire worship sect. He might have high innate talent, but it did not mean that he was strong. News from Sin City in the central region spread like a wildfire. Even the fire worship sect in the distant western region had received news of what had happened. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian revealed himself? He only escaped from the trap left behind by 3 eminent devils that killed many powerhouses 3 years ago? He went to Sin City the moment he came out to and swore on the lightning penalty oath that the devil clans from the land of exile have invaded the lower province? Oh God! The devil clans are here. I'm afraid it won't be long before they invade the upper province. The fire worship sect was in an uproar when they heard the news about Duan Ling Tian confirming the invasion of the devil clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Since Duan Ling Tian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, there was no doubt he was telling the truth since he was not killed by the lightning penalty. Although everyone in the fire worship sect was shaken by the news of the devil clans invading the Dao Martial Saint Land, they were not really afraid. After all, they were in one of 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, they would be the last hope for mankind. If even people from the fire worship sect were afraid, then there would be no hope left for humans. Nevertheless, I didn't expect the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, to lie. He even issued a false statement saying that he has obtained Duan Ling Tian's Super Saint weapons because he was afraid other people would lay their hands on the Super Saint weapons before he can get to them. I'm more surprised at the fact that senior brother Duan Ling Tian didn't have 2 Super Saint weapons. He only has 1 Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet belongs to him anyway. Naturally, news about Duan Ling Tian killing Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, had also spread to the fire worship sect, shocking everyone in the sect. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian managed to sever both of Xianxia's arms with just 2 strikes. He managed to kill him with his 3rd strike. Xianxia didn't even have a chance to defend himself. Are you kidding? Although I admit Duan Ling Tian's innate talent is amazing and he must have improved a lot in these 3 years, I still think it's outrageous to say that Xianxia didn't even have a chance to defend himself. Xianxia was not some nameless person. Xianxia was one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, the Golden Lion King. He had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage for quite a while now. Moreover, he was considered as one of the strongest among those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How can someone like that be powerless against senior brother Duan Ling Tian? It seems like senior brother Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? That's ridiculous. I don't believe it. When news about Duan Ling Tian killing Xianxia, the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King, in 3 moves spread to the fire worship sect, many people were shocked. However, many of them were skeptical as well. Even Duan Ling Tian's close friends, Lu Yun and Lu Mu, found it hard to believe. There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian had an amazing innate talent. 3 years ago, he even managed to kill Xianxia, the son of the Golden Lion King. However, most people found it hard to believe that he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. What a joke! After breaking through to the Saint Celestial stage, the gap between every form was extremely wide. It was extremely difficult to break through each form. In the past, even prodigies with violet innate spiritual roots from the fire worship sect needed several decades to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage with the aid of the best cultivation environment. In fact, I'm afraid it's impossible for a prodigy with a violet innate spiritual root at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 3 years. That's true. There's no way this news is real. No one from the fire worship sect believed that Duan Ling Tian had killed Xianxia. the Golden Lion King of the Black Kshetra sect. They thought the news was fake and had been greatly exaggerated. Duan Ling Tian is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Shame on those who believe this. Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement laughed when he heard the news. Dong Lin's eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered under his breath. Duan Ling Tian, you finally showed up. I didn't think you'll be able to survive the trap left behind by 3 eminent devils. You're really lucky. If you know what's best for you, you better don't return to the fire worship sect. Even if I'm no match for you, my father will kill you for me. Dong Lin's father was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin. Meanwhile, Sanctum leader Lu Tai of the Azure Dragon Sanctum and his direct disciple, Bu Hong, had also heard the news. Similarly, they thought the news was outrageous. Duan Ling Tian has broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It sounded like the biggest joke they had ever heard in their lives. In the fire worship sect's Saint Land, above the Saint Island. Numerous floating islands could be seen here. At the highest point, only one floating island could be seen. It looked like an emperor overlooking his subjects. This place was the cultivation place for Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect. So, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air, and a muscular figure arrived from the distance and hovered above the highest floating island in just a blink of an eye. Lord Sect Leader. This person hovered in the air as he bowed respectfully in the direction of the floating island. He sounded respectful and modest when he spoke. If other elders were around, they would recognize this person as one of the vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect. His cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who? A gust of wind appeared the moment the vice sect leader of fire worship sect finished speaking. Then, a tall and sturdy figure appeared before him. This tall and sturdy middle-aged man was dressed in a long white robe that was embroidered with flames. It was slightly similar to the exclusive uniforms for the elders and disciples in the fire worship sect. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the embroidered flames on his robe was unique. It seemed to resemble a divine dragon. When worn, it seemed as though the divine dragon was protecting his body. Although the middle-aged man was tall and sturdy and his features were chiseled, he did not look like a brute. Everything was in harmony. He had a noble air around him, making others feel like they should serve him. This middle-aged man was none other than sect leader Tang Xian of the fire worship sect. Did something happen? Although the news from Sin City had spread throughout the fire worship sect, Tang Xian, who had been in his cultivation place, was not aware of it. However, he knew something must have happened if one of the vice sect leaders came to see him. Lord Sect Leader, the vice sect leader told Tang Xian about devil clans invading the lower province. The devil clans have invaded the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land? Tang Xian's expression turned grim when he heard the news, even though he had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the devil clans from the land of exile were extremely strong. Tang Xian knew this very well since he had read the ancient texts in the fire worship sect. There was no shortage of cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the devil clans. Moreover, there might even be devils who had passed the heavenly tribulation but did not ascend. Yes. The vice sect leader nodded before he said hesitantly, "Speaking of, this news is actually confirmed by our fire worship sect's prodigy, Duan Ling Tian." Tang Xian looked at the vice sect leader and asked, "Duan Ling Tian?" The fire worship sect's prodigy who has 2 super saint weapons. Since Tang Xian came out from his closed-door cultivation, he had heard a little about Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy of the fire worship sect. Yes, the vice sect leader nodded again. I heard he entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. He managed to survive when others had been killed or eliminated. He only escaped that place recently. He stayed in there for 3 years? Tang Xian said, and it seems like that old fart from Black Kshetra sect lied. I was wondering when he had sworn on a lightning penalty oath. As turns out, he had falsely released a statement so he could get his hands on Duan Ling Tian's super saint weapons. Lord Sect Leader, Duan Ling Tian only has 1 super saint weapon. It's the Devil Seal Tablet. He doesn't have the Traceless Sword. He swore on the lightning penalty oath, the vice sect leader said. Since the devil clans from the land of exile have invaded, the traceless sword is not as useful as the devil seal tablet. Tang Xian said with a glint in his eyes. The vice sect leader heard Tang Xian's words and agreed with him. The devil seal tablet was a super saint weapon that could subdue devils after all. The vice sect leader of fire worship sect who stood near Tang Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "There's another news, but I think it's fake." "What news?" Tang Xian asked curiously. "It's also related to Duan Ling Tian. Rumor has it that Duan Ling Tian publicly killed Xiekong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, with 3 strikes," the vice sect leader said. "He killed Xiekong Sun with 3 strikes?" Tang Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard this. "If I'm not mistaken, Xiekong Sun was one of the strongest cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It's impossible to kill him with 3 strikes if one isn't at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher." That's what everyone thought. The vice sect leader nodded. For this reason, almost no one believes this news. Duan Ling Tian's innate talent might be amazingly high, but it's outrageous to say he has the ability to kill Xiekong Sun with 3 strikes. Tang Xian nodded. He had learned a little about Duan Ling Tian. He knew it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to grow strong enough to kill Xiekong Sun in just 3 years. Since the Devil Clan's invasion is confirmed, we'll have to start preparing for an invasion here. 3 years are more than enough for the Devil Clans to build their base in the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before they invade the upper province, Tang Xian said warily. Before that happens, the fire worship sect must be prepared. Yes, sect leader, the vice sect leader responded respectfully. However, he did not make a move to leave after that. It seemed as though he still had more he wanted to say. Is there anything else? Tang Xian asked. After taking a deep breath, the vice sect leader mustered up his courage and asked, "Sect leader, from what I heard, you brought the saint girl and her daughter out of the enforcement hall and even allow them to stay in your cultivation place. May I know when you'll punish them? There are a few vice hall masters from the enforcement hall who are dissatisfied with this matter." The vice sect leader smiled bitterly when he finished speaking. A few vice hall masters are dissatisfied? Tang Xian sneered. Their hall master didn't even say a word. Who are they to feel dissatisfied? Who are they to dictate what I should do? Tell them that if they're dissatisfied, they can come and talk to me personally. In fact, as long as they're willing to voice their dissatisfaction, I'll even go to them personally. Tang Xian became angrier as he spoke. The vice sect leader was shocked when he saw this. He broke out in cold sweat as he hurriedly explained, "Lord sect leader, they're merely asking casually. They have no intention of making a big deal out of this matter. Since you have your own plans, we should just ignore them." At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems like sect leader doesn't intend on punishing the saint girl. Don't tell me Lord sect leader is crazy enough to believe she's the reincarnation of a goddess? Fortunately, he's level-headed with other matters. The sect leader of fire worship sect was the heart of the fire worship sect. Moreover, he was also the guardian of the sect. If something happened to the sect leader, the sect would be ruined or destroyed. Just as the vice sect leader was about to leave, Tang Xian called out, "Wait!" The vice sect leader stopped moving and turned to look at Tang Xian. "Is there something you need, Lord sect leader?" "Release a statement under my name." Tang Xian looked at the vice sect leader and said, "Put out a statement asking for Duan Ling Tian's return to the fire worship sect. Additionally, promise him that no one from the fire worship sect will try and snatch away his super saint weapon if he returns. If he doesn't believe this, tell him he can hide the super saint weapon somewhere before he returns to the sect. At that time, I, Tang Xian, am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove my words are true." Based on Tang Xian's words, one could see he was desperate for Duan Ling Tian to return to the fire worship sect. "Lord sect leader, is Duan Ling Tian worthy of you doing something like this?" The vice sect leader was stunned. "Duan Ling Tian's naturally unworthy of me doing such a thing," Tang Xian said indifferently. "However, the devil seal tablet he possesses is a different story. So long as he's a disciple of the fire worship sect, he and the devil seal tablet will be a big help to the fire worship sect." Moreover, if the devil clans really invade the upper province, I think he'll be willing to lend me the devil seal tablet. With my current strength, no devils under the level of an eminent celestial would be a match for me. His eyes gleamed as he spoke. In Tang Xian's opinion, as long as he was able to use the devil seal tablet at the crucial moment, it did not matter who possessed the devil seal tablet. The sole purpose of the devil seal tablet was to deal with the devils. Once the devil clans were defeated, he no longer had any use for the devil seal tablet. For this reason, he did not mind leaving the devil seal tablet in Duanling Tian's possession. After listening to Tang Xian's words, the vice sect leader understood what Tang Xian meant. Then, he took his leave to fulfill the duties Tang Xian had given him. At the same time, Tang Xian also returned to his place of cultivation in one of the rooms in the mansion on the floating island. Meanwhile, in the east of Tang Xian's mansion, there was a spacious courtyard. This was where Tang Xian usually received guests. Naturally, there were only a few people in the Dao Martial Saint Land who were worthy of being Tang Xian's guests. Currently, 2 of the rooms in that courtyard were occupied by a pair of twin sisters and a little girl with cute braided pigtails who looked about 7 or 8 years old. The twin sisters were Duanling Tian's wife, Kur, and her sister Gan Ru Yen. As for the little girl, she was Duanling Tian and Kur's daughter, Duan Siling. Yu Yen, I see that the sect leader is very respectful when he speaks to you. Do you know why? Gan Ru Yen looked at Kur with a hint of confusion on her face. Since the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she was even more baffled. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was rare in Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the sect leader was not arrogant when he spoke to her twin sister. In fact, he was humble and respectful, as though her twin sister was someone of a higher status. Kur shook her head. I don't know. At this moment, she was carrying a sleeping Duan Siling who was tired out by her playtime. She was also baffled by this matter. It was my first time seeing him when he came to the enforcement hall. I thought he would sentence me and Siling to death following the rules of Fire Worship Sect after he came out from closed-door cultivation. However, not only was he not angry when he saw me, but it seems like he's walking on eggshells around me as though he's afraid of offending me. Gan Ru Yen fell silent when she heard Kur's words. After a moment, she sighed. I thought he would punish me following the rules of the Fire Worship Sect when I refused to obey him and tell him about your man. Who knew he would let me go at your request? It does seem like he's treating you as the reincarnation of a goddess. It's the only explanation that makes sense. At this point, Gan Ru Yen studied her sister from head to toe. However, she could not tell what was so special about her sister. They looked exactly alike. Kur remained indifferent when she heard Gan Ru Yen's words. She thought it was absurd. The reincarnation of a goddess? Kur had heard from Gan Ru Yen that the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect was the only one who believed she was the reincarnation of a goddess. The 3 great guardians and the other high-ranking officials in the Fire Worship Sect did not believe this. Sister. Sister. A voice tinged with urgency rang in the air as a purple bird flew in. After it entered the room, it transformed into a girl dressed in a purple robe. The purple-clad girl was the human form of the Super Saint Beast, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock that always followed Gan Ru Yen around. She was also the person closest to Gan Ru Yen. She even followed Gan Ru Yen to the lower province. Zir, what's wrong? Gan Ru Yen asked curiously when she saw the purple-clad girl. Sister, there's news about Duanling Tian. The purple-clad girl sent a voice transmission to Gan Ru Yen. Since they were in the sect leader's domain, the purple-clad girl was afraid of being overheard by the powerful sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. Gan Ru Yen's eyes lit up when she heard the purple-clad girl's words. Before the purple-clad girl could continue, she instantly sent a voice transmission to Kur. Kur, there's news about him. Kur trembled in excitement when she heard Gan Ru Yen's voice transmission. Naturally, she knew who Gan Ru Yen meant when she said him. It was the man who came to the upper province to join the Fire Worship Sect, the man she had committed herself to, and the father of her child. Kur took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. She looked at Gan Ru Yen and asked urgently through voice transmission, Sister, where is he now? How is he? Zier said he was last seen in Sin City. Gan Ruyen told Kur everything the purple-clad girl had told her through voice transmission. 3 years ago he entered. She repeated the news that was currently spreading in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, Gan Ruyen did not bother mentioning how Duan Lingtian had killed Xie Kongsun since she found the entire thing absurd. Those who survive a catastrophe are bound to have good fortune. Don't worry too much. Gan Ruyen consoled Kur after she finished telling Kur what she had learned. A trap left behind by 3 eminent devils? He's the only survivor. Kur's face paled when she learned about what her man had gone through. Although she was not with him, she knew her man must have gone through a tough time. She felt her heart ached for the man whom she regarded as her life. Young master. At this moment, tears were brimming in her eyes. A tall purple figure stood straight as he hovered in the air above the mountain near the fire worship sect's estate in the western region. It was a young man dressed in a purple robe. This young man was tall and handsome. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, and he possessed a graceful bearing. He made everything in his surroundings dim in comparison to him. I can't believe the sect leader of fire worship sect has come out of his closed door cultivation. He has even broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young man muttered under his breath. Fortunately, he didn't sentence Kur and our daughter to death. However, I must find a way to get them out of the sect. I can just leave them there. This young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just come from Sin City in the central region. While Duan Lingtian was traveling, he learned that the sect leader of fire worship sect had come out of his closed-door cultivation. Not only that, but his cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This made him the 4th powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage 9th form in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he learned about this. His heart was filled with worries for Kur and their daughter. Thus, he hastened his speed to return to the fire worship sect. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he asked around and learned that the sect leader of fire worship sect had not decided on Kur and their daughter's punishment yet. He instantly sighed in relief. Then, Duan Lingtian hid outside the fire worship sect's estate, biding his time until he found a chance to enter the fire worship sect to save Kur and their daughter. With my current strength, I'm no match for the sect leader of fire worship sect even if I use the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, and unleash all my strength. I must find a way to rescue Kur and our daughter. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He knew his strength very well. If he unleashed all his strength and wielded the Jasper celestial sword, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage 8th form. However, he was no match for someone at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Don't tell me I need to return to the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate for another year, so I can break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian continued to mutter to himself as a frown appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian had meant a year in the outside world. Who knew if the sect leader of fire worship sect would punish Kur and their daughter during that 1 year? He did not dare to take this risk. If something happened to Kur and their daughter, he would never be able to forgive himself in his entire life. Duan Lingtian was still thinking of a way to rescue Kur and their daughter from the fire worship sect when the fire worship sect released a statement. This statement was released under the direct order of Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect. The content of the announcement was as followed. Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, would like to invite Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple of fire worship sect, to return to the sect. I promised that no one in the sect would snatch his super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, away from him. If Duan Lingtian doesn't feel at ease, he can hide his Devil Seal tablet outside before he returns. At that time, Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, will swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that my words are true. The moment the statement was released, not only did it confuse everyone in the fire worship sect, but it shocked them as well. Lord Sect Leader didn't even hesitate to release this statement. He's going to let Duan Lingtian return? Unbelievable. That's why they say that Lord Sect Leader appreciates talent as much as he does his life. I finally witnessed that today. Since Lord Sect Leader has released this statement, I'm sure Duan Lingtian will return. When he returns, the true ranking is going to change again. he'll definitely rank first on the true ranking. Of course. 3 years ago when senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed elder Xiezong from the Black Kshetra sect, his strength was already on par with the person who's ranked first on the true ranking. After 3 years, I'm sure he has grown even stronger with his innate talent. I'm really looking forward to senior brother Duan Ling Tian's return. Ever since he left, our fire worship sect is like a puddle of dead water. It's no longer as lively as when he was here. The disciples of fire worship sect began to discuss among themselves. Most of them were happy and they hoped Duan Ling Tian would return to the fire worship sect. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is allowed to return? Junior brother Duan Ling Tian can come back? When the fire worship sect disciples who had good relationships with Duan Ling Tian, including Lu Yun and Lu Mu, heard the statement released by their sect leader, they were overwhelmed with excitement as well. Why would Lord sect leader release such a statement? As the saying went, there will be people who are happy, and there'll be people who are not. When the direct disciple of Sanctum leader Lu Tai of Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong, learned about this, his expression turned grim immediately. Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, had a similar expression as well. He could not wait to get his hands on the Super Saint weapon in Duan Ling Tian's possession. However, since the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect had made a promise to Duan Ling Tian, he did not dare to covet Duan Ling Tian's Super Saint weapon, even if he was 100 times more courageous. Meanwhile, in the enforcement hall, when Dong Lin, the elder from the enforcement hall, heard the statement released by the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect, his expression changed immediately. Damn it! How can Lord Sect Leader be so stupid? Dong Lin's father, Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, narrowed his eyes when learned about this matter. Duan Ling Tian, outside the Fire Worship Sect's estate. The sect leader of Fire Worship Sect is dreaming. Duan Ling Tian scoffed when he heard the announcement made by the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. There was no problem with Tang Xian's promise. Instead, his promise seemed to protect Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian knew Tang Xian had only made this promise because he possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Coincidentally, this Super Saint weapon was capable of subduing the Devil clans. In the future, if the Devil clans invaded Upper Province, the Fire Worship Sect would have the upper hand if they had the Devil Seal Tablet. At that time, Tang Xian would probably ask to borrow the Devil Seal Tablet from Duan Ling Tian at the critical moment. It would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to decline his request at that time. To Tang Xian, as long as he's able to defeat the Devil clans, the Devil Seal Tablet won't even be as valuable as 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. When one was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Tang Xian, one would not need the Devil Seal Tablet at all if one's opponent was not a devil. As for devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Tang Xian did not need the Devil Seal Tablet to deal with them since he was extremely powerful. If I have another Super Saint weapon like the Traceless Sword or the Nine Cloud Sword, I don't think he would be so nice. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian had, indeed, guessed correctly. If he had another offensive Super Saint weapon like the Traceless Sword or the Nine Cloud Sword, Tang Xian would not have released such a statement at all since even he would covet the Traceless Sword and the Nine Cloud Sword. Since it's like that, I'll return to the Fire Worship Sect and meet the sect leader. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he made up his mind. He decided there was no need for him to hide the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, before he returned to the Fire Worship Sect. He did not think Tang Xian would make a move against him since Tang Xian could not be sure if he had the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession. Moreover, although Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was lower than Tang Xian's, since he had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was immune to all soul-searching secret tactics. For this reason, he was not worried the sect leader would use such a tactic on him. I'm back. Fire Worship Sect. 3 days later, Duan Ling Tian flew across the sky and entered the Fire Worship Sect. He flew above the White Tiger Sanctum at the east of the Fire Worship Sect ostentatiously. It was completely different from how he had to sneak out from the Fire Worship Sect's estate several years ago. All this was due to the difference in his strength from then and now. Duanling Tian, who was flying above the White Tiger Sanctum, had also changed into the exclusive uniform of a fire worship sect true disciple. How could the sight of a true disciple flying ostentatiously above the White Tiger Sanctum go unnoticed? Is that our fire worship sect true disciple? The White Tiger Sanctum disciples were the first to notice this. They were stunned when they saw a true disciple had trespassed on the White Tiger Sanctum. They knew there was a rule that prohibited Saint Land disciples, both elite and true disciples, from trespassing on any of the 4 symbols sanctums without permission from the respective sanctum leader. However, at this moment, a true disciple was flying above the White Tiger Sanctum as though nobody was there. Based on the direction the true disciple came from, it was apparent he had just returned to the fire worship sect. Isn't he too bold? This is the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums. It's not a place where a mere true disciple like him can act as he likes. Just wait and see. The Silver Flame Elders from our White Tiger Sanctum will catch him and send him to the enforcement hall. The way he's acting is akin to provoking the White Tiger Sanctum. Many White Tiger Sanctum disciples discussed with among themselves, filled with righteous indignance. What if he's a direct disciple of Lord Sanctum Leader or one of the elders in the White Tiger Sanctum? Some White Tiger Sanctum disciples asked. Impossible. Even the direct disciples of Lord Sanctum Leader or the elders always keep to themselves when they come to the White Tiger Sanctum. They wouldn't act so arrogantly. This person is clearly looking down on the White Tiger Sanctum. This is a provocation to our White Tiger Sanctum and the 4 symbol sanctums. There were some people who seemed to think that the world was not chaotic enough among the White Tiger Sanctum disciples. Just when Duanling Tian was about to leave the White Tiger Sanctum and enter the Saint Land, the sound of 2 people scoffing angrily could be heard as the sound of wind whistling approached Duanling Tian. Silver Flame Elders from the White Tiger Sanctum? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the auras from the 2 people who were approaching him. However, he did not pay them any attention and continued to make his way to the Saint Land at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The Silver Flame Elders of Fire Worship Sect were only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. They did not pose any threat to Duanling Tian now. Hold up! How dare you? 2 people bellowed at the same time. Their voices were deafeningly loud. It was the 2 Silver Flame Elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. They moved at lightning speed toward Duanling Tian. In just a short while, they arrived in front of Duanling Tian, blocking his path. One stood behind him and the other stood in front of him. Duanling Tian had no choice but to stop moving. When Duanling Tian stopped moving, the 2 Silver Flame Elders from the White Tiger Sanctum finally saw Duanling Tian's face. They found his face familiar. Currently, Duanling Tian did not disguise himself using the disguise he used when he was at the Fire Worship Sect. He had come without any disguise. Naturally, the 2 Silver Flame Elders from the White Tiger Sanctum found Duanling Tian's real appearance familiar because they had seen his portrait in the past. Elder Lin and Elder Zhang have made a move. At the same time, a group of White Tiger Sanctum disciples who came out to have look recognized the 2 Silver Flame Elders who stepped out to block the true disciple. I think this true disciple is doomed. Of course. He dares to openly trespass on the White Tiger Sanctum. Even Lord Sanctum Leader's direct disciple wouldn't act so boldly. Why do I find this true disciple slightly familiar? I also think he looks familiar. The group of White Tiger Sanctum disciples found Duanling Tian to be slightly familiar as well, but none of them could recall who he was at the moment. The Silver Flame Elders from the White Tiger Sanctum were glaring at Duanling Tian and deciding on what they should do with him when a voice rang in the air. I remember now. He's senior brother Duanling Tian. A White Tiger Sanctum disciple cried out. His eyes were filled with excitement and admiration as he looked at Duanling Tian. Senior brother Duanling Tian? I think you're right. He's indeed senior brother Duanling Tian. He looks completely different from before. He must have taken off his disguise. I've seen his true appearance on a portrait before. I've seen it as well. Moreover, his body is similar to the person in the portrait. The portrait they mentioned were the portraits that Xie, the Golden Lion King and one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect, had distributed to the masses. Almost everybody in the Fire Worship sect had seen Duanling Tian's portrait before. It took a while for people to recall his face since it had been a few years since they last saw the portraits. Duan Ling Tian. Why you're Duan Ling Tian? Naturally, the two Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum elders heard the discussions in their surroundings. Their expressions were no longer angry. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. At this time, they finally remembered the portraits they had seen a few years ago. The young man before them perfectly resembled the person in the portraits. What? Are there people who've been impersonating me, elders? When Duan Ling Tian saw the solemn expressions on the two Silver Flame elders' faces, he shook his head and chuckled. One of the White Tiger Sanctum's Silver Flame elders scoffed before he said, "So what if you're Duan Ling Tian? Every house has its rules and every sect has its laws. Duan Ling Tian, you're a true disciple. How dare you disregard the sect's law and trespass on the White Tiger Sanctum? I'll send you to the Enforcement Hall and let the Enforcement Hall punish you." That's right. Duan Ling Tian, although Lord Sect Leader asks for your return, you can't disregard the sect's laws. Today, you'll have to go to the Enforcement Hall with us, the other White Tiger Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder said. In just a blink of an eye, the atmosphere turned tense. The group of White Tiger Sanctum disciples was staring at Duan Ling Tian intently, wondering how he would handle the situation. Elders, if I'm not mistaken, there's a clause in the Fire Worship Sect's rules. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum with a piercing gaze. If a Saint Land disciple is capable of defeating a Sanctum leader of the four Symbols Sanctums, he or she can walk freely in any of the four Sanctums and is exempted from punishment. Duan Ling Tian said clearly before the Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum had a chance to reply. Duan Ling Tian knew the rules in the Fire Worship Sect very well. That was how he knew about this clause. You? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the expressions of the two Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum changed immediately to one of disbelief and confusion. An absurd thought rose in their minds in unison. Is Duan Ling Tian stronger than the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum? The Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum was a Golden Flame elder in the Fire Worship Sect. His cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could be considered as one of the strongest cultivators at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The group of White Tiger Sanctum disciples was also shocked. All of them stared at Duan Ling Tian with their mouths agape. Don't tell me senior brother Duan Ling Tian wants to challenge the Sanctum leader of our White Tiger Sanctum. All of them had the same thought in their minds. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian spoke up again. He sounded confident. If the White Tiger Sanctum takes offense to me trespassing, then the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum should come and fight me. If I'm defeated, I'll willingly go to the Enforcement Hall and accept my punishment. Duan Ling Tian's words that contained rich Sun Saint origin, both intentionally and unintentionally, swept through the White Tiger Sanctum, causing a commotion. Duan Ling Tian? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian has returned? The sect leader has only released his statement a few days ago, but he's back so soon. Not only did he return, but it seems like he's in our White Tiger Sanctum. Based on his words, it seems like he's challenging Lord Sanctum leader. It seems like someone blocked his path. I remember there's a clause that allows a disciple to walk freely in the four symbol sanctums as long as he or she can defeat a Sanctum leader. So is senior brother Duan Ling Tian trying to obtain the right to walk freely in the four symbol sanctums? All of the White Tiger Sanctum disciples, except for those who were in the midst of closed-door cultivations, instantly stopped what they were doing and made their way to the source of the voice. Even a few Silver Flame elders and Bronze Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum went over to have a look. The White Tiger Sanctum was in an uproar over Duan Ling Tian's words. Suddenly, a boisterous voice rang in the White Tiger Sanctum. It seemed as though it could shake heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian, you want to challenge me? The group of White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples' eyes lit up when they heard the energetic voice. All of them flew closer to Duan Ling Tian to take a look. Lord Sanctum leader, listen. Did you hear? Lord Sanctum leader seems quite angry. How can he not be angry? Duan Ling Tian's provoking him. With his temper, do you think he'll be able to keep calm? How bold of Duan Ling Tian to challenge Lord Sanctum leader. Don't tell me he's really confident he can defeat Lord Sanctum Leader? Many White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples discussed among themselves. They were not certain if Duanling Tian was strong enough to defeat the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. After all, they had witnessed how monstrously strong Duanling Tian was a few years ago. Since Duanling Tian had come to the fire worship sect, he had not lost before. He had won all the challenges that he had issued. He had only returned to the fire worship sect today, but he had already issued a challenge. However, this time his opponent was not a disciple from the fire worship sect, but a golden flame elder, who was also the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. The sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum from the four symbol sanctums could be considered as quite strong among the golden flame elders in the fire worship sect. When the people present on the scene recalled Duanling Tian's previous feats and thought of the strength of the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, they were not certain what the outcome would be like. Lord Sanctum Leader's cultivation base is at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the 3rd or 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage 3 years ago. Now that 3 years have passed, I wonder if he has grown strong enough to defeat Lord Sanctum Leader. One's cultivation becomes slower as the level becomes higher, especially once one reaches the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Every level is harder to break through than the one before. Even if Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage 3 years ago, it doesn't mean he'll be able to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 years. I agree. This is why I think Lord Sanctum Leader has a higher chance of winning. I can't wait to see Lord Sanctum Leader beating him up. How dare he act so outrageously in the White Tiger Sanctum? Does he think he can easily bully the White Tiger Sanctum? After discussing among themselves, most of the White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples felt the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum would win if he fought Duanling Tian. Whoosh! A thunderous noise rang in the air as a figure appeared close to Duanling Tian. Those White Tiger Sanctum disciples with a weaker cultivation base could not catch the figure's movement at all. It seemed as though he had appeared out of thin air. It was a tall, middle-aged man with a sturdy body. He was dressed in the exclusive uniform of an elder of the fire worship sect. However, the flames on his robes were gold. There was an embroidery of a tiger with the word King on its forehead on the robe as well. It was not difficult to guess the middle-aged man's identity from his uniform. It was Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. Lu Qing's face was covered with his beard. His eyes were big and framed by a pair of thick eyebrows. His hair was disheveled. All in all, he had a valiant and dangerous aura about him. As he hovered in the air, he looked like a ferocious tiger that was about to go on a hunt. The moment Lu Qing appeared, the group of White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples immediately greeted him respectfully. Lord Sanctum Leader! Lord Sanctum Leader! Lu Qing nodded indifferently as he stared at Duanling Tian intently. Duanling Tian, I've never met you before. However, I've heard a lot about you. It seems like you're a rare prodigy who only comes along every 1,000 years in the fire worship sect. You're probably the first person whom Lord Sect Leader has to personally invite back to the sect. I admire you a lot. Although Lu Qing said he admired Duanling Tian, his tone was filled with disregard. This was because he knew the reason why the sect leader of fire worship sect had released a statement asking for Duanling Tian's return. It was only because the sect leader wanted to borrow the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that Duanling Tian possessed to deal with the devil clans if they invade the upper province. Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. I've heard about you as well. Duanling Tian replied indifferently. Duanling Tian, I know you have a high innate talent. I'm sure you've made huge progress in your cultivation base now that several years have gone by. However, are you certain you can defeat me? If you really think so, I must admit that I've overestimated you in the past. Currently, you're nothing but a brainless boor in my eyes. Lu Qing's tone turned colder when he heard the indifference in Duanling Tian's voice. It sounded like a provocation to him. Well, we'll find out if I'm strong enough to defeat you or not once we get this started. Duanling Tian seemed unbothered by Lu Qing's tone that had turned colder. He maintained his indifferent manner as though Lu Qing was insignificant in his eyes. Indeed, he really did not think much of Lu Qing. Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum and a Golden Flame elder in the Fire Worship sect, was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. Disregarding everything, Duanling Tian's cultivation base alone was higher than Lu Qing's cultivation base. Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Qing became furious when he saw Duanling Tian's disregard of him. The saint origin in his body instantly surged out from his body with killing intent. Some of the White Tiger Sanctum disciples who had a weaker cultivation base were pushed back on their feet from this force. Where does Duanling Tian get his courage from? How dare he look down on Lord Sanctum Leader? Duanling Tian's nonchalance surprised the group of White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples. They wondered why Duanling Tian spoke as though he had already won the fight. Lord Sect Leader is furious. I'm afraid Duanling Tian is going to get his skin flayed today even if he's not killed. Many of the White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples shook their heads and said a silent farewell to Duanling Tian when they saw how furious Lu Qing was. Duanling Tian has only left the sect for a few years, but he thinks he's invincible now. He should be taught a lesson today so he knows his place. How dare he act so outrageously in front of the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum? He's seeking death. Well, Lord Sect Leader personally invited him back to the sect, so I don't think Lord Sanctum Leader will kill him. However, I'm certain he'll suffer a lot of injuries today. Most of the White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples did not have high regard for Duanling Tian. They felt he was looking for trouble. A small number of White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples had a solemn expression on their faces as they watched the scene that was unfolding before their eyes. They all had the same thought in their minds. Duanling Tian is just as confident as before. Is it possible that he really is strong enough to defeat Lord Sanctum Leader? Naturally, these people did not dare to give voice to this thought. The others would definitely curse them if they knew what they were thinking. The saint origin surged out of Lu Qing's body, and he was about to make a move. Suddenly, a slightly impatient voice rang in the air. Too slow. Duanling Tian had a frown on his face when he spoke. Duanling Tian's words further enraged Lu Qing, causing his saint origin to skyrocket immediately. His body was trembling violently from anger, and he prepared to strike. Sanctum Leader Lu, since you're not going to make a move, I'll make a move first. Duanling Tian's impatient voice rang in the air again. As Duanling Tian spoke, he moved his right hand quickly. A dazzling golden light appeared immediately on his body. It was his Sun Saint origin. Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin that swept out from his right hand grew brighter and brighter, blocking the sky from view. It seemed as though it had transformed into a gigantic hand. As Duanling Tian moved his hand, the gigantic hand that was formed from his Sun Saint energy moved toward Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, as well. Boom! Rumble! Tick hand clenched into a fist that resembled a mountain before it smashed down on Lu Qing. This strike from Duanling Tian contained only Sun Saint origin. He did not use any martial tactics, divine abilities, or saint weapons. However, this strike was more than enough to deal with Lu Qing. When the gigantic hand reached out to grab Lu Qing, Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin swept out. It completely overpowered Lu Qing's saint origin. Although Duanling Tian was only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial Stage 6th form, his Sun Saint origin was far superior to the saint origin of an ordinary cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. His Sun Saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. It was only natural that his Sun Saint origin easily overpowered the saint origin of a cultivator at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, could not move at all since the gigantic hand was holding him in place. He could only howl in pain as his face turned red. The saint origin in his body continued to surge out of his body. It was obvious he was using all his strength at this moment. Even then, he was still overpowered and defeated. How is this possible? Upon seeing this, the group of White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples were stunned. When Duanling Tian moved his right hand and the gigantic hand appeared, it seemed as though it was capable of plucking the sun, the moon, and the stars from the sky. Lu Qing, the awe-inspiring Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was completely overpowered. He was utterly defenseless before Duanling Tian. He could not strike back at all. There was an expression of disbelief and shock on the faces of the group of elders and disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum when they saw this scene. Prior to this, Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was powerful in the eyes of the disciples and elders of White Tiger Sanctum. However, today they witnessed how helpless Lu Qing was and how he had been subdued by a fire worship sect true disciple. Was there ever a fire worship sect true disciple who was so abnormally strong? Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the gigantic hand that was holding onto a struggling Lu Qing released its grip on him suddenly. When Duanling Tian unclenched his hands, the gigantic hand that was formed from his son Saint Origin did the same, releasing Lu Qing. When Lu Qing was released, he felt as though he had regained his freedom again. At this moment, he felt relieved that he had survived a disaster. Before long, terror overwhelmed him. He was terrified by Duanling Tian's strength. Swoosh! Before Lu Qing could react, Duanling Tian raised his right hand and smashed it down again at lightning speed. The gigantic hand instantly moved up before it slammed down on Lu Qing again. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. Lu Qing, who did not have time to react at all since the beginning, was crushed by the gigantic hand and fell to the ground violently. After a while, boom! Rumble! A series of explosions reverberated in the air. The ground in the White Tiger Sanctum shook violently. While Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was free-falling, the gigantic hand smashed down on him again. However, Duanling Tian's attack held no killing intent. After he smashed Lu Qing down for the final time, he made the gigantic hand formed from his son's Saint Origin vanished with just a thought. Even then, Lu Qing was covered in dust despite not suffering grievous injuries. How could he not be covered in dust when he was slammed to the ground so violently that he was almost buried in the ground? To the group of White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples, all of this happened too quickly. The sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum was helplessly smashed to the ground by a true disciple in just a blink of an eye. He was plastered to the ground as though he was a specimen that was pinned on a board. The group of White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples had an expression of disbelief and fear on their faces when they saw this. Sanctum leader Lu, please excuse me. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, who had just gotten up from the ground before he flew away. It seemed as though he did not see the grave expression on Lu Qing's face. To Duanling Tian, defeating someone at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage did not bring him any sense of achievement at all, even if the other party was the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum and a Golden Flame elder of Fire Worship sect. If the people from the White Tiger Sanctum did not obstruct Duanling Tian's path, he would not have made a move at all. Only several years have passed, but Duanling Tian has become so strong. After Duanling Tian left, Lu Qing's face turned green before it paled. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something, causing his eyes to widen. Don't tell me the news from Sin City is true? Duanling Tian really killed Xianxia, the Golden Lion King and one of the four great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. Previously, although Lu Qing had heard the news of Duanling Tian killing Xianxia, similar to most people, he did not think it was anything more than a rumor. However, now that he had suffered defeat in Duanling Tian's hands, he could not help but give the rumor credence. When Duanling Tian had struck earlier, all he felt was the suffocating force from the gigantic hand that smashed him. The gigantic hand felt as though it held the power of heaven and earth. No matter how much he struggled, he could not free himself at all. The gigantic hand is formed only from his saint origin. Even an ordinary cultivator at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage won't be able to do that. It feels as though he's at the peak of the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage or possibly even the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment Lu Qing thought of this, a hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. It's only been a few years, but he has grown so strong. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? The confusion in his eyes was replaced with a look of jealousy. In Lu Qing's opinion, it was not possible for Duanling Tian to grow so monstrously strong in just a few years. He had to have a fortuitous encounter. After a while, Lu Qing's face turned red when he sensed the stares from the White Tiger Sanctum elders. He did not acknowledge them at all before he flew away like a gust of wind and disappeared before everyone's sight. Today, he, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, had been greatly humiliated. If he knew then what he knew now, he would have pretended to be in closed-door cultivation and let Duanling Tian go. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The people who regained their senses first were the Silver Flame Elders. They only exchanged a look and smiled wryly when they saw their sanctum leader had left without a word. I can't believe Duanling Tian has grown so strong in just a few years. It's crazy, a Silver Flame Elder from the White Tiger Sanctum said as he sighed emotionally. You're right. If I didn't personally witness this, I would find it hard to believe as well. Lord Sanctum Leader was like a helpless 3-year-old in front of Duanling Tian. He could not strike back at all. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to defeat Lord Sanctum Leader so easily, right? Duanling Tian may very well be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I didn't personally see this. I wouldn't believe he has grown so strong in such a short time. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Does this mean the rumor of him killing Xianxia, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, is true? Based on the current situation, I won't be surprised if it's true. Initially, only the Silver Flame Elders of White Tiger Sanctum were discussing Duanling Tian's current strength. After a while, the White Tiger Sanctum Bronze Flame Elders and disciples began to join in the discussion. In the end, they came to the conclusion that Duanling Tian, a rare prodigy from the Fire Worship sect, had probably killed Xianxia, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. Xianxia, the Golden Lion King and one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. If senior brother Duanling Tian really killed him, he must have taken over his ranking, right? One of the White Tiger Sanctum disciples muttered under his breath. It won't be too long from now before the new Supreme Saint ranking is released. I think it'll reach the Western region and the Fire Worship sect in just a few days. Another White Tiger Sanctum disciple chimed in. Currently, the group of White Tiger Sanctum elders and disciples was unaware that the new Supreme Saint ranking had already been released in the Central region. People around that area who initially did not believe Duanling Tian had killed Xianxia, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw the person who was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. They were speechless. Their faces were flushed as though someone had slapped them. As it turned out, Duanling Tian, the prodigy from Fire Worship sect, really did kill Xianxia, the Golden Lion King and one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. They could choose not to believe in the rumors, but they had no choice but to believe in the Supreme Saint ranking. Duanling Tian, who had left the White Tiger Sanctum, finally arrived in the vicinity of the Fire Worship sect's Saint Land. Saint Land, it has been such a long time since I was here. However, Duanling Tian did not land in the Saint Land, nor did he return to his mansion on the floating island. Instead, he flew even higher above the clouds where a group of floating islands was located. He flew all the way up before he came to a halt at the highest point where one floating island was located. I, Duanling Tian, have returned to the Fire Worship sect after seeing the announcement sect leader made. Sect leader, I came here to look for you, hoping that you'll keep your promise and swear on the lightning penalty oath. Duanling Tian said at a neither hurried nor slow pace as he hovered in the air in front of the floating island. He remained calm as though he did not place any importance in the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect. An elder who was on patrol was about to reprimand the true disciple who appeared in the cultivation place of the sect leader when he came to a halt suddenly. Duanling Tian? He's back. When the elder on patrol discovered that the true disciple was Duanling Tian, he no longer approached him and continued patrolling in other areas. He knew the sect leader of Fire Worship sect had released a statement asking for Duanling Tian's return, but he did not expect Duanling Tian would return so quickly. I wonder how strong Duanling Tian has become after these few years. The elder on patrol thought to himself as he made a move to leave. However, I'm sure I'm no match for him. After all, he was capable of killing Xiezong, the son of Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King, 3 years ago. I'm only slightly stronger than Xiezong now. The elder on patrol was well aware of his own strength. Although he was a silver flame elder in the fire worship sect, he was only a silver flame elder with average strength. His cultivation base was only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Perhaps he might be able to stand on even ground with Duanling Tian 3 years ago, but now he was certain there was a huge gap between their strength. Duanling Tian's voice spread out and was clearly transmitted to the floating island and mansion before him. This was the cultivation place of Tang Xian, the sect leader of the fire worship sect. Currently, Tang Xian was not the only one who lived in the mansion on the floating island. Duanling Tian? He's back. Gan Ruyen, who was in the courtyard of the mansion, was stunned. A confused expression could be seen on her face when she heard Duanling Tian's voice. She had heard about the statement that the sect leader of fire worship sect released, but she did not expect Duanling Tian to return so soon. Only 3 days had passed since the sect leader of fire worship sect released a statement. Naturally, she was unaware that long before the statement was released, Duanling Tian had been hiding in the vicinity of the fire worship sect. He had been paying attention to everything that had been happening in the fire worship sect. In fact, Duanling Tian had waited for 3 excruciating days that felt like years before he returned to the fire worship sect. He had waited before he returned because he was afraid if he returned too quickly, the sect leader of fire worship sect would figure out that he had the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Young master! A small cry resonated in the air. A girl who looked identical to Gan Ruyen ran out from a room in the courtyard. The moment she appeared, everything her surroundings seemed to pale in comparison. The girl was none other than Kur, who had just put her daughter to sleep. As soon as Kur's daughter fell asleep, she suddenly heard the voice that she had been dreaming about day and night. Her young master had returned to the fire worship sect. When Gan Ruyen saw her younger sister charging out from the room in a hurry, her expression turned tense. It seemed as though she had turned into a gust of wind as she moved to stop Kur. She said solemnly, Yuyen, you can't act recklessly. If you accidentally reveal the fact that he's your man, Lord Sect Leader would never let him go. Sister, I know. Kuan nodded with a sad expression on her face. Duanling Tian was her man. He was even more important to her than her own life. How could she possibly do something that might put his life in danger? Although she longed to be reunited with her man, she held herself back when she thought of the consequences. Tears streamed down her face as her emotions overwhelmed her. Young master, Kur is here. Please don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to see you, but I can't, Kur muttered to herself. She felt as though her heart had been stabbed by a knife. Ha! As the saying went, a married couple shares a heart. Currently, Duanling Tian felt a pang in his heart, causing him to fall into a daze. He quickly regained his senses as he waited for the sect leader of fire worship sect to come out. However, before the sect leader of fire worship sect made an appearance, 3 uninvited guests had already appeared. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling sounded as 3 figures appeared near Duanling Tian. The 3 figures consisted of a green-clad old man, a purple-clad young man, and a beautiful red-clad lady. The old man had white hair, and he looked like a sage. The young man was handsome and had a graceful bearing, making it seem as though spring had arrived. The lady was stunning. She had a seductive figure and a delicate face that could cause men's imagination to run wild. When these 3 people appeared, Duanling Tian's gaze instantly landed on the green-clad old man. He took the initiative to greet the old man. Guardian Qing. Hua. Duanling Tian had met this old man once. At that time, the old man had wanted to take Duanling Tian in as his direct disciple. But Duanling Tian had rejected his offer. He knew the old man was Guardian Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians of fire worship sect. The 3 great guardians of fire worship sect, also known as the 3 guardians of wind, fire, and cloud, are Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun. It seems like the purple-clad young man and the beautiful red-clad lady standing next to Guardian Qinghua are Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hong Yun, Duanling Tian thought to himself when he greeted Qinghua among the 3 great guardians of fire worship sect. The strongest one is Guardian Zifeng. Rumor has it that he has long broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's one of the pillars of the fire worship sect. The second strongest is Guardian Qinghua, who's also Gan Ruyan's master. His cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Last but not least is Guardian Hongyun. Although she's a woman, her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's one of the very few female powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was before, perhaps, he would feel a little wary when faced with the 3 great guardians of fire worship sect. However, currently he did not feel wary at all. If he fought with them at this moment, he had no need to be afraid of them if he unleashed all his strength. Duanling Tian, you finally came back, Guardian Qinghua said as he studied Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian smiled awkwardly before he looked at the 2 people standing next to Guardian Qinghua. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hongyun, right? He had spoken very casually as though he was speaking to his equal. Naturally, with his strength, he stood on even ground with the Guardians of Fire Worship sect. Guardian Qinghua's expression changed immediately when he heard Duanling Tian's offhanded remark. He might be able to disregard Duanling Tian's impoliteness, but it did not mean the other 2 guardians were like him. Just as expected, the expressions on Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hongyun's faces darkened immediately. Guardian Hongyun, in particular, looked extremely offended. As guardians of fire worship sect, they held a high position in the sect. Their positions were only inferior to the sect leader of fire worship sect. Even the 2 vice sect leaders of fire worship sect had to be respectful to them, let alone the golden flame elders, silver flame elders, and bronze flame elders. However, today, a true disciple from the fire worship sect had spoken to them in such an offhanded manner that lacked respect. It was as though he was speaking to another true disciple, not the guardians of fire worship sect. How could the 2 people who were usually treated with much respect not be angered by this? How dare you? Hongyun spat out these words in a low voice. Her expression was solemn as she glared at Duanling Tian. You're Duanling Tian? You. Do you know who you're talking to? Just because you have that bit of innate talent, how dare you be so arrogant, conceited, and rude in front of your elders? Didn't your sectless master teach you any manners? Her voice was extremely cold. Zifeng looked at Duanling Tian coldly and remained silent since Hongyun had already said the words he wanted to. At the same time, Guardian Qinghua, who was standing next to them, remembered that Gan Ruyan, his direct disciple, had asked him to look after Duanling Tian. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian apologized to the 2 guardians now. However, Duanling Tian ignored Qinghua's voice transmission. He looked at Hongyun fearlessly as he said in a calm voice, "Don't tell me I was wrong? Are you not Guardian Hongyun?" It seemed as though he did not notice the furious expression on Hongyun's face. Qinghua's expression changed immediately. He did not expect Duanling Tian would act this way even after listening to his voice transmission. He instantly gave up on helping Duanling Tian and thought to himself, Ruyan, it's not that master didn't comply with your wish. However, Duanling Tian is too arrogant and conceited. It's not a bad idea to teach him a lesson. In Qinghua's opinion, Duanling Tian was different from before. Although Duanling Tian had behaved in an unrestrained manner previously, he was never arrogant. Currently, it seemed as though he viewed everyone as insignificant. Qinghua knew Hongyun would not kill Duanling Tian because she would not disrupt the plan of the sect leader of fire worship sect. For this reason, he decided to stand aside and watch as Hongyun taught Duanling Tian a lesson so he would not act so arrogantly in the future. Ever since I, Hongyun, have broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and become a guardian of fire worship sect, this is my first time meeting such an arrogant disciple in the fire worship sect. Hongyun said coldly. It seemed as though her voice could freeze everything in her surroundings. Her expression darkened when she saw that Duanling Tian seemed unbothered. I won't kill you today for sect leader's sake. However, I'll have to teach you some manners. It was obvious that Hongyun was furious. As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible energy surged out of her body even though she did not make a move. The energy swept toward Duanling Tian like an angry dragon. Although this was not the extent of her strength, it was more than enough to injure and send cultivators below the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage flying if they were caught off guard. As soon Hong Yun's Saint Origin swept toward Duanling Tian, she was certain it would send Duanling Tian flying. Zifeng and Qinghua also did not think Duanling Tian would be able to block this attack from Hong Yun. However, would the outcome be the same as their expectations? When the invisible energy was only a foot away from Duanling Tian. Swish! Duanling Tian scoffed. He did not move as a wave of invisible energy swept out toward Hong Yun's invisible energy and clashed with it. Boom! The sound of explosions reverberated in the air, causing the air around them to turn turbulent. Wind blew violently, and it made Duanling Tian and Hong Yun's robes flutter loudly. The red-clad guardian stood her ground and did not move at all. Duanling Tian was the same. The atmosphere turned tense immediately. Silence. How's this possible? When Qinghua regained his senses, he was bewildered. He did not think Duanling Tian would be able to nullify Hong Yun's attack. This was not something anyone was capable of. Only those above the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage were capable of something like that. A hint of surprise could be seen in Zifeng's eyes. Qinghua was not the only one who was baffled. Naturally, the person who was most surprised was Hong Yun. I've underestimated you. Guardian Hong Yun glared at Duanling Tian as she said in a low voice, "No wonder you're so arrogant. It seems like you are somewhat capable." Hong Yun paused for a moment before she said, "However, I'll show you why you can't be rude to your elders just because you're a little strong." As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, her red robe began to flutter in the air. Whoosh! Hong Yun seemed to have transformed into a bolt of red lighting as she charged toward Duanling Tian. It was obvious that she would not let him go if she did not teach him a lesson today. As a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hong Yun managed to slightly pressure Duanling Tian even though she had not unleashed her full power. When Hong Yun was charging toward Duanling Tian, he suddenly said in a calm voice, "Guardian Hong Yun, just unleash your full power." How arrogant! Hong Yun was further enraged when she heard Duanling Tian's words. Her expression turned cold immediately. Her seductive body trembled in anger as waves of energy surged out of her like a raging tide. Qinghua shook his head. Although Duanling Tian managed to nullify Hong Yun's earlier attack, he did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Hong Yun. Hong Yun could be considered as his junior sister, so he knew very well how powerful she was. Hong Yun was a guardian of fire worship sect. She was a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, her ranking was not so high 3 years ago. Her ranking had only risen because of the deaths of many powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent devils. For this reason, there was a great shuffle in the Supreme Saint ranking. Many people's ranks had risen a few places just like Hong Yun. Duanling Tian did not continue to remind Hong Yun to unleash her full power when he saw she had no intention of doing so. Instead, he quickly cast his assist-type divine ability. Elementary Devouring Tactic. The moment Duanling Tian cast the Elementary Devouring Tactic, whirlpools began to appear around him. Whoosh! 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 The whirlpools began to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy around Duanling Tian as his sun's Saint Origin skyrocketed. His sun's Saint Origin emitted an extremely powerful aura. Whoosh! When Hong Yun sensed the aura, her eyes narrowed immediately. A 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? She could clearly sense that after Duanling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the Saint Origin in his body had been raised to the Saint Celestial stage sun's flame. It was not the aura of an ordinary cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although it was not at the level of a cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was quite similar. Her Saint Origin could not compare to Duanling Tian's sun's Saint Origin at all before she cast an assist-type divine ability. Good. Good. Very good. At this time, Hong Yun no longer thought Duanling Tian was being arrogant or conceited. His current strength was enough to let him speak to them as equals. Disrespectful to elders? The other 2 guardians and Hong Yun merely held positions higher than Duanling Tian. They were addressed as elders because of their superior strength. Since Duan Ling Tian's strength was not inferior to their strength, why should he treat them as elders? Conceited? Based on Duan Ling Tian's power, he was not conceited. He was only talking to them as equals. The three guardians thought Duan Ling Tian was conceited because they did not think Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to their strength. Even then, Hong Yun had no intention of retreating. Instead, she felt thrilled now that her interest was piqued. Swish! At this moment, Hong Yun no longer dared to act carelessly. She instantly cast her assist-type divine ability to raise her saint origin. In the end, her saint origin was no longer inferior to Duan Ling Tian's sun saint energy. How's this possible? When Qinghua and Zifeng regained their senses, they saw the horror and disbelief in each other's eyes. Naturally, they had noticed what Hong Yun had noticed. They were baffled by Duan Ling Tian's strength. It seems like he really killed Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion and King and Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. Qinghua sent a voice transmission to Zifeng. If he really killed Xiekong Sun with 3 strikes, I'm afraid Hong Yun's no match for him. Zifeng replied through voice transmission with a solemn expression on his face. I agree. Qinghua smiled wryly. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had already engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Hong Yun. Neither of them used martial tactics or divine abilities. They were just using their strength. Boom! 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 2 waves of energy close to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage clashed repeatedly, causing the sound of explosions to reverberate in the air. The force of the repeated collisions was so strong that the ground began to quake. At this moment, it seemed as though both of them were evenly matched. At this moment, the elder on patrol had returned when he heard the commotion. As soon as he arrived, he saw a scene he would never forget in his life. How is this possible? Duan Ling Tian, a true disciple of Fire Worship Sect, was fighting with Hong Yun, one of the 3 great guardians of Fire Worship Sect. What was even more shocking was the fact that both of them seemed to be evenly matched. Guardian Hong Yun is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How's Duan Ling Tian evenly matched with her? At this moment, the elder on patrol felt as though he was dreaming. However, it was clear that the scene before him was real. Don't tell me the rumor about Duan Ling Tian killing Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, is true. The moment the elder on patrol thought of this, he was thoroughly shocked. He did not regain his senses for a long time. After they tested each other's strength for a while, Hong Yun took out a long red whip. Swish! 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 Hong Yun swung the long whip and it moved like a ferocious red-banded snake. She emitted an impressive aura as she sent her saint origin into the red whip in her hand. Swoosh! The red whip released a terrifying aura immediately, like a red-banded snake that was about to strike. Based on this, one could tell Hong Yun's long whip was no ordinary saint weapon. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian knew what the weapon was as soon as he sensed its aura. He raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. Naturally, it was not the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Duan Ling Tian had obtained this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword from a member of the Ground Axe Alliance when he arrived in Sin City 3 years ago. He was lucky to arrive at that time. If he was 15 minutes late, he would not have been able to obtain the sword. One could say Duan Ling Tian had fate with that 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. When Duan Ling Tian first obtained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, he did not dare to wield it openly. However, currently he was strong enough to do so. He was strong enough to keep other people from snatching the sword away from him. Those who were weaker than him, naturally, would not dare to harbor any thoughts about his sword. On the other hand, those who were stronger than him usually had their own 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Naturally, they would not covet his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. When the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, his aura changed immediately as though he had turned into a different person. With his sword in hand, it seemed like he held the world in his hands as well. When Duan Ling Tian took the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword out, he poured his sun saint origin into the sword without reservation. Swish! 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 The sound of sword whistling sounded in the air. The tip of the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword shone with a blinding and dazzling light. "Take this, Duanling Tian." Hong Yuan snarled as she cracked her whip. She charged at Duanling Tian with her whip that resembled a red banded snake. At this moment, Hong Yun had regarded Duanling Tian as her enemy. She no longer regarded him as an ordinary true disciple in fire worship sect. For this reason, she no longer held back when she attacked. It seemed like she would not stop until she had defeated Duanling Tian. Swoosh! Hong Yun moved like the wind. Due to her red robe, she looked like a fiery meteor as she flew across the sky. Buzz! Hong Yun cracked her whip in the air. It looked like a red-banded snake moving in the air. It was extremely eye-catching. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he watched Hong Yun charging at him with her whip. He thought to himself, "It's time to end this." In the next moment, a formidable energy surged out of his body. It seemed as though he had turned into a sword that could cut through anything. Sword controlling technique. As soon as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword in his hand glided out suddenly as though it had a life of its own. Swoosh! As soon as the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword in Duanling Tian's hand flew out, the brief cry of a sword sounded in the air. The sword glinted in front of Hong Yun before she could reach Duanling Tian. The sword with its terrifying aura was very close to Hong Yun's hand that was holding the long whip. The aura shocked Hong Yun, causing her body to tremble. When she regained her senses, she discovered she had no time to block the attack from the incredibly fast 1,000 inscription saint's sword that seemed to be even more powerful than the force of a cultivator at the 7th form of the saint's celestial stage. It seemed as though the sword had mysteriously appeared. At this moment, Hong Yun could see the scene where her hand was crippled. Qinghua and Zifeng cried out in horror when they realized what was going on. "Watch out!" Both of them charged out simultaneously in an attempt to save her. Unfortunately, they were too late. At the critical juncture, an awe-inspiring voice reverberated in the air. It seemed like it came from all directions. One should be lenient whenever possible. Zifeng and Qinghua looked relieved as soon as they heard the voice, as though they had encountered a life-savior. Clang! A loud noise resounded in the air. A translucent wall had appeared between Hong Yun and the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword, blocking its attack. Just when the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword was about to lose its momentum, the wall began to disappear as well. At this time, the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword continued to slash forward, but it was no longer a threat to Hong Yun. Duanling Tian retrieved the sword and no longer attacked Hong Yun. At the same time, he seemed to have realized something as he turned to look at the space nearby. The sect leader of fire worship sect? A figure appeared at this moment. It was a tall, middle-aged man with a sturdy build. He wore a long white robe embroidered with red fiery flames. He had an elegant appearance. His eyes had a commanding look to them that made people yield to him. Whether it was his body or his appearance, everything was almost perfect. The robe he's wearing seems a little similar to the uniforms of the fire worship sect elders and disciples, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, it only bore a slight resemblance to the uniforms of the fire worship sect elders and disciples. Duanling Tian had never seen the flames embroidered on the robe before. It was obvious that it was one of a kind. Upon closer inspection, one would see the flames resembled a divine dragon that twined around the wearer's body as though it was protecting the wearer. Duanling Tian knew the middle-aged man standing before him was Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect. "You're finally willing to come out?" Duanling Tian thought to himself as stared at Tang Xian with a sharp gaze. When Duanling Tian was engaged in combat with Hong Yun earlier and they were evenly matched, Elder Hua had informed that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was hiding nearby and studying him. At that time, he already knew who that person was. In the fire worship sect, only sect leader Tang Xian had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was no need to guess at all. In order to lure the other party out, when Hong Yun took out her 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon and fought with all her might, he had taken out his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword and wielded it with all his strength as well. Not only that, he even used the technique from the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The instant he attacked, he acted as though he was going to cripple Hong Yun. This was because he wanted to force Tang Xian, who was hiding, to reveal himself. Although Hong Yun was rude to Duanling Tian, he did not take offense since he knew it was just human nature. After all, she did not know about his strength. If they switched places, perhaps he might be even ruder. Due to this reason, he did not intend to really cripple Hong Yun. He was prepared to call his sword back to him before it could hurt her. As it turned out, there was no need for him to do that because his plan worked. Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, who was hiding, was forced to reveal himself. Tang Xian was also studying Duanling Tian from head to toe with sharp eyes. After a while, he asked Duanling Tian, "Aren't you worried you won't be able to call your sword back to you if I didn't make a move? I'm really curious. How did you know I was hiding nearby?" Tang Xian's words shocked Duanling Tian. He saw through my plan. Duanling Tian was baffled. Faced with Tang Xian's knowing gaze, he felt as though he had been stripped naked and could not hide anything from Tang Xian. Meanwhile, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun, who had survived a disaster, were shocked as well when they heard Tang Xian's words. "Ha! I can't believe you saw through my plan, sect leader. However, even if you didn't make a move earlier, Guardian Hong Yun would still be safe. As for how I noticed you, it was just a coincidence," Duanling Tian replied. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the three great guardians of fire worship sect finally realized what was going on. Duanling Tian had attacked so viciously with his flying sword because he wanted the sect leader who was hiding nearby to reveal himself. Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, continued studying Duanling Tian before he complimented him generously. "A sword-wielding technique that you can control as you like. Your attainment in the sword Dao is, indeed, one of a kind." One of a kind. This was what Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, had to say about Duanling Tian's achievement in sword Dao. Duanling Tian was not surprised by Tang Xian's assessment. After all, he cultivated the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. It was a rare sword Dao technique that was superior to the other sword Dao martial tactics in this mundane realm. However, he was slightly taken aback that Tang Xian was able to see this. Just as expected of the sect leader of fire worship sect. One of a kind? Meanwhile, the three great guardians of fire worship sect finally regained their senses. They were baffled by Tang Xian's words. They did not expect the sect leader of fire worship sect would compliment Duanling Tian's achievement in sword Dao. However, when Zifeng and Qinghua recalled how Duanling Tian's sword had disappeared the instant it appeared, they agreed with Tang Xian. Putting Tang Xian aside, both of them had never seen such a sword technique before. As for Hong Yun, despite discovering that Duanling Tian had no intention of crippling her hand, she still trembled in fear when she recalled the scene earlier. Duanling Tian's speed was too fast. Before she even realized what was happening, the sword was already near her. When she finally regained her senses, it was too late for her to block his sword. If Tang Xian did not make a move, and if it was not for the fact that Duanling Tian had no intention of hurting her, she would not be able to prevent her hand from being crippled. "Duanling Tian, it seems like the rumor is true. Based on your strength and your achievement in sword Dao, it won't be difficult at all for you to kill Golden Lion King Xiakong Sun, one of the four great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect." Tang Xian's eyes were gleaming as he looked at Duanling Tian. It was as though he was looking at a rare treasure. In fact, he really did think of Duanling Tian like a rare treasure. After all, Duanling Tian was even more powerful than Hong Yun, one of the guardians of fire worship sect. If it was a death duel, Hong Yun would have been killed in 10 moves. "Yes, I did kill Xiakong Sun." Duanling Tian nodded. "You really killed Xiakong Sun with 3 moves using your sword?" Hong Yun asked urgently as soon as Duanling Tian spoke. It seemed as though she could not wait to hear the answer. Duanling Tian had almost crippled Hong Yun's hand earlier because she had let down her guard. Otherwise, she would not have ended up in such a sorry state. However, she might have let her guard down, but she knew very well that she was no match for Duanling Tian at all, even if she was guarded. Hong wanted to know if Duanling Tian really killed Xiakong Sun with 3 moves, because if it was true, it meant that Duanling Tian did not use all his strength when they fought earlier. Although she was stronger than Xiakong Sun, she was just a little stronger than him. "If I was serious about killing him, I could have killed him with just a move," Duanling Tian said indifferently in response to Hong Yun's question. The entire place fell silent immediately. Duanling Tian's confident words echoed in everyone's ears. His words left no room for arguments. You can kill Xiekong Sun with just a move if you wanted to? At this moment, apart from Hong Yun, Zifeng and Qinghua also realized Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among the 3 guardians, Zifeng was the only one who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Hong Yun recovered from her shock, she looked at Zifeng and asked through voice transmission, "Guardian Zifeng, do you think you'll be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian?" Zifeng did not answer Hong Yun immediately. He thought about it for a moment before he said truthfully, "If he can really kill Xiekong Sun with just a move, I might not be a match for him." "It seems like he held back a lot when we fought earlier." Guardian Hong Yun smiled wryly. Naturally, Hong Yun and everyone else were unaware that most of Duan Ling Tian's strength came from the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. With the sword, he was stronger than most powerhouses below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Tang Xian regained his senses first. He smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Good, good. After all these years, the Fire Worship Sect finally has another powerhouse above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun no longer dared to look down on Duan Ling Tian now that they had witnessed his strength. They were overwhelmed by their emotions when they heard Tang Xian's words. From today onward, the Fire Worship Sect gained another powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian's was special. He was no ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. From now on, Duan Ling Tian will become the 4th guardian of Fire Worship Sect. Tang Xian announced in front of Duan Ling Tian and the 3 guardians of Fire Worship Sect. A guardian of Fire Worship Sect? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by Tang Xian's announcement. "Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian. Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian was still stunned when Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun began to congratulate him. They were sincere when they congratulated him. This was a world where the strong ones were revered after all. They all acknowledged Duan Ling Tian's strength. "Thank you, guardians." Duan Ling Tian quickly expressed his gratitude when he regained his senses. He felt as though he was dreaming. He had become a guardian of Fire Worship Sect just like this? He could still remember when he first arrived in the Fire Worship Sect and how he had lived in seclusion to cultivate. The 3 guardians only smiled when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After a while, they all took their leave. They all left with mixed emotions. It felt as though their world was turned upside down. Someone they had thought was an ordinary true disciple in the Fire Worship Sect had become someone who shared the same status with them and became the 4th guardian in the Fire Worship Sect in just a blink of an eye. Out of 3 of them, Qinghua was the one who felt this the most since he had more contact with Duan Ling Tian compared to the others. To think I wanted to take him in as my disciple before this. The moment Qinghua thought of this, he felt he was really naive in the past. He felt his face turn hot and he wanted to dig a hole to hide in. After the 3 guardians left, Tang Xian raised his hand and pricked his finger. Swoosh! As a drop of blood rose into the sky, Tang Xian swore on the lightning penalty oath as he had promised to do in the announcement he made. He swore that no one in Fire Worship Sect would try to snatch the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, from Duan Ling Tian. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air in accordance with the lightning penalty oath that Tang Xian had just sworn. Although you're more than strong enough to wield the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, I will still honor the promise I made before this, Guardian Ling Tian, Tang Xian said with a smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Ling Tian immediately expressed his gratitude. Guardian Ling Tian, aren't you curious how I know you have no intention of crippling Guardian Hongyun's hand? Tang Xian asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, he had found the matter baffling. I could tell you have no intention of crippling Guardian Hongyun's hand because when you wielded your sword earlier, it didn't have any killing or malicious intent. It was enough for me to see then that the fight was like a friendly match. Tang Xian explained with a smile. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian was hit by a pang of realization. He was shocked at how astute the sect leader of fire worship sect was. It seems like I'll still have to tread carefully to save Kuer and our daughter even if I've become a guardian in fire worship sect. If Tang Xian finds out about it, I won't be the only one in danger. Kuer and our daughter would be in danger as well. Duan Ling Tian felt a hint of dread when he realized how astute Tang Xian was. He had thought that becoming a guardian in the fire worship sect would make it easier for him to rescue Kuer and their daughter since he would be able to go around the fire worship sect unimpeded. After all, in the fire worship sect, a guardian had a very lofty position. The position was only inferior to the sect leader. It was higher than the positions of vice sect leaders and the other golden flame elders and silver flame elders. Guardian Ling Tian. Tang Xian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he said, "After 3 days, I'll officially bestow you with the title in the central square of Saint Island before all the elders and disciples. At that time, we will release news about the 4th guardian of fire worship sect, Guardian Ling Tian, the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land, to the western region and the rest of the upper province." Tang Xian had complimented Duan Ling Tian again when he called him the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. There was another #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This person was P55, the direct disciple of the Nya Wu Tian, the #1 powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was famous for breaking through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he had turned 100 years old. Naturally, only the sectless cultivators acknowledged P55 as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. All of the strong forces in the upper province, including the 3 great sects, the Fire Worship sect, the Black Kshetra sect, and the Heaven Divination sect, did not acknowledge P55 as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because there was no proof that P55 was not even 100 years old before he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was different. Everyone knew his age. This was because he had come from the lower province, and many people knew of his stories from the lower province since a long time ago. When people found out the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, had appeared in the lower province, many sectless cultivators and members from the various sects in the upper province had gone to the lower province. When they were there, they had investigated Duan Ling Tian, the person who possessed the Devil Seal Tablet, and this included his age. They even investigated his time back on the mortal continent in the 10 great dynasties. They investigated his time in the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Swallow Mountain County, Aurora City, Fresh Breeze Town, and even the Li Clan. Duan Ling Tian was born in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, so it was not difficult for them to find out his age. He's not even 50 years old. Tang Xian was still shocked when he recalled the information that people from the Fire Worship sect found out when they went to the lower province. Duan Ling Tian was not even 50 years old, but he was already as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if P55 was not 100 years old, he still could not compare to Duan Ling Tian. P55 might have broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he had reached 100 years old. But Guardian Ling Tian from the Fire Worship sect had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he had turned 50 years old. There was obviously a huge difference between them. "You flatter me, sect leader." When Duan Ling Tian heard Tang Xian calling him the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land and he remembered all the difficulties he had faced, he felt overwhelmed by emotions. The #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was not a title lightly bestowed. Only the most outstanding person in the Dao Martial Saint Land was qualified to be given this title. For this reason, although Duan Ling Tian's heart had been tempered by hardship, he still could not help but feel overwhelmed when he heard Tang Xian's words. "It's not flattery, it's the truth," Tang Xian said with a smile. His eyes were the shapes of a crescent moon as he smiled. He found Duan Ling Tian extremely pleasing to his eyes the more he looked at him. "Sect leader, I'd like to take my leave if there's nothing else to discuss." Duan Ling Tian finally decided to bid Tang Xian farewell. When Tang Xian nodded, he descended through the clouds and made his way to the Saint Island below. He had not forgotten about his purpose of returning to the Fire Worship sect and rescuing Kuer and their daughter. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Kuer and their daughter were no longer imprisoned in the enforcement hall that was located on the Saint Island. Instead, they were living in the Tang Xian's cultivation place. They were personally monitored by the Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect. It was only natural that Duanling Tian was not aware of this matter. After all, only a select few in the fire worship sect knew about this matter. Apart from the people involved, only the hall master of the enforcement hall and a few vice hall master knew about this. It's a pity that the saint girl has been defiled by someone in the lower province. If that person appears and finds out about this matter, he would be furious and vent his anger on me. It seems like the saint girl is not just his cousin. Tang Xian muttered to himself after Duanling Tian left. A hint of fear toward that person could be seen in his eyes. If it's not for this matter, I would have introduced Duanling Tian to him. I don't even know if I can preserve my life now. How can I possibly introduce Duanling Tian to that person? Tang Xian sighed. He shook his head helplessly before he returned to his cultivation place. No one was around to hear Tang Xian's words. If they heard his words, they would be shocked. Who was that person that he could elicit such fear and dread from Tang Xian, who had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Previously, the commotion Duanling Tian and Hong Yun caused when they were fighting was so great that even Gan Ruyen, who was living with Tang Xian, heard it. It's quiet now? Gan Ruyen said when she could no longer hear anything. And nothing happened to young master, right? Kua, who was extremely beautiful, had a worried expression on her face. She had heard the commotion as well. She knew it had something to do with Duanling Tian, and she could not help but worry. Don't worry, Gan Ruyen quickly consoled Kua. The fact that sect leader has personally invited him to return shows that he's important. Nothing will happen to him. Despite her words, she thought to herself, nothing will happen to him unless his identity is revealed. Previously, when Tang Xian had looked for Gan Ruyen and interrogated her about the identity of her sister's man, she could see how furious he was. If the sect leader found out her sister's man was Duanling Tian, he would flay Duanling Tian alive even if he did not kill him. Naturally, Kua did not know about this. For this reason, she felt reassured when she heard Gan Ruyen's words. However, she longed to reunite with the man whom she had sworn to give her life to. Not only did she long to reunite with her man, but she could not wait to introduce her daughter to Duanling Tian as well. She had been wishing for this in the past years. When Duanling Tian descended on the Saint Island, word of his return to the fire worship sect and him defeating Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, when he passed through the White Tiger Sanctum, had spread to the 4 symbol sanctums. It spread extremely quickly to the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum. It has only been a few years, but Duanling Tian's already strong enough to defeat the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? Is this true? Why do I feel like it has been exaggerated? I find this hard to believe as well. The sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum is a Golden Flame Elder in our fire worship sect. All Golden Flame Elders in the fire worship sect are at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If this is true, does this mean Duanling Tian's strength is stronger or comparable to a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? My goodness! What did senior brother Duanling Tian go through in these few years? How did he become so strong? The conversations in the Azure Dragon Sanctum and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum revolved around Duanling Tian. As for the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was even noisier. As expected of a disciple from our Black Turtle Sanctum, it has been only a few years and senior brother Duanling Tian is already strong enough to defeat a Golden Flame Elder. Based on senior brother Duanling Tian's progress, who else, apart from Lord Sect Leader, would be able to defeat him in a few years' time? Amazing! Senior brother Duanling Tian is amazing. To think the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum was thrown to the ground. When the disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum learned about Duanling Tian defeating the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum when he returned, they were overwhelmed by emotions. It was as though they were the ones who had defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Elder Guoxiong, who was quite close to Duanling Tian, was shocked when he heard the news. He only regained his senses after a long time. It has only been a few years and he has grown so strong? Meanwhile, many people in the 4 symbol sanctums recalled the news they had heard. At that time, they did not think the news was believable. Hey! Do you think news of Duan Ling Tian killing Golden Lion King Xiaokong Sun, one of the four great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, is true? Since Duan Ling Tian managed to easily defeat the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, whose cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, as soon as he returned, they began to think about it more. I think it's true, somebody replied. I don't think it's true. Duan Ling Tian might have defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, but this only proves his cultivation base is higher than the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Golden Lion King Xiaokong Sun of Black Kshetra sect wasn't only a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Many people said. In the end, the majority of people believed it was not possible that Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing Golden Lion King Xiaokong Su, one of the four great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. They did not think the news was real. While news of Duan Ling Tian easily defeating the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum swept across the four symbol sanctums and to the Saint Island, Duan Ling Tian was making his way to the enforcement hall in a hurry. Kur, wait for me. Duan Ling Tian was overwhelmed by his emotions when he was near the enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian had come to the enforcement hall for Kur and their daughter. If he had the opportunity and strength, he would instantly rescue them and bring them away from the fire worship sect so they can reunite. However, he did not think it was possible to do so now. Put aside Tang Xian, the sect leader of the fire worship sect, who was strong enough to extend his divine consciousness to monitor the enforcement hall anytime he liked, even if he did not. People from the enforcement hall would immediately notify him of the matter. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that if Tang Xian got involved, it would be impossible for his family to leave the fire worship sect even if he managed to rescue them out of the enforcement hall. If Kur and our daughter are not in any immediate danger, I'll enter the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate and break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage as fast as I can. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he made his way to the enforcement hall. Once I break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, there's no need for me to fear Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, if I use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian was confident about this. Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was currently at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, very few people below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage ninth form in the Dao Martial Saint Land were a match for him. If he broke through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would naturally grow terrifyingly strong with the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. At that time, even an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to defend against his sword. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian entered the enforcement hall. I need to come up with an excuse for coming to the enforcement hall today. I can't let anybody know that I'm here for Kur and our daughter. I can say I'm here to look for Gan Ruyen. Since I've looked for her before, this is a good excuse. Duan Ling Tian was going to use Gan Ruyen as an excuse for coming to the enforcement hall when he thought of an even better excuse. I almost forgot about him. At that time, if I didn't have any help, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to leave the fire worship sect because of him. Since I've returned, it's only natural that I should look for him and thank him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with malice when he thought about this. Several years ago, he had to sneak out from the fire worship sect since it was extremely dangerous. This was all due to one person. This person was none other than Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. He was also the father of Elder Dong Lin, whom he had conflicts with. Although Duan Ling Tian had not met Dong Yuanjin before, he had regarded the other person as his enemy since the other person had attempted to kill him numerous times. If he was given the chance, he would not let the other person go. Golden Crow's Wings? Duan Ling Tian mobilized his son's saint energy and cast the movement divine ability when he entered the enforcement hall before the patrolling elder of the enforcement hall realized what was going on. At the speed of lightning, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back. He flapped his wings, causing a thunderous noise to reverberate in the air. Boom! 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 Duan Ling Tian charged forward and flew deeper into the enforcement hall like an arrow that had been shot. His speed was not inferior to an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who is there? Who? After Duan Ling Tian had left like a gust of wind, a few patrolling elders appeared. They saw nothing when they arrived. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was already at the eastern side of the enforcement hall. It was a forbidden area in the enforcement hall. When he was on duty here a few years ago, he had been told that the hall master and the few vice hall masters of the enforcement hall would cultivate here. No elders or disciples from the enforcement hall were allowed here. Naturally, there were a few people who were exempted from following this rule. The children and direct disciples of the hall master and the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall could come and go as they pleased. Nobody would say anything about this. Duan Ling Tian stopped moving after he entered the forbidden area in the enforcement hall. Without any warning, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he said loudly, "Dong Yuan Jin, get your ass out here now." Since he had used Sun Saint origin when he spoke, his voice was transmitted everywhere in the forbidden area. Inside the forbidden area of the enforcement hall, in a small and quiet valley where flowers were in full bloom and birds could be heard chirping over the sound of a waterfall that was located in the north, a mansion at the foot of a hill could be seen. It made for a very relaxing sight. However, the sound of Duan Ling Tian's voice had broken the tranquility of the place. Inside the mansion, Dong Lin's expression changed immediately when he heard the voice. "Who's that?" He was shocked. He did not expect someone would be bold enough to speak so rudely to his father, Dong Yuan Jin. Dong Lin found the voice familiar. It seemed like he had heard this voice before. However, he could recall where he had heard it before. Meanwhile, other people were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's voice as well. "Who's that? How dare this person cause a ruckus in the enforcement hall?" Based on his words, this person must be Vice Hall Master Dong's enemy. How brave! How bold of him to come to the enforcement hall and demand that Vice Hall Master Dong come out to see him. I want to see who this person is. These people were the Vice Hall Masters of the enforcement hall and their children and direct disciples. When they heard the provocative words, they could not contain their curiosity. All of them rose into the air excitedly as they made their way to the source of the noise. They were eager to see the person who had caused a ruckus in the enforcement hall. At this time, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air with his hands on his back after he finished speaking. He had a carefree expression on his face as he waited. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of wind whistling resounded in the air, many figures from different directions appeared around Duan Ling Tian. They formed a loose circle around him. These people were the children and direct disciples of the Vice Hall Masters of the enforcement hall. All of them had flown up from the forbidden area below. Eh? This person looks familiar. Based on his uniform, it seems like he's a true disciple in our fire worship sect. Since when have there been such a bold true disciple? Not only did he trespass on the enforcement hall's forbidden area, but he even told Vice Hall Master Dong to get his ass out here. Why do I feel like this true disciple is familiar? Don't you think so? Yes. The more I look at him, the more I feel like I've seen him before. I guess I'm not the only one who feels this way. The people around Duan Ling Tian began to discuss among themselves as they pointed at him. Most of them had a frown on their faces as they tried to recall where they had seen this person before. I remember now. A sudden cry startled the people in the surroundings. Many people began to shift their attention to the person who had cried out. It was a young man. When he saw everyone's attention was on him, before anyone could speak, he quickly said, "He's Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian. The entire place fell silent as soon as the young man finished speaking. After a long time, they finally regained their senses. They instantly turned to look at the true disciple hovering in the air. You're right. He's Duan Ling Tian. I've seen his portrait before. Yes. He's indeed Duan Ling Tian. I've also seen his portrait 3 years ago, but I couldn't recall it earlier. It's true. It's really Duan Ling Tian. He returned so quickly. The sect leader only released his statement 3 days ago, right? Many people began to recognize Duan Ling Tian at this point. Since when did Duan Ling Tian has enmity with Vice Hall Master Dong? Many people were confused when they recalled Duan Ling Tian's provocative words. I'm not sure. I only know that Duan Ling Tian and Dong Lin, Vice Hall Master Dong's son, had quite a huge conflict before. All of a sudden, a furious bellow sounded from below. Duan Ling Tian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a figure rose into the air and stood opposite Duan Ling Tian. It's Elder Dong Lin. The moment the person appeared, many people recognized him immediately. Dong Lin, an elder in the enforcement hall, was the son of Vice Hall Master Dong Yuanjin of the enforcement hall. Everyone in the enforcement hall knew who he was. Duan Ling Tian, don't think you're exempted from death just because Lord Sect Leader had asked for your return, Dong Lin said coldly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Dong Lin could be considered as Duan Ling Tian's old acquaintance. It was all due to Dong Lin that Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall, had thought of Duan Ling Tian as a thorn in his side and itched to kill him. Exempted from death? Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Dong Lin when he heard his words. An expression of disdain appeared on his face as he said, I'm sorry. I'm not sure about other people, but if it's you, there's no need for me to fear death at all. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, everyone burst into an uproar as they looked at Dong Lin. It was obvious Duan Ling Tian was trying to provoke Dong Lin. They knew it was true that Duan Ling Tian did not need to fear death in front of Dong Lin. Both of them were on completely different levels after all. Dong Lin was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all in the present and the past. Based on their innate talent, it was not something that they could change. You! Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's provocative words, Dong Lin felt his blood boiled. However, he had no words to refute Duan Ling Tian's words. He had spoken the truth after all. Why would Duan Ling Tian need to fear death if Dong Lin was no match for him at all? Nevertheless, he was furious when he heard Duan Ling Tian ridiculing him. At this moment, many people were looking at Dong Ling with a sneer on their faces, causing him to feel mortified. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the air. Duan Ling Tian, you might not need to fear death with him, but what about me? A middle-aged man rose into the air and stood in front of Dong Lin, shielding him. The middle-aged man had a sturdy body. He looked like an iron tower as he stood protectively in front of Dong Lin. Whoosh! When the middle-aged man appeared, it was as though a gust of wind was blowing. At the same time, a plainly dressed old man appeared beside Dong Lin. He stood quietly behind the middle-aged man like a servant. It's Vice Hall Master Dong. That's Elder Yang, who's always with Vice Hall Master Dong. Elder Yang is at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength isn't inferior to Vice Hall Master Dong. I've heard my master talking about Elder Yang before. He said that Elder Yang's strength is not inferior to him. Your master is Vice Hall Master Jiang, right? Yes. The people in the surrounding began to whisper among themselves when the middle-aged man and the old man appeared. When Duan Ling Tian heard their words, he shifted his eyes to the middle-aged man. Dong Yuanjin? His eyes were piercing as he looked at the middle-aged man. Duan Ling Tian was the kind of person that lived by these words. Don't look for trouble with me, and I won't look for trouble with you. He did not think he was out of line for acting this way since Dong Lin had looked for trouble with him first. Moreover, Dong Yuanjin had wanted to kill him for his son's sake. How could Duan Ling Tian possibly endure this? Duan Ling Tian, you're the bravest true disciple I've ever seen in Fire Worship Sect. Although this was Dong Yuanjin's first time meeting Duan Ling Tian, a hint of hostility could be seen in his eyes. You're just a true disciple. Not only did you trespass on the enforcement hall, but you even trespass on the forbidden area in the enforcement hall. Moreover, you even dare to ask me, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall, to get my ass out here to see you, Dong Yuanjin said through clenched teeth. Although Dong Yuanjin's expression was calm, people in the surroundings could feel his killing intent. Everyone knew he was furious. Indeed, I don't think there's any true disciple as brave as Duan Ling Tian in the history of the Fire Worship Sect. It's not just the Fire Worship Sect. I'm sure even the other two great sects didn't have such a disciple as well. I'm really curious where Duan Ling Tian gets his courage from. He barged into the enforcement hall and the forbidden area and told Vice Hall Master Dong to get his ass out here. Doesn't he know this is enough for Vice Hall Master Dong to punish him? Although Lord Sect Leader had asked for Duan Ling Tian's return, with the way Duan Ling Tian's acting, I'm afraid he would be flayed alive even if he's not killed. I wonder what goes through his mind. The people in the surroundings whispered among themselves. They thought Duanling Tian was doomed. You flatter me, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly in response to Dong Yuanjin's mockery. Dong Yuanjin was enraged again when he heard Duanling Tian's reply. Blood-curdling killing intent could be seen in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. You flatter me? Don't tell me Duanling Tian is unaware that Vice Hall Master Dong is mocking him? I think he's being obtuse on purpose. Duanling Tian's reply caused the crowd to break into an uproar. They did not expect Duanling Tian to be so daring even at this point. Could it be that he was not aware of the danger he was in? At this moment, Dong Yuanjin laughed out of anger. He laughed for a while before he stopped and looked at Duanling Tian coldly. Duanling Tian, I don't care if Lord Sect Leader personally invited you to return. Do you believe I'll still be able to send you to the punishment hall and let you experience all kinds of excruciating torture? Dong Yuanjin's voice was extremely cold. When he spoke, it felt as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. His anger was apparent. Everyone turned to look at Duanling Tian to see how he would react. I'm sorry. I don't believe you, Duanling Tian said calmly with a shrug. Dong Yuanjin was further enraged when he heard this. Duanling Tian continued to say, I almost forgot you asked me a question earlier. Let me answer you. Not only am I unafraid of death when faced with your son, but I'm unafraid of death even when I'm facing you, Dong Yuanjin. You think I'll tremble in fear from your threats? I'm not sure about other people, but you don't scare me at all. Duanling Tian did not feign politeness at all as he spoke to Dong Yuanjin. Only the sound of breathing could be heard when Duanling Tian finished speaking. Everyone was shocked by his words. Even Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, his son, Dong Lin, and the old man standing behind him were shocked and confused by Duanling Tian's words. They did not expect Duanling Tian to be so arrogant. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Many people whispered among themselves when they regained their senses. Duanling Tian, you're seeking death, Dong Yuanjin hissed after he regained his senses. His gaze was cold and a fearsome aura began to rise from his body. The atmosphere was incredibly tense at this moment. It felt as though a fight would break out at any time. Suddenly, the old man said, You have to die for humiliating master. He disappeared from behind Dong Yuan King and charged at Duanling Tian at a fast speed. Boom! 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 Thunderous noises resounded in the air as the old man charged at Duanling Tian. He unleashed all his strength and techniques without any reservation. All his moves were filled with killing intent. It was obvious he planned to kill Duanling Tian. It seemed like he did not care that the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect had personally invited Duanling Tian back to the sect. I'm sorry. I'm afraid your tiny bit of strength is insufficient to kill me, Duanling Tian said indifferently. He remained unmoving like a mountain in the face of the old man. The crowd saw Duanling Tian raised his right hand. He had clenched his fist before he moved it. It was so fast that they did not catch his movement at all. Bang! As soon as Duanling Tian moved his hand, a thunderous explosion rang in their ears. In the next moment, all of them were bewildered when they saw Elder Yang, Vice Hall Master Dong's servant, who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage and whose strength was not inferior to Dong Yuanjin, had exploded with just a punch from Duanling Tian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who had charged out thunderously toward Duanling Tian exploded. A mist of blood appeared in the air before he could even go near Duanling Tian. Bang! At the same time, a thunderous explosion sounded, causing everyone's ears to ring. The speed of sound was slower than the speed of light. They had seen the old man being killed before they heard the sound. After a moment of silence, people in the surroundings began to gasp one after another. At the same time, many people turned to look at Duanling Tian in disbelief. Elder Yang was a cultivator at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had followed Dong Yuanjin. He was even ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Someone like that had exploded with just one punch from Duanling Tian. Not even a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage could withstand a punch from Duanling Tian. What did this mean? Dong Lin, who had regained his sense, cried out, impossible. Impossible. He was shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian had killed Elder Yang so easily. He thought he was dreaming, and he quickly reached out to pinch his thigh and slap his face. The pain he felt told him clearly he was not dreaming. Everything he had seen was real. Duan Ling Tian had really killed Elder Yang, whose strength was not inferior to his father, Dong Yuan Jin, with just a punch. At the same time, Dong Yuan Jin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, had an expression of disbelief and bewilderment on his face. His cold expression had disappeared. The scene earlier had left a huge impact on him. This was the first time he had felt so shocked. He's able to kill Elder Yang so easily with just a punch? Even a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to do that. Dong Yuan Jin thought to himself as his body trembled slightly. Fear began to rise from the depths of his heart. He could not suppress it at all. Before long, he began to tremble in fear. Apart from disbelief and confusion, a hint of dread and terror could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength had completely cowed him. He could not rouse his will to fight at all. Too powerful. Duan Ling Tian was too powerful. Not too long ago, Duan Ling Tian was only a lowly person in Dong Yuan Jin's eyes. He could easily trample on him and kill him if he wished to. He did not even have to make a move personally. However, after just a few years, Duan Ling Tian's strength made him realize every dog would have its day. Duan Ling Tian was no longer like his former self. Currently, Duan Ling Tian possessed the strength to easily defeat him. No matter how unwilling Dong Yuan Jin was to accept this, he had no choice but to accept it. A bitter feeling and remorse rose up in his heart. Naturally, he did not feel remorse because he had offended Duan Ling Tian. He felt remorse because he did not kill Duan Ling Tian earlier. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to leave the fire worship sect alive if he had killed him first. Horrifying. It's too horrifying. You're right. He managed to kill a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a punch. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage is not that strong. Among all the powerhouses below 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the fire worship sect, only the hall master of the enforcement hall is capable of killing Elder Yang with just one punch, right? Then, does this mean that Duan Ling Tian's current strength is no longer inferior to the hall master of the enforcement hall? Although I find it hard to accept, it seems to be the case. When the crowd regained their senses, they began to marvel at Duan Ling Tian's strength in shock. What they had witnessed had baffled them. Initially, none of them had high regard for Duan Ling Tian. Who knew he would display such inconceivable strength as soon as he made his move and killed Vice Hall Master Dong Yuan Jin's old servant with just a punch. Moreover, that old servant was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If that old servant was willing, he could even become a Golden Flame Elder in the Fire Worship sect. The most important point was the old servant's strength was almost on par with Dong Yuan Jin. This meant that Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Dong Yuan Jin with just one punch as well. Even if he could not be killed with one punch, what about 2 or 3 punches then? The surroundings were silent as a voice filled with surprise cried out, "Oh? Why are there so many people here?" A figure that moved rapidly soon appeared before everyone's eyes. Vice Hall Master Jiang. The people in the surroundings recognized the newcomer immediately. It was none other than Jiang Qin, another Vice Hall Master in the enforcement hall. Vice Hall Master Jiang? Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention away from Dong Yuan Jin and his son to the newcomer when he heard the voices in his surroundings. He asked coldly, "You're Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall?" Jiang Qin was also the one who had sent Duan Ling Tian's wife and daughter to the enforcement hall previously. A few years ago, when Duan Ling Tian was on duty in the enforcement hall, he had heard of Jiang Qin, but he had never seen him before. He knew there was only one person with the surname Jiang among the few Vice Hall Masters in the enforcement hall. Jiang Qin instantly put his guard up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's cold voice, as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. "And you're—" He found Duan Ling Tian familiar. When he recalled the news he had just received, he also recalled the portrait he had seen before. He gasped, "Duan Ling Tian?" Xianxia had just returned from outside, so he had heard about Duan Ling Tian defeating the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum with just a turn of his palm. He was deeply shaken by this matter. Although he had not met Duan Ling Tian before, he had heard of him more than once in the past. Currently, the true disciple from the fire worship sect had grown so strong after just a few years. Xianxia could not help but feel shocked. Don't tell me the rumor from Sin City is true? Duan Ling Tian really killed Golden Lion King Xiekong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect. This thought appeared in Xianxia's mind when he found out Duan Ling Tian had defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a turn of his palm. He wanted to confirm if it was true. Duan Ling Tian, what are you trying to do? All of a sudden, Xianxia realized Duan Ling Tian's gaze had turned cold. Moreover, he had raised his right hand as well as he gathered his Sun Saint energy. These were all targeted at Xianxia. Almost as soon as Xianxia's words left his mouth, he quickly mobilized his Saint origin. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian brought his right hand down. Boom! As an earth-shattering sound rang in the air, Sun Saint origin surged out of Duan Ling Tian's right hand, turning into a palm as huge as a mountain that crashed down on Xianxia. It suppressed Xianxia's Saint origin as soon as it landed on Xianxia's body. Bang! Another loud explosion rang in the air. Xianxia was slammed down by Duan Ling Tian's palm. He had destroyed the forbidden area in the enforcement hall. The grounds were quaking. When the giant palm consolidated from the Sun Saint origin vanished, everyone saw Xianxia was buried in the ground after being slapped down by Duan Ling Tian's palm. His entire person was buried in the ground. It was a comical sight. What happened to the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum had also happened to Xianxia, one of the vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. When the crowd saw this, they were speechless. They felt chills running up their spines. Dong Yuanjin, in particular, was afraid. His eyes were wide from the shock. As a vice hall master in the enforcement hall, he knew Xianxia's strength very well. Xianxia's strength was at the very least on par with the Elder Yang. If he thought Duan Ling Tian was lucky he managed to kill Elder Yang with just a punch, he knew luck had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian being able to defeat Xianxia. Xianxia, who had climbed up from the giant pit, threw up dark blood. He no longer looked awe-inspiring. He was covered in dust, and he looked wretched. Duan Ling Tian. He raised his head and glared at Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air. He hissed, "What are you doing? I've never offended you before. This is our first time meeting. What reasons do you have to hurt me?" At this moment, Xianxia was filled with confusion and grievances. He did not understand why Duan Ling Tian had attacked him. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at him nonchalantly before he replied at a neither hurried nor slow speed. "Why did I hurt you? It's nothing. It's just that I find you to be an eyesore. That's all." The instant Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the people in the surroundings burst into an uproar. Initially, when they saw Duan Ling Tian attacking Xianxia, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, after only asking him one question, they had thought Xianxia had offended Duan Ling Tian previously. To their surprise, Duan Ling Tian had attacked only because he did not find Xianxia pleasing to the eyes. He attacked Vice Hall Master Jiang just because he finds Vice Hall Master Jiang to be an eyesore? Don't you think Duan Ling Tian is behaving too unreasonably? Even if he's acting unreasonable, he has the strength to do that. Based on his strength, I'm afraid only Lord Hall Master is a match for him. However, this is only my speculation. You're right. The strength he has displayed is terrifying. He easily killed a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a punch and defeated another powerhouse also at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If someone were to ask me who's capable of this feat prior to today, I'd say only Lord Hall Master, Lord Sect Leader, and the 3 Guardians are able to do so. Me too. The crowd discussed among themselves. Based on their words, it could be seen that they were surprised by the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated. On the other hand, Xianxia was still trying to recall when he had unknowingly offended Duan Ling Tian. If he had offended Duan Ling Tian, he would apologize even though he was injured. After all, he was in the wrong if he had really offended Duanling Tian. However, when he heard Duanling Tian's answer, he was stunned. After a while, his body began to tremble from anger. He was so angry that he threw up blood again. Why you? Jiangqin pointed at Duanling Tian as his body trembled violently. He was speechless. What could he say? What should he say? Jiang Qin was completely baffled. He did not dare to seek revenge. He did not have the courage. Earlier, he had heard about how Duanling Tian had easily defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, but he was not certain if it was true. However, after Duanling Tian's attack, he was finally certain of how terrifying Duanling Tian's strength was. Even Lord Hall Master might not be a match for him. Although it's a crime for him to injure me, a Vice Hall Master of Enforcement Hall, with his strength, nobody will punish him. Even if he kills me, it's very likely that nothing will happen to him. After all, his strength is not inferior to the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He's a genius who hasn't even reached the age of 50. The Fire Worship sect will definitely place great importance on someone like him. Even if he kills all the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, Lord Sect Leader and the Guardians might not even punish him. Moreover, not many people are strong enough to punish him. Jiang Qin thought to himself. The anger in his heart had vanished as well when he thought about this. He knew it was pointless no matter how angry he was. There was nothing he could do to Duanling Tian at all. Is there something you want to say to me, Vice Hall Master Jiang? Duanling Tian asked calmly as he looked at Jiang Qin. Although Duanling Tian had spoken calmly, it sounded like a clap of thunder to Jiang Qin. He regained his senses and shook his head hastily as he said, "No. No." Would Jiang Qin dare to say anything at this moment? Would Duanling Tian not kill him if he answered that he had something to say? In his opinion, it was better to live a miserable life than to die an easy death. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, he discovered the people in the surroundings were looking at him strangely. He felt extremely humiliated, but he could only silently endure it. Never in his wildest dreams would he think that Duanling Tian did not attack him because he was an eyesore. It was because he had sent Duanling Tian's wife and daughter to the enforcement hall, separating their family. If it was not for the fact that Jiang Qin was only carrying out his duty according to the Fire Worship sect's law and he did not intentionally target Kur and their daughter, Duanling Tian would not have spared his life. Good. Duanling Tian said before he shifted his attention back to Dong Yuan Jin again. Then he said bluntly, "Vice Hall Master Dong, it's time to settle the matter between us once and for all." The crowd instantly shifted their attention to Dong Yuan Jin as well. Based on Duanling Tian's words when he first arrived, they knew he had come to the enforcement hall to look for the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall. Before Dong Yuan Jin could reply, his son, Dong Lin, had already jumped out and bellowed, "Duanling Tian, don't be too arrogant. I don't know how you became so strong in just a few years, but do you think you can act as please in the Fire Worship sect? Let alone the sect, even the enforcement hall doesn't fear you. When Hall Master Lang Ying arrives, you'll be in trouble." Dong Lin had used Lang Ying, Hall Master of the enforcement hall, to intimidate Duanling Tian. Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the enforcement hall? Duanling Tian narrowed his gleaming eyes when he heard Dong Lin's words. A few years ago, when he was on duty in the enforcement hall, he had heard about Hall Master Lang Ying of the enforcement hall. Lang Ying was the strongest person in the Fire Worship sect after the sect leader and the three great guardians. He was about to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Dong Lin saw Duanling Tian's narrowed eyes, he thought he had successfully intimidated Duanling Tian. He became more confident and answered arrogantly, "That's right. Lord Lang Ying is a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage." "So what then?" Duanling Tian sneered. "Even if Hall Master Lang Ying is here, do you think I'll be afraid? Put aside the fact that he isn't even here, even if he is, it won't change your father's fate and your fate." Horror dawned on Dong Lin's face when he heard this. You. On the other hand, Dong Yuan Jin's eyes widened as fear rose in his heart. Is it possible that Duanling Tian disregards the Hall Master of the enforcement hall so easily because he's stronger than the Hall Master? He gasped inwardly when he thought about it. At the same time, Dong Yuanjin looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, Duanling Tian, I know there was a conflict between you and my son previously. However, you choose not to pursue the matter at that time. I didn't think of seeking revenge for him at all. You returned today and came here to make a fuss. Are you trying to make a bigger issue out of something that has already been dealt with? Many people's expressions changed when they heard Dong Yuanjin's words. So the reason Duanling Tian came to Enforcement Hall today is because of the conflict he had with Elder Dong Lin in the past? Why is he making a fuss over such a small matter? It's only a small conflict. Is there a need for him to act so wantonly? Perhaps, at that time he only chose to endure because he wasn't strong enough to challenge Vice Hall Master Dong. Now that he has grown strong, it's only natural for him to seek revenge. Humph! If Vice Hall Master Dong attacked Duanling Tian a few years back, would he be alive now? I'm sure Vice Hall Master Dong is regretting that he didn't kill Duanling Tian back then. Now, Duanling Tian has turned into a huge threat. The crowd discussed among themselves. They silently reprimanded Duanling Tian for making a mountain out of a molehill and thought he was unforgiving. So what if Duanling Tian has a high innate talent? He might be strong, but his conduct and character are questionable. He's too arrogant. Doesn't he know he wouldn't be alive if Vice Hall Master Dong didn't spare his life back then? Most people supported Dong Yuanjin. His words had caused the people to think he was a forgiving person. Most people thought he had done nothing wrong, and he was only a victim. They thought Duanling Tian was an ingrate who repaid kindness with cruelty. Although Duanling Tian was not the kind of person who placed great importance on what others thought of him, he could help but feel annoyed when he saw Dong Yuanjin's words had caused the others to think Dong Yuanjin was a Dong Yuanjin. I can't believe you're still trying to weasel your way out of this. This is nothing but a last-ditch attempt on your part to save your own hide, Duanling Tian said mockingly as he looked at Dong Yuanjin with coldly, since you made yourself sound so pitiful, I'll give you a chance to live. If you're successful, I'll spare you and your son's lives. However, if you fail, don't blame me for being merciless. What chance? Dong Yuanjin asked as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. In the next moment, his feeling was, if you swear on the lighting penalty in front of everyone that you didn't order anyone to kill me when I was in the fire worship sect 3 years ago, I'll forgive both of you, Duanling Tian said. Horror dawned on Dong Yuanjin immediately. If you swear on the lightning penalty oath in front of everyone that you didn't order anyone to kill me when I was in the fire worship sect 3 years ago, then I'll forgive both of you. Duanling Tian's words echoed in Dong Yuanjin's ears. Swear on the lightning oath that he did not order anyone to kill Duanling Tian 3 years ago. Colors drained from Dong Yuanjin's face immediately. Swear my ass. Dong Yuanjin thought to himself. If he swore on the lightning penalty oath, the retribution from the lightning penalty would kill him on the spot. It was fine to deceive the people in the surroundings with a few cleverly phrased sentences, but swearing on the lightning penalty oath was not a joke. At this moment, he felt as though he had dug his own grave. Dong Yuanjin had said so many words earlier to make himself seem righteous and to elicit pity from the crowd. However, Duanling Tian's words had effectively placed him back in square one. Not only that, but Duanling Tian had mercilessly destroyed all his lies with just a few words. Why? You don't dare to swear on the lighting penalty oath. It seemed like Duanling Tian would not let this matter go. He continued to ridicule Dong Yuanjin. Could it be that you're feeling guilty now, Vice Hall Master Dong? Dong Yuanjin could not find any words to refute Duanling Tian. What could he say? Tell everyone he was trying to deceive them and everything he said was a lie? He knew Duanling Tian had come today to seek revenge from him since he had expended so much effort to try and kill Duanling Tian. Huh? Vice Hall Master Dong seems afraid to swear on the lighting penalty oath. Many people were stunned when they saw Dong Yuanjin had remained silent. Didn't he say the dispute between Duanling Tian and his son, Dong Lin, was only a small matter? He also said he didn't think of seeking revenge at all. Why is he afraid to swear on the lighting penalty now? A few people were baffled. Are all of you stupid? Can't you tell he was only trying to deceive us? He only wanted the moral high ground so he can gain our support. He was trying to use us to condemn Duanling Tian. There were people who knew what was going on. More and more people began to discuss among themselves. Is that so? To think that I believed him when he's only trying to use us. Vice Hall Master Dong has crossed the line. So Vice Hall Master Dong has ordered people to kill Duan Ling Tian before. No wonder once Duan Ling Tian has grown strong. He barged into the enforcement hall and demanded Vice Hall Master Dong to come out. If I were Duan Ling Tian, I'd do the same thing too. After all, the other person tried to kill me before. After seeing Dong Yuanjin had no intention of swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Most people began to realize they had been fooled by him. Once again, the public opinion changed, and people began to support Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not care if they supported him or not. He had asked Dong Yuanjin to swear on the lightning penalty oath because he was annoyed when he saw Dong Yuanjin standing on the moral high ground. He did not care what other people thought of him. Duan Ling Tian, who do you think you were to ask my father to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Dong Lin said arrogantly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Based on Dong Lin's words, it was obvious he was unaware of the precarious situation he was in. On the other hand, Dong Yuanjin was at a loss. He did not know what he should do. When he heard Dong Lin's words, he quickly said, "Liner." His heart rate began to spike. He could hear the impatience in Duan Ling Tian's voice when he had asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath earlier. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian's patience was almost at its limit. Duan Ling Tian frowned at Dong Lin and said impatiently, "Shut up." After that, with a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying energy surged out of his hand in the form of a dragon that charged at Dong Lin at lightning speed. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening explosion sounded in the wake of the dragon. In just a blink of an eye, the dragon landed on Dong Lin. Dong Yuanjin snapped back to reality and cried out in sorrow, "No!" He charged out immediately in an attempt to save his son. He was only halfway there when the dragon formed from energy swallowed Dong Lin. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang in the air as blood mist appeared in the sky. The dragon that was formed from energy vanished without a trace. In fact, Dong Lin had also disappeared. After a moment, everyone on the scene began to gasp one after another. Duan Ling Tian had killed another person with just a casual wave of his hand. When the people in the surroundings looked at Duan Ling Tian again, hints of terror and dread could be seen in their eyes. Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill me. When Jiang Qin saw how easily Duan Ling Tian had killed Dong Lin just because he was displeased, he felt extremely lucky. Moreover, he also heard about how Duan Ling Tian had killed Elder Yang. Duan Ling Tian. Dong Yuanjin bellowed after he let out a primitive howl when he saw his son being killed by Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were red and killing intent rose from his body. Dong Yuanjin's voice sent chills running up people's spines. Duan Ling Tian was about to kill Dong Yuanjin as well when suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind blowing resounded in the air, accompanied by a strong wind that blew in the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. At the same time, a wave of domineering aura swept out. Most people present on the scene were familiar with this aura. It's Lord Hall Master. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Has Lord Hall Master broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, he could sense the changes in Lang Ying's aura. It seemed as though Lang Ying's aura had gotten a level stronger. Lang Ying was originally a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he had broken through, this meant his cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Jiang Qin was certain that Dong Yuanjin, also a Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall who was stronger than him, had also noticed this. Lord Hall Master. Lord Hall Master. Dong Yuanjin calmed down as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. With my strength, there's no way I'll be able to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. I have no choice but to rely on Lord Hall Master. Dong Yuanjin thought to himself. Dong Yuanjin felt as though he found his savior when he discovered that Lang Ying had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He quickly said, Lord Hall Master, Not only did Duan Ling Tian trespass on the enforcement hall, but he even came to the forbidden area and killed an enforcement hall elder. Lord Hall Master, please give justice to the enforcement hall. His voice that contained saint origin spread far and wide. Dong Yuan Jin spread in the forbidden area before it spread out to the rest of the enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian trespassed on the enforcement hall? Not only that, but he has also gone to the forbidden area and killed an enforcement hall elder? How arrogant. This voice sounds familiar. It's Vice Hall Master Dong, right? Everyone in the enforcement hall broke out in an uproar. Although many of them wanted to go to the forbidden area, they knew the rules forbade them from going there. They felt unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian thinks the enforcement hall is like the White Tiger Sanctum. Perhaps he thinks Lord Hall Master is as weak as the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? That's possible. Hermf. Lord Hall Master is not someone the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum can compare to. Lord Hall Master can easily defeat the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum he wants to. 1. Similar discussions could be heard in the enforcement hall. Based on the elders' and disciples' words, it was obvious they were confident about the Hall Master's strength. In the enforcement hall's forbidden area, do you think you're safe now that Hall Master Lang Ying is here? Duan Ling Tian looked at Dong Yuan Jin with a sneer on his face. Since you feel that way, I'll give you a chance. I won't kill you now. I'll kill you only when Hall Master Lang Ying arrives. He wanted to let Dong Yuan Jin know the meaning of despair. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Dong Yuan Jin began to feel uneasy again. An angry voice sounded from below the sky in the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. How arrogant! How arrogant! Accompanied by these words, a figure appeared in the air. Although the figure was in the distance, Duan Ling Tian could tell it was an old man. In just a blink of an eye, the old man appeared close to Duan Ling Tian and stood opposite him. He glared at Duan Ling Tian with hostility. The old man had a messy appearance. His clothes were untidy, making him look like an old beggar. However, everyone on the scene saluted the old man respectfully as soon as he appeared. Lord Hall Master. Everyone's words confirmed Duan Ling Tian's suspicion about the old man with a messy appearance. He was Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the enforcement hall. Congratulations, Lord Hall Master, for successfully breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. You've achieved near immortality and share the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Xianxia, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall, was the first to congratulate Lang Ying. A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice when he spoke. After all, there was finally a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the enforcement hall. Congratulations, Lord Hall Master. Dong Yuan Jin, also a Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall and another Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall who was here since the beginning to watch the show, congratulated Lang Ying. Since Xianxia noticed the breakthrough of the Hall Master of the enforcement hall, it was only natural that the other Vice Hall Masters had noticed it as well. The others broke out in a commotion immediately. Lord Hall Master has made a breakthrough? Since the few Lord Vice Hall Masters have congratulated Lord Hall Master, naturally it must be true. Since Lord Hall Master has broken through, this means there's a 5th powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Fire Worship sect. More importantly, there's a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the enforcement hall. After discussing among themselves, the people in the surroundings congratulated Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the enforcement hall, one after another. Their eyes were filled with reverence when they looked at Lang Ying. A powerhouse whose cultivation base had entered the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, possessed an endless lifespan. He would share the same lifespan as heaven and earth and the sun and the moon. Lang Ying nodded and smiled in response to everyone's congratulatory messages. Xianxia, why do you look so wretched? Lang Ying asked with a frown when he saw Xianxia looking extremely untidy. Before Xianxia could reply, Dong Yuan Jin had beaten him to it. He said, Lord Hall Master, Vice Hall Master Jiang was injured by Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, but my son, Dong Lin, an enforcement hall elder, is killed by Duan Ling Tian as well. He had died without a corpse. Anger could be heard in voice when he spoke. His eyes were bloodshot. Dong Lin was his only son. He had invested much effort into Dong Lin. However, all his hard work had been in vain now that Duanling Tian had killed his son. He managed to injure Vice Hall Master Jiang to such an extent? Looks like Duanling Tian has quite a fortuitous encounter in the past few years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grow so strong in such a short time. Lang Ying thought to himself. Lang Ying turned to look at Duanling Tian. His smile had vanished, and there was a cold expression on his face. "You're the true disciple, Duanling Tian?" Faced with Lang Ying's interrogative manner, Duanling Tian only asked in return, "Your hall master Lang Ying?" Lang Ying's expression darkened immediately when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Dong Yuanjin, who was standing close by, jumped out and glared at Duanling Tian. He asked angrily, "How dare you? Do you think you can act as you please in the enforcement hall just because you're stronger than Vice Hall Master Jiang? You're not qualified to act so wantonly in front of Hall Master Lang Ying." When Lang Ying arrived, Dong Yuanjin felt the unease in his heart disappear. In his opinion, with Lang Ying's current strength, it would be easy for Lang Ying to defeat Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian only ignored Dong Yuanjin. Regardless of how loud he had shouted, Duanling Tian did not even glance at him. When Lang Ying heard Dong Yuanjin's words, his expression turned grave. He said coldly, "Duanling Tian, how dare you? According to sex laws, the punishment for killing a fellow member is a death sentence. Since you came to the enforcement hall today, don't even think about leaving this place alive." His tone brooked no arguments. It was obvious he intended to kill Duanling Tian today. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master that had been watching the show quietly sent a voice transmission to Lang Ying. "Lord Hall Master, Lord Sect Leader has personally invited Duanling Tian to return to the sect 3 days ago. Before we obtain Lord Sect Leader's permission, I'm afraid it won't be wise for the enforcement hall to execute him." What announcement did Lord Sect Leader make 3 days ago? Since Lang Ying was in closed-door cultivation, he was unaware of this matter. He finally learned about what happened after the Vice Hall Master explained everything to him through voice transmission. He knew instantly that it was not a good idea to kill Duanling Tian without the sect leader's express permission. Lord Sect Leader only asks for Duanling Tian's return because of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet that he possesses. If I kill Duanling Tian now, the location where Duanling Tian buried the Devil Seal tablet will forever be lost. I'll only spoil Lord Sect Leader's plan if I kill Duanling Tian. Lang Ying thought to himself. He made up his mind to punish Duanling Tian, but he would not kill him. Duanling Tian was not angry when he heard Lang Ying's words. He only chuckled before he said nonchalantly, "Hall Master Lang Ying, we'll have to see if you're capable of killing me or not." Based on his words, one could see he did not take Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, seriously at all. Lang Ying was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He did not expect Duanling Tian would be so daring and say these words to him. He was currently a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. Duanling Tian did not wait for Lang Ying to reply. Instead, he turned to look at Dong Yuanjin and said coldly, "Dong Yuanjin, I told you I'll kill you in front of Hall Master Lang Ying since you think of him as your savior. I'll let you know what it means to feel despair." Dong Yuanjin's expression changed. He looked at Lang Ying and complained loudly, "Lord Hall Master, Duanling Tian is too arrogant, it's unforgivable. He killed an enforcement hall elder earlier, and now he wants to kill me, a Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall." Lang Ying was also infuriated by Duanling Tian's words. He was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. "Arrogant! Arrogant!" Lang Ying bellowed angrily. "Duanling Tian, I won't kill you since Lord Sect Leader asked for your return. However, you'll still be punished. I'll punish you in the enforcement hall today." When Lang Ying was speaking, Duanling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, Elementary Devouring Tactic. He absorbed heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings and raised his Sun Saint origin to its limit. Whoosh! As soon as Lang Ying finished speaking, 1,000 inscription Saint sword had appeared in Duanling Tian's hand for a moment before it disappeared from his hand. Only the sound of a sword whistling in the air could be heard. A fleeting sword ray could be seen in the sky like a meteor. Swish! Stop! The sound of something being cut and the sound of someone yelling stop sounded at the same time. The people in the surroundings trembled in fear when they heard this. They turned to look at the source of the cacophony. They saw Dong Yuanjin's arm had been severed by Duan Ling Tian's 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Dazzlingly red blood kept gushing out of his wound. Duan Ling Tian's sword was so fast that Lang Ying could not even react in time. When he regained his senses, Dong Yuanjin's arm was already severed. On the other hand, Dong Yuanjin was stunned. He was so stunned that he did not even feel the pain from his injuries. Duan Ling Tian had severed his arms, thoroughly disregarding Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, whose cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only that, but from the beginning until the end, Lang Ying could not react at all. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian is not weaker than a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Yuanjin thought to himself. His eyes widened immediately. A hint of unwillingness and despair could be seen in his eyes at this moment. In the beginning, Dong Yuanjin had thought Duan Ling Tian's strength was at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, similar to the hall master of the enforcement hall. When he discovered the hall master of the enforcement hall had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he thought the hall master would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian easily. However, based on the situation, it seemed like he was wrong. Duan Ling Tian's strength was not as simple as being at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If his strength was only at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he possibly sever Dong Yuanjin's arm in front of the hall master of the enforcement hall? Moreover, even the hall master of the enforcement hall could not react in time. Lord Hall Master! Dong Yuanjin cried out. He quickly stopped the bleeding on his arm before he hastily flew away. He did not even dare to grab his arm that had been severed. He only sighed in relief when he stood behind Lang Ying. To him, Lang Ying was the only one that could save him now. If Lang Ying could not save him, the only outcome for him was death. Lang Ying shouted angrily, Duan Ling Tian. Saint Origin began to rise from his body as wind began to blow violently, causing people's robes to flutter loudly. Some people with weaker cultivation bases were forced to retreat by the wind. This is the power of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? When the crowd had retreated to a safe distance, they looked at Lang Ying. Apart from shock, a hint of reverence could be seen in their eyes. Lord Hall Master is really angry now. Many of them felt the change in Lang Ying's mood. Lang Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be so audacious as to sever the limb of his subordinate in front of him, the hall master. He was furious. Although Duan Ling Tian's attack was powerful, it was not to the extent that it scared him. If it was before, perhaps he would have been wary. However, he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the various techniques he had mastered a long time ago, he believed he was even stronger than Hong Yun, one of the guardians of fire worship sect. He was confident he could defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He thought he could not react in time earlier because he was caught off guard. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would dare to attack Dong Yuanjin in front of him. When he recovered from his shock, it was too late for him to save Dong Yuanjin. Swoosh! Lang Ying made his move. Boom! As soon as Lang Ying attacked, the sound of explosions rang in the air and the earth began to quake. Some of the people with weaker cultivation bases were bleeding from their ears. It was obvious their eardrums were injured. With the help of his movement divine ability, Lang Ying flew out. At the same time, he cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his Saint Origin. After his Saint Origin had been raised, it was close to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, he held a 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Whiz! 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 Lang Ying spun the long spear in his hand so fast that a whizzing sound could be heard in the air. The spear emitted a destructive aura immediately. 1,000 inscriptions, saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He knew the 7-foot-long spear in Lang Ying's hand was 1,000 inscriptions, saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian, I don't know how you became as strong as a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a few years. But if you think you can act wantonly in my enforcement hall with just this bit of strength, you're gravely mistaken, Lang Ying said icily. The crowd shivered when they heard Lang Ying's voice. People with a lower cultivation base felt as though it was winter. Lang Ying continued to move and he held onto his 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscriptions saint spear sliced across the sky. Like an enraged dragon charging out with its mouth wide open, it slashed at Duanling Tian. No wonder he's so confident. The hall master of the enforcement hall might be stronger than Guardian Hong Yun. This is because the divine abilities he has mastered are much more powerful than the divine abilities that Guardian Hong Yun mastered. He might not be a match for her before he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that he has, Guardian Hong Yun is probably no match for him, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He compared Hong Yun, one of the 3 great guardians of fire worship sect, whom he defeated to Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, and discovered Lang Ying was stronger than Hong Yun. No wonder he dares to attack even though I've displayed strength at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when I severed Dong Yuanjin's arm earlier. As it turns out, he's confident because of the divine abilities he has mastered. Duanling Tian managed to figure things out. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage depended on the divine abilities he had mastered. The more powerful the divine abilities, the stronger one would be. Based on this, Lang Ying's strength was definitely very strong. No wonder he was widely acknowledged as the most powerful person under the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Hall Master Lang Ying is indeed remarkable. One Duanling Tian thought to himself. Whiz, 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 whiz. As Lang Ying charged out, he spun the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear in his hand again. Moreover, it seemed as though the speed had picked up as well. A whizzing noise could be heard in the wake of the spear. A thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind just as Lang Ying's spear was descending on him from the sky. Even if this offensive martial tactic Lang Ying mastered hasn't reached the peak of ordinary martial tactics in the mundane realm, it's quite close to it. Coupled with his offensive divine ability, it's so powerful that I'm quite certain not many powerhouses below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial could withstand a direct blow from him. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. The spear glinted in the sun as it continued its descent from the sky like an energetic dragon. Lord Hall Master is going all out. At the same time, the Vice Hall Masters in the Enforcement Hall, including Jiangqin, had a solemn expression on their faces. If somebody told them the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had to unleash all his strength to fight a true disciple, they would not have believed it. It was absurd. However, the truth was laid bare before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Lord Hall Master, Dong Yuanjin, who was standing near Lang Ying, looked at the scene before him hopefully. He prayed fervently that Lang Ying would be able to defeat Duanling Tian. It would be even better if Lang Ying could kill Duanling Tian. It would be good if Lang Ying won the battle. He would be doomed if Duanling Tian won. Ah, I really regret it. Why didn't I personally kill him back then? Dong Yuanjin thought to himself. He was filled with regrets. At that time, Duanling Tian was nothing but an ant compared to him. He even thought it would dirty his hands if he had to personally kill Duanling Tian. However, the person whom he regarded as an ant was now strong enough to easily kill him. If God gave him another chance, he would spare no efforts in killing Duanling Tian before he could turn into a threat. Unfortunately, this was only his wishful thinking. At this moment, he could only rely on Lang Ying to stop Duanling Tian. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Hall Master Lang Ying, your attack is, indeed, extraordinary. I'm certain not many people below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage could withstand it. Duanling Tian said loudly. Everyone heard his voice. Duanling Tian continued to say, unfortunately, those people who can't withstand your attack don't include me. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, his son Saint Origin that had been raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, surged out suddenly into the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that had returned to his hand. When Duanling Tian sent his son Saint Origin that had been raised by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, into the 1,000 inscription saint sword, he moved as he cast his sword-type offensive divine ability that he had not used for a long time. Otherworldly celestial. In fact, Duanling Tian did not use this divine ability when he was fighting Hong Yun, one of the three great guardians of fire worship sect. Based on this, it was clear to see that Lang Ying was stronger than Hong Yun. Swish! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, several clones of Duanling Tian holding 1,000 inscription saint's sword appeared in just a blink of an eye. Everyone was startled when they saw this. When Duanling Tian's clones appeared, they did not split up. Instead, they gathered in the same place. Sword controlling technique. This thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind when the clones appeared as he cast the sword controlling technique from the sword warding heart, the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Swoosh! 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 In a blink of an eye, the 1,000 inscription saint swords in Duanling Tian's hand and the 1,000 inscription saint swords in the clones' hands lined as they prepared to attack the 1,000 inscription saint spear that resembled an enraged dragon in Lang Ying's hand. The 1,000 inscription saint swords were lined up uniformly like soldiers. In just an instant, one of the 1,000 inscription saint swords flew out and collided with the 1,000 inscription saint spear in Lang Ying's hand. Clang! 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 When the two people's 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons collided, the sound it produced was not too loud. They battled in near silence. However, in the next moment, without any warning, boom! An earth-shattering sound rang in the air. It was so loud that it made the people who were watching tremble in fear. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued to ring in the air. It was caused by the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword's collision with Lang Ying's 1,000 inscriptions saint spear in Lang Ying. Wind began to blow violently again like a hurricane in all directions. In the end, Duanling Tian's 1,000 inscriptions saint sword could not endure it and was broken by the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear in Lang Ying's hand in one blow. Then it vanished without a trace. As it turned out, it was only a clone of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. The otherworldly celestial was a sword-type divine ability. The moment it was cast, not only would it produce clones of Duanling Tian, but it would also produce clones of the sword in his hand. Naturally, the clones of the sword would not be as powerful as the real sword. Although it had been broken, one of the clones of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword managed to deplete some of the power contained in Lang Ying's 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. Swish! Swish! Two sounds of swords whistling in the air sounded again as another two clones of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword flew out and repeated its attack to deplete the power in Lang Ying's 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. There's no longer any need for me to use the fourth clone of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, Duanling Tian thought to himself. In just an instant, the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword lined up at the very end flew out and sped past the two clones of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword toward Lang Ying. This 1,000 inscriptions saint sword was the real one. Swish! The instant the sword flew out, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air for just a brief moment before it disappeared. At the same time, the sword collided with the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear in Lang Ying's hand. Horror dawned on Lang Ying immediately as he began to panic. How can it be so strong? Lang Ying was terrified because he discovered the strength of this sword was several times more powerful than the previous swords. Damn it! At this moment, Lang Ying discovered the sword was overpowering his 1,000 inscriptions saint spear without any difficulties. He instantly sent more saint origin into the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear without any reservations. Even then, it did not help much. Duanling Tian's attack was clearly a lot more powerful, and he had the upper hand. He used this opportunity to go in for the kill. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rang in the air again. The sky seemed to tremble as though it would fall down. Duanling Tian's 1,000 inscriptions saint sword seemed peerlessly strong as it crushed Lang Ying's 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. With just a flick of his hand, he knocked the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear out of Lang Ying's hand. As soon as the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword was knocked out of Lang Ying's hand, the skin between his right thumb and index finger was cut as well. Fresh blood began to gush out of his wound. Lang Ying's body trembled suddenly. His face turned green before he paled. He could not hold back and began to throw up blood. As it turned out, before the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's spear was knocked out of his hand, the force of Duan Ling Tian's attack had entered his body, causing him to suffer from internal injuries. While Ling Ying was throwing up blood, a pair of flaming wings sprouted out of Duan Ling Tian's back. Golden Crow's wings? He flapped his wings, and at a miraculously fast speed, he appeared before Ling Ying. Bang! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand before he brought it down quickly. A palm consolidated from pure energy landed on Lang Ying's chest like a mountain, and it sent Lang Ying flying down before Lang Ying could even catch his breath. Lang Ying was sent flying wretchedly like an arrow that had been shot. As he was flying back, he continued throwing up blood. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and called his 1,000 inscriptions Saint's sword back to his hand before he put it away in his spatial ring. After that, he hovered in the air calmly as he looked at Lang Ying, who finally managed to find his footing with great difficulty after flying quite a distance away. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "Hall Master Lang Ying, are you still planning to stop me from killing Dong Yuanjin? Before you answer me, let me warn you. If you choose to attack me again, I won't show you any mercy." Although Duan Ling Tian did not speak loudly, everyone present on the scene heard him. When they heard him speak, chills ran up their spines. How terrifying! How did Duan Ling Tian become so powerful? Even Lord Hallmaster, who has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, is no match for him at all. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have in the past few years? Don't tell me that the news of him killing the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, is also true? Did he really kill the Golden Lion King with only 3 strikes? Earlier, he also used 3 strikes to defeat Lord Hallmaster. When the crowd regained their senses, they had an expression of confusion and disbelief on their faces. They whispered among themselves in extremely low voices, worried that they would anger Duan Ling Tian if he overheard them. Dong Yuanjin, who had just personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian defeating Ling Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, was horrified. How's that possible? Lang Ying did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. Even Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, was no match for him, even though Lang Ying had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, finally caught his breath. His face was as pale as a piece of paper. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Duan Ling Tian, I admit that I'm no match for you. But do you really think that you can act as you please in the fire worship sect with just that bit of strength? Our fire worship sect has our own law after all. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Sect Leader?" Lang Yin used the sect leader of fire worship sect who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, in an attempt to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. When Lang Ying finished speaking, before Duan Ling Tian could reply to him, he discovered Dong Yuanjin, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, was trying to escape. Trying to escape? Duan Ling Tian instantly flapped the golden crow's wings that were still on his back. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, it seemed as though Duan Ling Tian had turned into a gust of wind as he moved to block Dong Yuanjin's path. Dong Yuanjin was shocked and horrified. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, "Didn't you regard your Hall Master as your savior? How do you feel?" "I told you I'll kill you in front of your Lord Ha." Before Duan Ling Tian could finish saying the word Hall, Dong Yuanjin had already kneeled down in the air. His body trembled as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, please forgive me. Please forgive me. You've already killed my unfilial son. There's no longer any enmity between us. Please just let it go, please? I beg you, please. I beg you." Dong Yuanjin, a Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, had not only lowered his proud head at the moment of despair. Under the threat of death, he even kneeled and begged for forgiveness in front of a person he used to regard as an ant. The only thought left in his mind was to survive. How embarrassing. He's an embarrassment to the Enforcement Hall. Lang Ying was furious when he saw Dong Yuanjin kneeling and asking for forgiveness despite his status as the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. "There's no enmity between us?" Duan Ling Tian chuckled when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words. "You ordered people to kill me and you dare say there's no enmity between us? Perhaps you think this conflict started because of your son, and you think there's no enmity between us. Yes, Dong Lin nodded hastily. Dong Yuanjin, if you've bravely accepted your death, perhaps I might have admired you. However, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly. He did not finish his sentence before he began to make his move. Whoosh! Duanling Tian raised his hand as the Sun Saint Origin gathered in his hand. Before long, he waved his hand before he lowered them. A palm formed from his Sun Saint Origin appeared and fell toward Dong Yuanjin. When Dong Yuanjin saw this, the palm was just 1 foot from him. At the moment the palm landed on him, he cried out no. Bam! The sound of an explosion rang in the air, and Dong Yuanjin was killed by the palm that Duanling Tian consolidated from his Sun Saint Origin. The entire place was silent. Although the people watching had expected this outcome, they still felt chills running up their spines when they saw Duanling Tian kill Dong Yuanjin. No matter what, Dong Yuanjin was still a vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His position was equivalent to a golden flame elder. His son was nothing in comparison. However, someone like Dong Yuanjin was killed by Duanling Tian just like that. Duanling Tian, I'll personally look for Lord Sect Leader, so he can preside over this matter on behalf of the enforcement hall. The expression of Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, turned cold when he saw Duanling Tian killed Dong Yuanjin. If looks could kill, Duanling Tian would have died several times over. Be my guest. However, Duanling Tian merely shrugged indifferently when he heard Lang Ying's words. It seemed as though he was not afraid at all that Lang Yin would report this matter to the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. As a matter of fact, he was really not afraid. Lang Ying only snorted coldly in response before he rose into the sky and disappeared behind the clouds. It was obvious he was headed to the cultivation place of the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. After Lang Ying left, Duanling Tian turned to Jiang Qin and said, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was startled. His body began to tremble and his face turned pale immediately. He thought this fiend, Duanling Tian, was going to kill him since Duanling Tian did not find him pleasing to the eyes. Please let this fiend go easy on me. Jiang Qin prayed fervently. He was prepared to be tortured, he only hoped that Duanling Tian would spare his life at least. However, in the next moment, Jiang Qin realized he was wrong. It seemed like Duanling Tian had no intention to torture him for being an eyesore. I want to see Gan Ruyen. Duanling Tian said calmly as he looked at Jiang Qin. His tone brooked no argument. When Jiang Qin heard Duanling Tian's words, his eyes widened immediately. He blurted out, Gan Ruyen. Why you know Gan Ruyen? She's my friend, Duanling Tian replied as he stared intently at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was stunned. Duanling Tian is friends with Gan Ruyen? Suddenly, Jiang Qin had a vague idea of why Duanling Tian had attacked him earlier. It was most likely Duanling Tian attacked him because he was the one who imprisoned Gan Ruyen in the enforcement hall. He was only carrying his duty, there was no cause for Duanling Tian to seek revenge from him. When Duanling Tian saw Jiang Qin had remained silent from the shock, he said impatiently, Bring me there. Duanling Tian's voice startled Jiang Qin. He instantly looked at Duanling Tian with a wry smile on his face. This is a little difficult. She has been brought away from the enforcement hall by Lord Sect Leader. She has been brought away by Lord Sect Leader? Duanling Tian frowned as he asked in a deep voice, what happened? After witnessing Duanling Tian killing Dong Yuanjin, Jiang Qin knew Duanling Tian could kill him easily if he wanted to. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer Duanling Tian's question. He hastily said, I heard it's the saint girl who requested Lord Sect Leader to bring Gan Ruyen away. I'm not sure why though. Saint girl. Duanling Tian frowned even deeper. Which saint girl? Duanling Tian knew the saint girl was Kur. However, he was a little confused. Was Kur not in the enforcement hall? Why would she ask for Gan Ruyen to be sent away? Although his wife, Kur, was the saint girl of Fire Worship Sect, she was also a criminal in the sect. How was it possible for a criminal to request anything from the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect? Would the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect even pay attention to her request? Jiang Qin, watch what you're saying. The other vice hall master of the enforcement hall who had been watching quietly all this while cried out when he saw Jiang Qin was about to reveal the matter regarding the saint girl. His expression turned grave immediately. After all, very few people in the fire worship sect knew that the saint girl had been brought away from the enforcement hall by the sect leader of fire worship sect. Although the sect leader had never explicitly told them to keep the matter a secret, it was not appropriate to reveal the matter so easily. Everyone in the fire worship sect was under the impression that the saint girl who had disappeared for many years was currently a criminal who was being imprisoned in the enforcement hall. She was to wait for her punishment until the sect leader of fire worship sect came out from his closed-door cultivation. Although the sect leader of fire worship had come out of his closed-door cultivation, he still had not punished the saint girl. In fact, he had brought her out of the enforcement hall. The reputation of the sect leader of fire worship sect would be affected if news of this spread out. People would think the sect leader was abusing his power and disregarding the sect's law. There was no doubt the sect leader of fire worship sect was above the law in the sect, but it would still be detrimental to his reputation. As one of the great sects and a prominent figure in the Tao martial saint land, reputation was very important. I forgot. Xianxia was horrified when he realized what he had done after listening to the other Vice Hall Master's words. Earlier, he was so afraid of Duanling Tian that when he was asked a question, he instinctively answered without any hesitation. He realized how reckless he had acted. Saint girl? Which saint girl? Jiang Qin no longer dared to say anything to Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian saw Jiang Qin seemed unwilling to talk, he snorted. This caused Jiang Qin to tremble slightly. He wanted to use voice transmission to explain himself. However, before he could do so, Duanling Tian had already disappeared. When Duanling Tian reappeared again, he was standing in front of the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall who had given a reminder to Jiang Qin. Duanling Tian looked at the Vice Hall Master coldly as he said, "Since you won't allow him to tell me, you'll be the one to do the talking." At the same time, a powerful killing intent surged out of his body and shrouded the other person. This Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall did not think he would bring trouble to himself just by reminding Jiang Qin to not reveal anything. When the Vice Hall Master heard Duanling Tian's cold voice and felt his killing intent, he gave in immediately, especially when he thought about the people Duanling Tian had killed. The saint girl is the saint girl who had gone missing before this. She's the one who asked Lord Sect Leader to take Gan Ruyen away from the enforcement hall. Although the Vice Hall Master had decided to tell Duanling Tian everything, he did not do so openly. He used voice transmission to speak to Duanling Tian. "It's Kua." Duanling Tian frowned when he heard this. He continued to ask in a deep voice, "Don't lie to me. As far as I know, the saint girl is also locked up in the enforcement hall. Now tell me, did she really ask the sect leader to take Gan Ruyen away from the enforcement hall?" "I'm not lying to you. I don't dare to lie to you." The Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall hurriedly sent another voice transmission. "The saint girl is no longer in our enforcement hall as well." After a while, Duanling Tian learned about the whereabouts of Kur and their daughter from this Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall. All of them are in the sect leader of fire worship sect's cultivation place. It did not cross Duanling Tian's mind that his wife and their daughter, whom he had been longing to see, was at the place he was at earlier. He had even stayed at that place for quite a while. That place was the cultivation place of the sect leader of the fire worship sect. It was the highest hovering island above the Saint Island? Does this mean they heard everything I said earlier to the sect leader? Duanling Tian's breathing turned heavy. Whoosh! After Duanling Tian found out Kur and their daughter were not in the enforcement hall, he followed after Ling Ying and made his way to the cultivation place of the sect leader of fire worship sect. When Duanling Tian passed through the clouds and arrived at the cultivation place of the sect leader of fire worship sect, he saw Ling Ying reporting loudly to the sect leader of fire worship sect. "Lord Sect Leader, Duanling Tian has trespassed on the enforcement hall and killed a Vice Hall Master and an enforcement hall elder. His behavior is too outrageous. Please give the enforcement hall justice, Lord Sect Leader," Ling Ying said slowly as he looked at the cultivation place of the sect leader of fire worship sect. His tone was filled with rage. It was obvious he was furious at Duanling Tian for killing Dong Yuanjian, a Vice Hall Master of the enforcement sect, in front of him. Ling Ying had long noticed Duanling Tian's presence. After he finished, he looked at Duanling Tian and smiled icily. "Duanling Tian, didn't you say I can report this matter to Lord Sect Leader?" Why are you here? Are you scared now? When Lang Ying saw Duan Ling Tian here, he thought that Duan Ling Tian was worried and had followed him here. You're overthinking things, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. I'm here to look for sect leader about a different matter. Lang Ying's expression darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Whoosh! Wing began to blow as Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, appeared before Duan Ling Tian and Lang Yin. Lang Yin instantly greeted Tang Xian respectfully as soon as he saw him. Lord Sect Leader. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian only nodded and greeted Tang Xian casually. Sect Leader. Compared to how respectful Lang Yin was, Duan Ling Tian had acted very casually. When Lang Yin saw Duan Ling Tian's casual and disrespectful manner, he felt smug. He thought that Duan Ling Tian would definitely be punished. However, he was shocked when he saw Tang Xian nodding at Duan Ling Tian in a friendly manner and did not seem angry at his casual and rude manner. Based on what he knew, the sect leader was not someone so kind and did not care about propriety. Was it possible that the temperament of the sect leader of fire worship sect had changed after he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Hall Master Lung, congratulations for successfully breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Tang Xian looked at Lang Ying and said, according to the ancient law in the fire worship sect, members of the sect who have broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage will become a guardian. From now on, apart from being the hall master of the enforcement hall, you're also the 5th guardian in the sect. Lang Ying was overwhelmed with emotions when he heard Tang Xian's words. He had worked so hard in order to become a guardian of the fire worship sect after all. The position of a guardian was so high that only the sect leader's position was higher. However, he was confused by Tang Xian's last sentence. Lang Yin looked at Tang Xian in confusion as he stuttered, "To the 5th guardian?" There was an expression of bewilderment on his face. There were only 3 guardians in the fire worship sect as far as he knew. Now that he had been raised to the position of a guardian after breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, should he not be the 4th guardian? Tang Xian, naturally, knew why Lang Ying was confused. He quickly turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "We already have a 4th guardian in the fire worship sect before you became a guardian. This person is Guardian Ling Tian. I plan to officially bestow him the title of guardian in 3 days' time in front of everyone in the sect. It seems like I'll have to announce that the sect now has 2 new guardians. At that time, the Western region and the Upper Province will find out that we have now 5 guardians in the sect." When he finished speaking, there was a wide smile on his face. It was obvious he was in a good mood. "Ji Guardian Ling Tian?" When Lang Ying heard Tang Xian's words, his eyes widened immediately. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in bewilderment. After a while, he remembered that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. It was only natural he would become a guardian in the fire worship sect. This did not occur to Lang Ying because he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as a true disciple all this time. Even if Duan Ling Tian had proven to be more powerful than him, it did not cross his mind that a true disciple would be made a guardian. "Yes." Tang Xian nodded. "Hall Master Ling, I know about what happened in the enforcement hall since I've been monitoring the sect with my divine consciousness. It's understandable for Guardian Ling Tian to seek revenge. After all, the Dong family was the one who wanted to kill him first. Let's put this matter behind us. What do you think, Hall Master Ling?" Tang Xian asked as he looked at Lang Ying. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he heard Tang Xian's words. The sect leader of fire worship sect had, indeed, covered the entire fire worship sect with his divine consciousness. "Since that's the case, I'll listen to you, Lord Sect Leader." Once Jiang Qin learned that Duan Ling Tian was a guardian in the fire worship sect, he knew it was pointless for him to complain anymore. A guardian in the fire worship sect was somewhat above the law of the sect. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not have any enmity with the Dong family and had killed them for no reason, he would not have been held accountable, let alone there was enmity between him and the Dong family. The fire worship sect placed great importance on the guardians. The Dong family was nothing in comparison. After all, the loss of the Dong family was an insignificant matter. However, the loss of a guardian would significantly affect the fire worship sect. Guardian Ling Tian, Hall Master Ling, both of you are now pillars of the fire worship sect. Let me be the judge of this. I would like both of you to let this matter go. What do you think? Tang Xian's gaze shifted between Duan Ling Tian and Lang Ying. He had spoken calmly, but his tone brooked no argument. Don't worry, sect leader. I have no enmity with Hall Master Lang at all, Duan Ling Tian replied. He was telling the truth. He really had no enmity with Lang Ying. He had only attacked Lang Ying earlier because Lang Ying had interfered with the matter between him and the Dong family. Since he had already killed the Dong family, he was not bothered with Lang Yi as long as Lang Ying did not look for trouble with him. Don't worry, Lord Sect Leader. I'll do as you said. Lang Ying quickly answered as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, he bade Tang Xian farewell and ignored Duan Ling Tian before he left. Although he had acquiesced to Tang Xian's words, it did not mean he wanted to be friends with him. His action was like a silent protest. Tang Xian frowned when he saw this, but he did not say anything. He understood Lang Ying's feelings. Although Lang Ying would not act against Duan Ling Tian, it did not mean he wanted to be friends with Duan Ling Tian. It would take a long time for both of them to be friendly with each other. Some things were not meant to be rushed. Guardian Ling Tian, I heard you saying to Hall Master Lang that you're looking for me? Tang Xian asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded and said bluntly, Sect Leader, I'm friends with Gan Ruyen, the direct disciple of Guardian Xinhua. I heard she's staying in your cultivation place. I wonder if you'll let me see her. Guardian Ling Tian, this is a small matter, Tang Xian said, causing Duan Ling Tian's eyes to lit up immediately. However, I'm afraid you came at the wrong time, Guardian Ling Tian. Ruyen has gone into closed-door cultivation and hasn't come out. She won't be coming out until she has a breakthrough. I think you'll have to wait for a while before you can see her. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately when he heard this. His eyes dimmed and the smile on his face froze. He did not expect Tang Xian would say something like that. Gan Ruyen would not come out until she had made a breakthrough. Naturally, he did not believe Tang Xian. How could it be so coincidental? However, there was nothing Duan Ling Tian could do even though he knew it was a lie. If he acted recklessly now, it would only worsen the situation. Duan Ling Tian calmed himself before he said she won't come out until she is broken through. Since he could not meet Gan Ruyen, there was nothing he could do even though he knew Kua and their daughter were the cultivation place of the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. It seems like I'll have to think of another way. In order to avoid suspicion, after Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Tang Xian, he did not turn to look back at all. Am I overthinking things? There was nothing wrong with Duan Ling Tian's words and actions, but there was a frown on Tang Xian's face. I must be overthinking things. The only connections are he knows Gan Ruyen, and he's from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With Tang Xian's divine consciousness covering all of the fire worship sect, he knew that Duan Ling Tian had gone to the enforcement hall to look for Gan Ruyen. He was instantly reminded of the saint girl and her man who was from the lower province. Moreover, when he first met Duan Ling Tian, he noticed that the saint girl's daughter's eyes bore some resemblance to Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Tang Xian did not think much of it until his divine consciousness noticed that Duan Ling Tian had gone to the enforcement hall to look for Gan Ruyen. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian is the saint girl's man who had also come from the lower province? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, was merely suspicious. He thought it was too much of a coincidence to be true. When Duan Ling Tian left without any signs of reluctance at all, he began to doubt his suspicion even more. I hope you're not that man. Otherwise, Tang Xian muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed with a hint of viciousness. If Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary true disciple in the Fire Worship Sect, Tang Xian could easily force him to swear on the lighting penalty oath to verify his suspicion. However, Duan Ling Tian was no longer a true disciple. He was now a guardian of the Fire Worship Sect. A guardian was a pillar of the Fire Worship Sect. Unless Tang Xian was sure of his suspicion, he would not force Duan Ling Tian to swear on the lightning penalty oath just because of his suspicion or because he was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. If Tang Xian was wrong about his suspicion, it might offend Duan Ling Tian, and the Fire Worship Sect might lose one of its guardians. Moreover, if they lost Duan Ling Tian, they would lose the saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, that could defeat the devils as well. If the devil clans appeared and the fire worship sect did not have the devil seal tablet, they would be at a huge disadvantage. Tang Xian would not let such a thing happen unless it was absolutely necessary. For this reason, Tang Xian would not ask or force Duanling Tian, who was now a guardian of the fire worship sect, to swear on the lightning penalty oath over his speculation unless he was certain. I have a lot of time. If he's really the Saint Girl's man from the lower province, he'll eventually make a mistake and expose himself. Tang Xian muttered under his breath before he returned to his cultivation place. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of this. After he left, he was still thinking about how he could save Kuer and their daughter as soon as he could. He was afraid of unforeseen circumstances that might crop up if he took too long. After Duanling Tian left the cultivation place of the sect leader of fire worship sect, he returned to his residence that he used to live in when he was still a true disciple. Everything was still the same as when he had left it a few years ago. The only thing that had changed was his strength and position. In the next 3 days, the fire worship sect was in an uproar over Duanling Tian's return and his actions in the White Tiger Sanctum and the Enforcement Hall. Duanling Tian had made a big splash as soon as he returned to the fire worship sect after being away for a few years. As soon as he returned, he went to the White Tiger Sanctum and defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum easily. After that, he went to the Enforcement Hall and killed Elder Yang, an Enforcement Hall elder, Dong Lin, and Dong Yuanjin, one of the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Apart from that, he even injured Jiang Qin, another Vice Hall Master in the Enforcement Hall. What was even more shocking was he even injured Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, who had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. From what I know, the divine abilities that Hall Master Lang Ying has mastered are extremely extraordinary. In fact, Guardian Hong Yun has even said that she might not be a match for him once he has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Indeed, I remember Guardian Hong Yun saying this as well. Apparently Duanling Tian only used 3 strikes with his sword to defeat Hall Master Lang Ying. He defeated Hall Master Lang Ying with 3 strikes? Based on this, I think the news from Sin City is true. With his current strength, it's not impossible for him to kill Golden Lion King Xia Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect, with just 3 strikes. That's right. In terms of strength, the Golden Lion King Xia Kong Sun of the Black Kshetra sect is a lot weaker than Guardian Hong Yun. Since Duanling Tian's able to defeat Hall Master Lang Ying, whom Guardian Hong Yun said would be stronger than her once he has a breakthrough, it's definitely possible for Duanling Tian to kill the Golden Lion King with 3 strikes. News of Duanling Tian's current strength spread everywhere in the fire worship sect. I can't believe there's someone like that among the true disciples. He's like a monster. That's right. I don't think there's even such a strong true disciple in the history of the fire worship sect. Right? There is an age limit to become a true disciple. Senior brother Duanling Tian hasn't even passed the age limit. To think he's already broken through to the 7th form or above of the Saint Celestial stage. Even P55, who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land by the sectless cultivators for breaking through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before turning 100 years old, can't compare to senior brother Ling Tian, right? Hermf. Senior brother Duanling Tian from our fire worship sect is the true #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. Some people began to compare Duanling Tian and P55. Duanling Tian had not even reached 50 years old, but it seemed as though his strength could rival that of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. P55 was a prodigy for breaking through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before turning 100 years old, but his feat was nothing compared to Duanling Tian. Many people in the fire worship sect began to regard Duanling Tian as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. In the cultivation place of Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. The #1 prodigy in Tao Martial Saint land? When Bu Hong found out about what Duanling Tian had done since his return, he was so furious that he almost fainted. He did not expect that the true disciple who had crippled his innate talent back then would be so strong now that he had returned. Honger. Forget about the enmity between you and him. You'll only bring trouble to yourself if you don't let this matter go. Even Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, had no choice but to lower his head in front of the current Duanling Tian. What a joke! Duan Ling Tian had easily defeated the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, and Lu Tai's strength was on par with him. Based on Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, he would only grow stronger and stronger in the future. Moreover, what Duan Ling Tian had done in the enforcement hall made Lu Tai realize that Duan Ling Tian was not a kind or forgiving person. If he and Bu Hong decided to oppose Duan Ling Tian, their outcome would be similar to the Dong family. "I understand, Master," Bu Hong said as he lowered his head. However, if one looked closely, one could see the reluctance in his eyes. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, in the central square on the Saint Island in Fire Worship Sect, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, had appeared. His appearance naturally caused a commotion. Many Saint Lan disciples swarmed to the central square immediately. After all, this was the first time the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect made a public appearance after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Lord Sect Leader. Lord Sect Leader. When the group of Saint Lan disciples in the central square saw Tang Xian, all of them became excited. After a while, they noticed there were 2 other people standing behind Tang Xian. It's Hall Master Lang Ying from the Enforcement Hall and senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The people standing behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Lang Ying. "Silence," Tang Xian said. The entire place fell silent immediately. Tang Xian did not beat around the bush and instantly announced, "I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect, hereby announce that we'll have 2 new guardians in the Fire Worship Sect. These people standing behind me are Guardian Ling Tian and Guardian Lang Ying." Tang Xian directly announced to all the disciples and high-ranking officials in the Fire Worship Sect that there were no longer 3, but 5 guardians in the Fire Worship Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the guardian identity tokens to Duan Ling Tian and Lang Ying, officially bestowing them the position of guardians. Just as expected, the crowd burst into a commotion immediately. Although most people had already prepared for this, they could not help but feel excited when they witnessed this spectacular event. After a moment, the high-ranking officials led by the 2 vice-sect leaders of fire worship walked up and began to congratulate Duan Ling Tian one after another. "I'd like to pay my respect to you, Guardian Ling Tian." "Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian." "I'd like to pay my respect to you, Guardian Ling Tian." "Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian." Among these people who came to congratulate Duan Ling Tian, there were a few familiar faces as well. Silver Flame Elder Guoxiong and Overseer Nie Zue from the Palace of Death in the Black Turtle Sanctum were among them. They stood further away as they congratulated him. This was because their positions were lower than the group of high-ranking officials who were standing in front. Apart from the 2 vice-sect leaders, the group of Fire Worship Sect high-ranking officials were mostly Golden Flame Elders like the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, whom Duan Ling Tian easily defeated a few days ago, and the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly in response to all the congratulatory words. He felt that time had passed by really quickly. These people who congratulated him were people whom he looked up to in the past. However, they were now respectfully congratulating him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who felt like a lifetime had gone by. All the high-ranking officials who were congratulating Duan Ling Tian for being promoted to a guardian felt the same way. A few years ago, Duan Ling Tian was merely a true disciple in the Fire Worship Sect. Regardless of how outstanding he was just a true disciple. Who would have thought a true disciple would grow so strong in just a few short years and become a guardian of Fire Worship Sect? The position of a guardian was only second to the sect leader. It could be described as being above 10,000 people and only beneath one. Elder Guoxiong, I will still keep my promise to you from back then. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. Duan Ling Tian looked at Guoxiong, the enforcement elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum, and sent him a voice transmission. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had asked Guoxiong for help to send Zhu Luqi away. He had promised Guoxiong he would repay his favor in the future. Guoxiong was overwhelmed by excitement when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. He hurriedly thanked Duan Ling Tian. "Thank you, Guardian Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian used to be an ordinary true disciple in the fire worship. However, his position was currently only below one person. Guoxiong knew this promise from Duanling Tian was priceless. After the high-ranking officials from Fire Worship Sect greeted and congratulated Duanling Tian, they turned to Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, and now a guardian, to congratulate him as well. Based on the order they congratulated the guardians, it was obvious they regarded Duanling Tian highly in comparison to Lang Ying. It was only natural since they had all heard about Duanling Tian defeating Lang Ying with just 3 strikes. Duanling Tian was clearly stronger than Lang Ying. In this world where the strong ones were revered, their actions were justified. Even Lang Ying did not show any signs of dissatisfaction. He was aware of his own strength. Senior brother Lu Yun, senior brother Lu Mu. It's been a while. While the Fire Worship Sect's high-ranking officials were greeting and congratulating Lang Ying, Duanling Tian looked at 2 people in the crowd. It was none other than Lu Yun and Lu Mu. These 2 people were among the few friends he had made in the Fire Worship Sect. The moment Lu Mu and Lu Yun heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission, they felt so excited that they could hardly speak. Duanling Tian did not forget about them. Let's catch up over drinks later. Duanling Tian sent another voice transmission to Lu Yun and Lu Mu, who were still speechless. Now that the Dong family had been dealt with, coupled with his status in the Fire Worship Sect, Duanling Tian no longer had to worry about endangering the Lu brothers by associating with them. They no longer had to act like they were not friends. Although there was still the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, Duanling Tian did not think he would act against the Lu brothers even if he was angry at Duanling Tian for taking Kuer and their daughter away. Regardless, the Lu brothers were still disciples of the Fire Worship Sect. On this day, news of Fire Worship Sect having 2 new guardians swept across the western region like wildfire. Duanling Tian is a guardian of the Saint Sect? In order to become a guardian in the Saint Sect, one's cultivation base has to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at least. Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, has become a guardian because he has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage recently. I heard that Duanling Tian defeated Lang Ying with 3 strikes recently. My goodness! Duanling Tian's strength improved so much in just a few years. It seems like the news from Sin City is true. Duanling Tian really did kill Golden Lion King Xianxia, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra, with 3 strikes. Everyone in the western region was talking about Duanling Tian. Naturally, they also talked about Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. The sect leader of the Saint Sect is really wise to invite Duanling Tian back to the sect. Moreover, Duanling Tian is a powerful guardian whose strength is not inferior to the leader of the 3 original Guardian Zifeng. Yes, the sect leader of the Saint Sect is really wise. When everyone else was questioning if Duanling Tian had really killed Xianxia, he had invited Duanling Tian back to the sect. His foresight is amazing. Not only is the sect leader of the Saint Sect wise, but he has also broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. The Saint Sect will definitely reach new heights under his guidance and the help of the 5 guardians. It's not impossible for them to surpass the other 2 great sects. It did not take long before the news began to spread out from the western region. It spread to the central region, the southern region, and the northern region. Duanling Tian has returned to the Fire Worship Sect. I heard that sect leader Tang Xian personally asked for his return. I think the latest Supreme Saint ranking hasn't reached the western region. However, sect leader Tang Xian invited Duanling Tian back to the sect even though everyone was questioning Duanling Tian's ability. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, is really wise. Wise? I don't think so. I think he only invited Duanling Tian back because Duanling Tian has the Devil Seal tablet. Why do you say that? Didn't Tang Xian promise to swear on the lightning penalty oath that no one in the Fire Worship Sect would be allowed to take the Devil Seal tablet away from Duanling Tian? Yes, no one is able to snatch it away. However, when the Devil clans invade the upper province, he would definitely borrow the Devil Seal tablet from Duanling Tian. At that time, the Fire Worship Sect would be like a tiger with wings when they fight the Devil clans. Compared to the shock and commotion in the western region caused by Duanling Tian's strength, people from the other areas had long seen the updated list of the Supreme Saint ranking. They knew Duanling Tian had killed Xianxia, the Golden Lion King from Black Kshetra sect. Therefore, They were not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's feat after he returned to the fire worship sect. However, they were surprised that the sect leader of fire worship sect had invited Duan Ling Tian back to the sect and that Duan Ling Tian actually accepted the invitation. Meanwhile, the updated list of the Supreme Saint ranking had finally reached the Western region. Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, from Black Kshetra sect who was ranked 18th was killed by Duan Ling Tian with 3 strikes in Sin City. Many people present on the scene are witnesses to that. If Duan Ling Tian did not decide to toy with Xiekong Sun, he could have killed Xiekong Sun with just 1 strike. Now that Duan Ling Tian killed Xiekong Sun, Duan Ling Tian would replace Xiekong Sun and take over the 18th spot on the Supreme Saint ranking. The updated list of the Supreme Saint ranking listed Duan Ling Tian at the 18th place. Duan Ling Tian really killed Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King from Black Kshetra sect. Since it's in the updated list of the Supreme Saint ranking, it has to be true. Humph! With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he could easily rank in the top 15. That's true. After all, some people claim that Duan Ling Tian is not only stronger than Guardian Ling Yin, but he's also stronger than Guardian Hong Yun. Guardian Hong Yun is ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The Western region was in an uproar over this. Based on Guardian Ling Tian's achievements and his age, he can be considered as the number prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. You're right. Even if the achievements of Pei Si Hai who's acknowledged by the sectless cultivators are true, he still can't compare to Guardian Ling Tian. Guardian Ling Tian is the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. As time passed, apart from the people in the Western region, many people from other areas also agreed that Duan Ling Tian was the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. After all of them knew about his background. He's not even 50 years old, and yet he has achieved so much. Guardian Ling Tian is really amazing. Was there anyone like him in the history of the Dao Martial Saint land? Even the Sword Saint's achievement seems slightly inferior compared to him. The fire worship sect is so lucky. They managed to recruit such an amazing person. Similar remarks could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. In the Black Kshetra sect, it was absolutely chaotic. Since Duan Ling Tian has returned to the fire worship sect, the Black Kshetra sect won't let the matter of him killing great Karmapa Xie go. You're right. If we let this matter go, people are going to think the Black Kshetra sect is afraid of the fire worship sect. We must avenge the Golden Lion King. Although they knew Xiekong Sun was killed by Duan Ling Tian, they could not do anything since they could not locate Duan Ling Tian. Now that they found out Duan Ling Tian had returned to the fire worship sect and became a guardian, they were eager for action. Once the Black Kshetra sect's high-ranking officials began protesting, there was no stopping them. Eventually, they even went to see the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect was a skinny old man dressed in black. He looked like a dried corpse and he had a creepy vibe about him. His black robe that was embroidered with scary-looking skulls added to his creepy vibe as well. He did not look like a normal human. Currently, the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect was in a meeting with the 2 remaining great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect said, "Great Karmapa, if we don't deal with this matter, the elders will not let this go. Moreover, they're right. Now that Duan Ling Tian has returned to the fire worship sect, if the Black Kshetra sect doesn't take action, it will cause the elders of our sect to feel dissatisfied. Not only that, but we will be a laughingstock." A hint of viciousness could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. It was apparent he hated Duan Ling Tian to the bones. It was only natural. After all, the person Duan Ling Tian killed was one of the great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King. He was one of the pillars of strength in the Black Kshetra sect. 3 years ago, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, the Green Bat King, had died in the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent devils. At that time, the Black Kshetra sect had lost one of its pillars of strength. Wei Suo's death was due to his greed. Although they mourned him, they had no one to blame for his death. However, the death of Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, was different. He was deliberately killed by someone, and they knew who the person was. They even knew about his background. That person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, the lucky guy from the lower province who managed to obtain the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was taken away by an elder from the Black Kshetra sect, Xiaozong. After that, Duanling Tian came to the upper province and joined the Fire Worship sect. After joining the Fire Worship sect, his achievements were great. It did not take long before he was acknowledged as a prodigy in the Fire Worship sect. When he left the Fire Worship sect, he killed Xiaozong and reclaimed the Devil Seal Tablet. After that, he was stuck in the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent devils, and the rest was history. The trap that killed off numerous powerhouses in the upper province seemed to have benefited Duanling Tian, making him extremely strong in just 3 years. For that reason, he was able to kill Golden Lion King Xiakong Shui, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. Without waiting for a response from the 2 great Karmapa, the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect continued to say, Duanling Tian seems to be keeping a lot of secrets as well. For instance, how did he survive in the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent devils? How did he raise his cultivation base so quickly in just 3 short years? Does his progress have something to do with the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent devils? If we can get him to tell us the truth, we can try to replicate his success and raise our cultivation base quickly as well. Greed could be heard in the voice of the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect as he spoke. After listening to him, the eyes of the 2 remaining great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect lit up involuntarily. The Violet Dragon King was a woman. She was the only female among the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect. She was also the leader of the 4 great Karmapa. Currently, there were only 2 Karmapa left, including her. Although the Violet Dragon King wore a loose violet robe, it did nothing to hide her curvaceous body. Her beautiful long hair cascaded down her back. Although a purple veil covered the lower half of her face, her beauty still shone through from her delicate eyebrows and bright eyes. She emitted a cold and icy aura. The other remaining Karmapa was the White Tiger King. He used to be the leader of the Karmapa before the Violet Dragon King surpassed him. He was a young man with a strong build. Many people in the Black Kshetra sect did not think the White Tiger King was weaker than the Violet Dragon King. After all, when both of them fought, the Violet Dragon King had always won by a small margin. This led many people to think that the White Tiger King had allowed the Violet Dragon King to win. In fact, the White Dragon King was in love with the Violet Dragon King. It was an unrequited love. It was no secret in the Black Kshetra sect. The White Tiger King was a handsome and lively young man who was dressed in a white robe. His eyebrows made him look heroic, and he had an imposing air about him even without trying. He looked as fierce as a tiger. Sect leader, it's true that the Black Kshetra sect shouldn't let this matter go. It'll cause the elders and disciples to feel dissatisfied. It'll cause people to laugh at us and think our sect is afraid of the Fire Worship sect. Moreover, we need to figure out what secrets Duanling Tian is hiding. The Violet Dragon King spoke up first in response to the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect. Her eyes were cold when she spoke. Indeed, the White Tiger King agreed with the Violet Dragon King. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect was not surprised by the White Tiger King's decision. As soon as he heard the Violet Dragon King's words, he knew what the outcome would be. After all, the White Tiger King had always agreed with the Violet Dragon King. Since both of you agree with me, both of you should come with me and see the Supreme Elder. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect said urgently as he looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King. This was his goal after all. He had wanted the 2 great Karmapa to come with him to see the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect and ask him to follow them to the Fire Worship sect to deal with Duanling Tian. The reason the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect needed the Supreme Elder to come with them was due to the sect leader of Fire Worship sect. Since the sect leader of Fire Worship sect had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the only person who was a match for him in the Black Kshetra sect was the Supreme Elder. It would not end well for them if they went to the Fire Worship sect without the Supreme Elder. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect knew this very well. The Violet Dragon King nodded and left with the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect to see the Supreme Elder. She knew very well the Supreme Elder had to come with them to the Fire Worship to deal with Duanling Tian. Otherwise, they would not be a match for the people from the Fire Worship sect. When the White Tiger King saw the Violet Dragon King had gotten up, he naturally got up as well and followed her closely like a shadow. The Black Kshetra sect was different from the Fire Worship sect. In the Fire Worship sect, the sect leader was revered. However, in the Black Kshetra sect, the sect leader did not hold much weight in the sect compared to the Supreme Elder. In fact, his position was even lower than the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King. This was because the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect was only ranked 4th in the sect. His cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King were both at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect, he was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was only ranked below Nye Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. It was no surprise that the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect and the 2 great Karmapa managed to convince the Supreme Elder to follow them to the Fire Worship sect. Soon after, this group of people flew out of the Black Kshetra sect at lightning speed toward the Fire Worship sect. Their target was Guardian Duanling Tian of the Fire Worship sect. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of this. At this time, he was filled with anxiety due to a piece of news he had learned. They'll execute Si Ling in 3 months? Duanling Tian found out that Tang Xian had announced that he would execute Duan Si Ling. 3 months? 3 months are not enough. Duanling Tian felt as though he was at his wit's end. It was impossible for him to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 months, even if he entered the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated with all his heart. Without breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would be impossible for him to save Kuer and their daughter. I have to think of a way. I must rescue Kuer and our daughter in 3 months. Duanling Tian was swimming in despair at this moment. He felt as though he was going to go crazy. He had not even met his daughter, but she was going to be executed in 3 months. He had yet to come up with a way to save her. As a father, he felt completely useless. Duanling Tian finally decided to calm down and left his residence. He wandered aimlessly around the Saint Land. So, at this moment, someone bumped into Duanling Tian. When this person saw Duanling Tian, a horrified expression appeared on her face immediately. The person who had bumped into Duanling Tian was none other than the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, Wen Yan. She was the person who had reported Gan Ruyen to the enforcement hall back then. For this reason, Kuer and her daughter were discovered and imprisoned in the enforcement hall. When Duanling Tian arrived in the Fire Worship sect, he had taught her a lesson when he found out she was the reason Kuer and their daughter were imprisoned. That was how the feud between Wen Yan and Duanling Tian started. Later on, Wen Yan's senior brother, Bu Hong, tried to avenge her, but his innate spiritual root was destroyed by Duanling Tian instead. Before their master could seek revenge from Duanling Tian, he had already left the Fire Worship sect. Now that Duanling Tian returned, their master was no longer capable of seeking revenge for them. This was because Duanling Tian was far stronger than their master. Wen Yan began to tremble in fear when she saw Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was dressed in purple. He no longer wore the uniform of a Fire Worship sect's true disciple. For this reason, he stood out. Wen Yan's attention was not on his robes, but on his face. Although she had seen Duanling Tian's portrait once, she did not forget his face. Now that she saw him in real life, it felt as though she had seen a ghost. Since Duanling Tian has returned to the Fire Worship sect after Lord Sect Leader asked for his return, he has been promoted to Guardian due to his superior strength. Apart from that, as soon as he returned to the sect, he defeated the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum and the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, who has recently broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He even killed Vice Hall Master Dong Yuanjin and his son, Dong Lin. Wen Yan thought to herself. Wen Yan had only found out about this today since she was in closed-door cultivation. She did not know that Duanling Tian was stuck in the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent devils. She did not expect the world would change so much after she came out of closed-door cultivation. Duanling Tian has grown so strong that his strength was far superior to her master Lu Tai. the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. It completely destroyed her idea of seeking revenge from Duanling Tian. After all, she no longer had the capabilities to compete with Duanling Tian. They were in different leagues now. Wen Yan did not think she would be so unlucky to bump into Duanling Tian as soon as she came to the Saint Island. When she remembered how strong Duanling Tian was, her legs turned soft. She could not even move. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally noticed Wen Yan. Wen Yan. Duanling Tian did not think he would meet the girl who reported Gan Ru Yen back then while he was out walking to clear his mind. When he thought of the part she played in getting Kuer and their daughter imprisoned, his gaze turned cold immediately. Wen Yan began to shiver when she saw this. Her face turned pale and she began to tremble violently. Duanling Tian scoffed. Without any warning, Duanling Tian began to mobilize his Sun Saint energy. A powerful energy swept out in just an instant. Wen Yan stood rooted to her spot in fear. She was trembling as the energy shrouded her, causing her to throw up blood. Then she quickly kneeled in the air and begged for mercy. Guardian Ling Tian, please show mercy. Please show mercy. She knew very well that it would not be a problem at all if Duanling Tian decided to kill her. No one would pursue the matter. She might be a true disciple in the fire worship sect, but she was nothing compared to Duanling Tian, who was a guardian. Even 100 of her could not compare to one Duanling Tian. A hint of disgust flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes when he saw Wen Yan kowtowing and begging for mercy. However, in the end, he did not attack her. He only walked past Wen Yan, who was still kneeling and begging. He left like a gust of wind. At the same time, Wen Yan waited with bated breath. If Duanling Tian casually attacked her without using much strength, he would still be able to severely injure her even if he did not kill her. She waited until Duanling Tian was quite a distance away before she sighed in relief. Her robe was wet from sweat. I will punish you by taking away your innate spiritual root. This was Duanling Tian's thought when he walked past Wen Yan. As it turned out, before Duanling Tian left, he had cast the elementary devouring tactic and devoured Wen Yan's innate spiritual root. Once he had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heavenly soul form, he was able to devour innate spiritual roots without Elder Hua's help. He was able to devour a person's innate spiritual root without alerting him or her as long as his target was weaker than him. Wen Yan was merely a cultivator at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could she compare to Duanling Tian, who had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? With Duanling Tian's current strength, he could devour the innate spiritual roots of anyone below the 4th form of the Celestial stage, and they would be none the wiser. However, it would exhaust him. For instance, he had exhausted a little more than half of his spiritual energy after devouring Wen Yan's innate spiritual root. However, if he had forcefully devoured Wen Yan's innate spiritual root without caring if she knew it or not, it would not exhaust him at all. Wen Yan was naturally unaware of this. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to me. I could have died. Wen Yan sighed in relief after Duanling Tian had left. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped death. However, a hint of viciousness and resentment could be seen in her eyes. It was as though she wanted to tear Duanling Tian into 1,000 pieces. The saint girl's daughter will be executed in 3 months' time? That girl is quite pitiful. She's innocent, but she has to pay with her life. She can only blame herself for being born into the wrong family. Hopefully, she'll be born into a better family in her next life. Lord Sect Leader is strange though. The saint girl is the one who made a mistake. Why is he punishing her daughter instead? When Duanling Tian entered the Saint Island, he heard all these remarks. Born into the wrong family? Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he muttered under his breath, I won't let anything happen to you, Sealing. In the northern region, at the peak of a snow-capped mountain, snow was falling heavily on the mountain. 2 figures could be seen standing at the peak of the mountain. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that snow seemed to be repelled by the 2 figures. It did not touch them at all. The 2 figures belonged to 2 extremely beautiful girls. When they stood together, they outshone everything in their surroundings. Sister Tian Wu, brother Ling Tian, is so powerful. He even managed to kill one of the great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, Golden Lion King Xiakong Sun. Xiakong Sun was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was even ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. A playful expression could be seen on one of the girls' faces. Her dimples were faintly visible when she smiled. She looked extremely cute. I thought I'll be able to surpass Brother Ling Tian after undergoing the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. However, it seems like it's nothing but a fool's dream, the girl continued to say with a sigh. The other girl, who was dressed in red, turned to look at the girl who had spoken and said, Xuanai, you're so eager to surpass Brother Duan? No. Xuanai shook her head as she said solemnly, in my heart, Brother Ling Tian will always be the best. Even the successor of the 7 absolutes sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny, can't compare to him. Upon hearing that, the other girl was stunned. Then, the smile on her face grew wider. Sister Tian Wu, what are you laughing at? Xuanai asked with Wang frown. It's nothing. I'm just thinking that Brother Duan would be shocked if he learns about your strength and innate talent. The other girl shook her head and changed the subject. There were things she could not say because she had made a promise. Based on their words, it was clear these 2 girls were Han Xuanai and Feng Tianwu. These 2 girls were the beauties in the northern region. Their smiles could dazzle a whole country. A loud voice rang in the middle of the snow-capped mountain. It was filled with excitement. A young man with a slightly sturdy figure flew from afar and arrived in front of 2 young men who looked identical. They were clearly twins. The young man's eyes were gleaming as he asked excitedly, Nangong Chan? Nangong Yi, did you hear the rumors about Duan Ling Tian? The young man with a sturdy figure did not wait for the twins to reply before he said, Let me tell you this. Duan Ling Tian is my junior brother. He became more and more excited as he spoke. It was as though he wanted everyone to know he was acquainted with Duan Ling Tian. This young man with a sturdy figure was none other than Gu Li, who came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Duan Ling Tian back then. Moreover, he had joined the fire worship sect with Duan Ling Tian. However, he had left the fire worship sect later because of the 7 absolute sect's 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny. He knew he was extremely lucky for being selected as the successor of the 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny. I thought I'll be able to surpass junior brother Ling Tian once I master the 7 absolute sect's 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny, and after going through the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. Who knew he would surpass me again? This was Gu Li's first thought when he learned about Duan Ling Tian becoming a guardian in the fire worship sect and was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Moreover, he was widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Gu Li was, naturally, happy for Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he was so happy that he had instantly gone to see the Nangong twins, the successors of the 7 absolute sect's Didymus progeny, to tell them about Duan Ling Tian. He even tried to show off a little when he spoke to them. He wanted them to know that he was friends with Guardian Ling Tian, who was currently widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. You know Duan Ling Tian as well? Nangong Yi asked. Gu Li did not expect this response. He was stunned. Gu Li had a confused expression on his face as he looked at Nangong Yi and Nangong Qin. He asked, Both of you know junior brother Ling Tian as well? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Of course. Nangong Yi answered immediately. Both of us knew Duan Ling Tian since our days in the mortal continent. In fact, we know his family and friends as well. However, I've never heard him speak about you. Nangong Yi looked at Gu Li skeptically as he asked, Gu Li, are you lying? I don't think I've heard Duan Ling Tian mention your name before. Gu Li was stunned when he heard Nangong Yi's words. When he recovered from his shock, his face turned red. How could Nangong Yi say he was lying? He was about to say something in return when Nangong Chun, who rarely spoke, suddenly said, Liar! Gu Li was instantly enraged. He asked, As the successor of the 7 absolute sect's 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny, is there a need for me to lie? I'm not sure, Nangong Yi shook his head and said. He looked at Gu Li skeptically as though he thought Gu Li was lying. Nangong Chen nodded as well. Gu Li was frustrated. He quickly tried to explain himself to prove he was not lying. He continued talking for a long time. Suddenly, Nangong Yi said, Okay, I'll stop teasing you. He burst out laughing with tears in his eyes. It was obvious he had been trying to suppress his laughter all this while. Ha! Gu Li was confused when he saw this. Gu Li, although we've never met prior to this, I've heard of you. I know you are from the lower province's mystical sky mansion. Moreover, you even stayed in the Azure Cloud platform in the Azure Cloud Mansion, Nangong Yi said with a smile. However, when we arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, you left the lower province along with Duanling Tian. That's why we didn't meet until now. Back then, after Duanling Tian brought the Nangong twins and the others away from the Windfall Nation to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had left the Azure Cloud Mansion for the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. So you are the ones that junior brother Ling Tian brought back to the Azure Cloud Mansion before leaving to the upper province. I heard that junior brother Ling Tian brought some of his friends back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. I didn't know that includes both of you. Gu Li finally figured things out. After that, he glared at Nangong Yi. Then why did you say you've never heard of me before? I was just teasing you, Nangong Yi said as he laughed. Gu Li turned to look at Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen, I didn't think someone as serious you would also tease me. You're too stupid, Nangong Chen said. As usual, he was stingy with his words. However, these few words managed to cause all the blood to rush up to Gu Li's head. Nangong Chen, are you trying to pick a fight with me? If you want to fight, let's fight. Nangong Chen did not back down. In fact, we, the successors of the Didymus progeny, were thinking about replacing the Kratos progeny as the 7 absolutes sect's 3rd absolute. It was rare for Nangong Chen to speak so much. His words rendered Gu Li speechless. Nangong Chen, how can you be so shameless? I want to fight you. What does it have to do with the Didymus progeny? Gu Li, naturally, knew the underlying meaning of Nangong Chen's words. Nangong Chen wanted Nangong Yi to fight with him. 2 versus 1. Any one of the Nangong twins was not a match for him in a one-on-one fight. However, if they joined forces, he was not a match for them. I think that's a good idea. The 3rd absolute sounds better than the 6th absolute. Nangong Yi nodded solemnly. Despicable, Gu Li said angrily. Perhaps, in the future, he might be able to fight against the Nangong twins at the same time. However, at this moment he was too weak to do so. He was aware of his own strength. If he really lost the title of the 3rd absolute, the predecessors of the Kratos progeny would definitely roll in their graves. After Gu Li's departure, the Nangong brother looked at each other and burst out laughing. When they finally managed to stop laughing, Nangong Yi's eyes were filled with longing. After hearing all these stories about Duanling Tian, I can't wait to leave the northern region and make a name for myself out there. Previously, I didn't think half a year is long. However, it feels like a lifetime now. I wonder why Senior Uncle Prophet only allows us to leave after half a year. He said it's to strengthen our cultivation base, but why do I feel there's more to it? He's an old quack. Hey! Why do I feel so cold suddenly? Nangong Yi was surprised. It felt as though the temperature in his surroundings had dropped suddenly. Although he had been staying in the snow-capped mountain, he had not felt this kind of cold before. He looked at Nangong Chen to see if he also felt the cold when he saw Nangong Chen looking at him meaningfully before he looked behind him. In fact, Nangong Chen looked a little nervous. Nangong Yi instinctively turned to look behind him. Nangong Yi's eyes widened when he saw a shapely figure in the distance. The figure belonged to a white-clad girl who looked like a goddess who had just descended from heaven. Her bearing was extraordinary. She had long waist-length hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Although her face was covered by a white veil, her beauty still shone through. As she stood in the distance, she emitted an icy aura that caused the temperature to drop. I hope this won't happen again, the white-clad girl said. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished without a trace. After she left, the temperature returned to normal. The Nangong twins sighed in relief. They say that the 7 absolutes sect's 2nd absolute, the prophet progeny, isn't good at combat, but why do I feel like the tradition is about to be broken? Nangong Yi looked at Nangong Chen and said through voice transmission. He had a wry smile on his face. She's very strong. She is no weaker than the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Nangong Chen replied solemnly through voice transmission. Once again, Nangong Yi said through voice transmission she feels more dangerous than the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. However, that's probably because we know the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Today, A group of uninvited guests had arrived in the western region. As soon as they entered the western region, they headed straight for the fire worship sect. There were 6 people in this group of people. The person in the lead was an extremely old man. He wore a loose gray robe. His eyebrows and beard were white. His face was deeply wrinkled and there were dark spots all over it. Based on his appearance, if he was an ordinary old man, he would be close to death. However, this old man was currently flying at the speed of lightning. Moreover, apart from a red-clad girl and a white-clad young man, the old man was carrying the other 3 people in the group. He was amazingly fast. The group of 6 people flew toward the fire worship sect in an ostentatious manner, and it did not take them long before they arrived at the fire worship sect. When they arrived at the fire worship sect, the old man muttered, "Fire worship sect." A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said in a clear voice, "Lang Qianjin from the Black Kshetra sect, the sect leader and 2 vice-sect leader of Black Kshetra sect, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King are here to see Guardian Ling Tian of the Fire Worship sect." Although his voice was not loud, it could be heard in the entire Fire Worship sect. Lang Qianjin? This name sounds familiar. Inside the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum elders frowned as he tried to recall where he had heard the name before. Of course it sounds familiar. He said he brought the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King with him. This means his status is higher than those 3 people. There's only one person in the Black Kshetra sect with such a position. Another Vermilion Bird Sanctum elder said. A hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes. I didn't expect he would come here. He must have come with his men to avenge Xianxia, the Golden Lion King. His voice trembled when he spoke. You mean, he's the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum elder who had spoken earlier was shocked. He seemed to have recalled something before he said, I remember now. Isn't Lang Qianjin ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking? He actually came with the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect, the Violet Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. His expression had changed dramatically. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, 2 powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Aren't these people the strongest in the Black Kshetra sect? Originally, the Black Kshetra sect had another 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They were the Golden Lion King and the Green Bat King. Both of them, along with the Violet Dragon King and White Tiger King, were the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. However, the Green Bat King died 3 years ago, and the Golden Lion King was killed by Guardian Ling Tian. It looks like the Black Kshetra sect is out for blood, since they sent all of their powerhouses above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage here. With so many powerhouses here, I'm afraid even Lord Sect Leader won't be able to protect Guardian Ling Tian. Apart from the elders in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, the other 3 sanctums were also in an uproar over the arrival of Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect. Lang Qianjin was not only the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect, but he was also widely acknowledged as the 2nd strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was only 2nd to Nye Tianwu, the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was obvious Lang Qianjin had come with ill intention. It caused many elders and disciples in the fire worship sect to feel anxious. Do you think Lord Sect Leader and the Guardians will fight the people from the Black Kshetra sect? A fight between these high-level people is no joke. Not only will it affect the fire worship sect, but it'll affect us as well. You're right. A fight between those people can destroy mountains and stir up the sea. We'll definitely be affected even if we're far away from the fight. We can only hope that they don't fight. It'll definitely result in a fight unless the fire worship sect is willing to hand Guardian Ling Tian over. Since Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect, has come, it shows they have no intention of backing down. It's only natural since Guardian Ling Tian killed the Golden Lion King, one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa. The Golden Lion King was one of the pillars of strength in the Black Kshetra sect. It would be fine if Guardian Ling Tian didn't return to our sect. However, now that he has returned, the Black Kshetra sect won't let this matter go so easily. The people from Black Kshetra sect had yet to enter the fire worship sect, but Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, had caused quite stir in the fire worship sect with his words. Based on this, one could see how fearsome Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, was. They're here to see me. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the fire worship sect, naturally heard this as well. A flash of coldness could be seen as he narrowed his eyes. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian heard a woman calling out to him, "Guardian Ling Tian. Lord Sect Leader says that he wants to see you." Duan Ling Tian was familiar with the owner of the voice. It was the only female guardian among the 5 guardians in the fire worship sect. Hong Yun. Guardian Hong Yun. As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, he flew out of his residence. It was the same place he had stayed in back when he was still a true disciple. The fire worship sect was still in the process of building a residence befitting of a guardian, so Duan Ling Tian was temporarily staying in his old residence. It would take time to build a guardian's residence after all. Guardian Ling Tian, the group from Black Kshetra sect, came with ill intention. "I'm afraid things will get tricky," Hong Yun said as soon as she saw Duan Ling Tian. "I know." Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was obvious things would not end well since even Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, who was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking, had come. "Don't worry. Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He's not any weaker than Lang Qianjin," Guardian Hong Yun consoled him. Duan Ling Tian nodded again and followed Guardian Hong Yun to see the sect leader of fire worship sect. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he discovered that Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, was not the only one present. The other 3 guardians, Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, and Guardian Lang Ying, were there as well. "Sect leader." Duan Ling Tian greeted and nodded at Tang Xian before he turned to the other guardians and nodded at them politely. The guardians were now used to Duan Ling Tian's casual manner, so they did not take offense to his behavior. Moreover, they were in no position to care about formalities with the current predicament they were in. Guardian Ling Tian, Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian and said without beating around the bush, "The 4 guardians and I will go and meet the people from the Black Kshetra sect. Do you want to join us? I'll respect your decision, whatever it is. Since they've come knocking on our door, how can I hide from them?" Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, and Guardian Hong Yun looked at him with a hint of approval. Even Guardian Lang Ying, who had a falling out with Duan Ling Tian previously, softened his gaze. Duan Ling Tian's decision had won their respect. "If that's your decision, let's go and meet them now," Tang Xian said with a cold glint in his eyes. Tang Xian flew to where the people from the Black Kshetra sect were. If he did not deal with this incident properly, not only would he humiliate himself, but even the fire worship sect would be implicated. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian and the others followed Tang Xian to meet the people from Black Kshetra sect. Meanwhile, there were a few people who were eager to see the fire worship sect fall into chaos. "I hope the people from the Black Kshetra sect won't back down. It would be best if Lang Qianjin personally kills Duan. This is great news. Since Lang Qianjin has personally come, he definitely won't rest until he gets what he came here for. Guardian Ling Tian won't stay a guardian for long since he's going to die soon. Duan Ling Tian, go to hell." These people who were eager for chaos to descend on fire worship sect were the 2 direct disciples of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong and Wen Yan. Apart from these 2 people, the others were people who had also had conflicts with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and the other 4 fire worship sect guardians walked side by side behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect leader. Soon after, they left the estate of the fire worship sect. Soon after, a few figures appeared before them. In the beginning, they were the size of dust, but as Duan Ling Tian and the others approached them, they began to grow bigger and bigger. There were 6 people. A gray-clad old man stood in the lead. He looked extremely old, as though he already had 1 foot in his coffin. This must be Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out the old man's identity. Lang Qianjin studied the group of people from the fire worship sect while Duan Ling Tian was studying him as well. Duan Ling Tian felt exposed when he felt Lang Qianjin looked at him. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" Duan Ling Tian heard a voice transmission. The voice sounded old and hoarse. This was the same voice that had spoken earlier. It was obvious Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, was the one who sent the voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Lang Qianjin. Duan Ling Tian only asked in response to Lang Qianjin's voice transmission. Lang Qianjin scoffed loudly. "Duan Ling Tian, how courageous of you to kill the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect." He sounded angry. It seemed like he was trying to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. What a shame that Duan Ling Tian was not a coward. He was not someone who was easily intimidated. "No matter how courageous I am, I'm nothing compared to how shameless you are. You dare to come here and bark at me when you've robbed me of 2 Super Saint weapons," Duan Ling Tian said mockingly through voice transmission. He remembered that Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, had announced that he had 2 of Duan Ling Tian's Super Saint weapons when he had just exited the pseudo-realm left by 3 eminent devils. Duan Ling Tian did not know if he should laugh or be angry when he heard this news. He had not even met the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect before. How did the supreme elder rob him? "You!" Lang Qianjin's face that was pale was filled with rage and humiliation when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. He glared at Duan Ling Tian viciously. If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have died. Lang Qianjin had announced the 2 Super Saint weapons were in his possession because he wanted to divert other people's attention away from it. He was afraid other people would go after Duan Ling Tian's Super Saint weapons. When Duan Ling Tian mocked Lang Qianjin about this matter, he remembered he had become a laughingstock in the Dao Martial Saint land for lying to everyone even though he was a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had felt extremely embarrassed by that incident. Now that Duan Ling Tian brought up that incident again, he felt as though Duan Ling Tian had touched his nerve. He became furious immediately. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived before the people from the Black Kshetra sect. "Elder Lang, how was your journey here?" "What an honor to have you here in the Fire Worship sect." Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect, greeted Lang Qianjin warmly with a smile. Lang Qianjin only scoffed in response to Tang Xian's words. Then he said bluntly, "Sect leader Tang, I'm sure you're aware of the reason for my visit today. What we want is to kill the person who murdered the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect. I hope sect leader Tang will hand that person over to us." There was a hint of impatience in his tone. Tang Xian had interacted with the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect before. However, today he realized the supreme elder was an impatient person. He and the other guardians were surprised by this. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who was not surprised by Lang Qianjin's impatience. After all, he had provoked Lang Qianjin, causing him to lose his temper and become impatient. At this moment, there was nothing Lang Qianjin wanted more than to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge the Golden Lion King. Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention away from Lang Qianjin to the people standing behind him. The purple-clad woman should be the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the 4 great Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect. Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the only women in the group. The woman wore a purple robe and her face was covered by a purple veil. However, the veil did nothing to detract from her beauty. The Violet Dragon King is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking after the powerhouse who was ranked 9th died in the pseudo-realm that was left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the white-clad young man who was tall and strong. This man should be the other great Karmapa, the White Tiger King. He's also at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and is ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Finally, Duan Ling Tian's attention shifted to an old man who was dressed entirely in black. He was so thin that it seemed as though he was only made out of skin and bones. This man must be the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect. He's at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's far weaker compared to the others. Elder Lang, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect, said, coldly, "Since you're so direct, I'll be honest with you. It's impossible for me to hand Guardian Ling Tian over to you. It was obvious Tang Xian did not have any intention of handing Duanling Tian over to the Black Kshetra sect. How could he hand Duanling Tian over to the Black Kshetra sect? Not only did Duanling Tian possess the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that would be extremely important when the Devil clans invade the Upper Province, but he was still not sure of Duanling Tian's true identity. He did not dare to simply hand Duanling Tian over. He had his suspicion that Duanling Tian was the man from the lower province who had defiled the Saint girl. He was still trying to confirm if Duanling Tian was indeed that man. If Duanling Tian was indeed that man and he had handed him over to the Black Kshetra sect, that person would definitely vent his anger on him if he found out about it. If Duanling Tian had, indeed, defiled the Saint girl, that person would undoubtedly want to kill Duanling Tian with his own hands. Although that person says the Saint girl is the reincarnation of his cousin sister, there's a strange possessiveness in his eyes when he spoke about his cousin sister, Tang Xian thought to himself. He could not help but tremble when he thought about this. For this reason, there was no way he would hand Duanling Tian over to the Black Kshetra sect. If Duanling Tian was not the man who defiled the Saint girl, Tang Xian would only lose the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, if he handed him over to the Black Kshetra sect. However, if Duanling Tian turned out to be the man who defiled the Saint girl, he and the fire worship sect would be burned into ashes by that person. It seems like it won't be long before that person returns to the mundane realm. Tang Xian felt afraid when he thought about this. How fast time had flown by. In just a blink of an eye, the day of that person's return was fast approaching. Impossible. Tang Xian's answer that brooked no arguments caused Lang Qianjin's expression to darken immediately. The expression of the people standing behind him darkened as well when they heard Tang Xian's response. Tang Xian, it seems like you're extremely confident now that you've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lang Qianjin said icily. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, had spoken so coldly that it sent chills running up everyone's spines. Previously, I could only use my movement divine ability to run away from you, Elder Lang, but today, I would like to have a battle with you to see how wide the gap is between our strength. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, replied at a neither hurried nor slow tone in response to Lang Qianjin. Based on his words, it was clear he was unafraid of Lang Qianjin. Previously, when Tang Xian's cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would have to flee whenever he fought with Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, since he was not a match for him. The movement divine ability that had been taught to him by that person, a godlike powerhouse, was so powerful that even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage could not catch up to him even though his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the past, Tang Xian had relied on this movement divine ability to intimidate the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. Due to this movement divine ability, these two sects did not dare to act carelessly at all. Without it, the fire worship sect that did not have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage previously would have been annihilated by the Black Kshetra sect or the Heaven Divination sect. Tang Xian's answer did not only surprise the two Karmapa, sect leader, and vice sect leaders of Black Kshetra sect, but it also surprised the Duanling Tian and the other 4 guardians. They did not expect the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect would directly say he wanted to fight with the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra Sect as soon as he spoke. They thought Tang Xian would be a little tactful. Who knew he would be so domineering? None of them knew that he was so confident because of that person, a godlike powerhouse whom he had encountered years ago. Tang Xian would not let any harm come to Duanling Tian before he could ascertain if he was the one who defiled the Saint girl. If Duanling Tian was truly the man from the lower province who had defiled the Saint girl and Tang Xian had let him die, that godlike person would be furious for not being able to kill Duanling Tian with his own hands. Based on the strength of that godlike person, not only Tang Xian, but the entire fire worship sect would suffer from his wrath. For this reason, Tang Xian was unyielding when faced with Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, who wanted to kill Duanling Tian. He did not think twice about fighting Lang Qianjin at all. Even when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was not afraid of Lang Qianjin at all. Why would he be afraid of Lang Qianjin now that he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? In fact, since he has broken through, he had been eager to have a battle with Lang Qianjin. Previously, Tang Xian could only flee every time he encountered Lang Qianjin, causing him to feel discontented. Now he finally possessed the strength to fight Lang Qianjin. Naturally, if it was not because of that godlike powerhouse, he would not have acted so domineeringly even if he wanted to have a battle with Lang Qianjin. He had only acted so forcefully because of his fear of that godlike powerhouse. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian is the illegitimate child of the sect leader of fire worship sect. This thought appeared in the minds of many people from the Black Kshetra sect. They had no idea why Tang Xian would act in such a way if this was not the case. Why would Tang Xian protect Duan Ling Tian to this extent if he was not Duan Ling Tian's father? The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was indeed valuable. However, it was not so precious to the extent that he would ruin the diplomatic relationship between the two sects, right? The people from the Black Kshetra sect were not the only ones who had such thoughts, but even the 4 guardians of fire worship sect found Tang Xian's action strange as well. However, they knew Duan Ling Tian had no blood relations with the sect leader of fire worship sect. Isn't the sect leader of fire worship sect a little too protective of me? It feels a little too much. Even Duan Ling Tian was slightly confused by how willing Tang Xian was to protect him. Why was Tang Xian so willing to disregard the diplomatic relationship with the Black Kshetra sect and risk his life to fight the second strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Lang Qianjin, for his sake? Good. Good, Lang Qianjin said through gritted teeth. It was obvious that he was extremely furious. Despite how eager Tang Xian was to have an all-out battle with Lang Qianjin, it was impossible for Lang Qianjin to do that. It would not be a problem if it was the former Tang Xian. However, Tang Xian had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Tang Xian might not be as strong as him, but the gap between their strength could not be that wide. Moreover, Tang Xian had also mastered the mysterious movement divine ability that caused him to be undefeatable. There was no benefit to him battling Tang Xian. For this reason, he did not wish to fight with Tang Xian unless it was absolutely necessary. Lang Qianjin took a deep breath to suppress his anger before he said in a deep voice, Tang Xian, I know you place great importance on the Devil Seal Tablet that Duan Ling Tian possesses, and I know he might have hidden the Devil Seal Tablet. However, if you're willing to hand him over, the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect, will swear on the lightning penalty oath that no matter who obtains the Devil Seal Tablet in the future, I will snatch it back and return it to you. Based on Lang Qianjin's words, it was obvious he thought Tang Xian was protecting Duan Ling Tian because of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. He did not care about the Devil Seal Tablet at all. He was even willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he would snatch back and return the Devil Seal Tablet to Tang Xian. He only wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. He had said all this to take a step back and leave a way out for himself. Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect, is taking a step back. Duan Ling Tian was bewildered. He thought Lang Qianjin would be so furious that a fight would erupt between him and Tang Xian. He did not expect Lang Qianjin would compromise. However, after giving it some thought, he began to understand what was going on. If the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage fought, it would be earth-shattering. Coupled with the fact that Tang Xian had mastered a mysterious divine ability that was known as the #1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint land, it would not be beneficial for Lang Qianjin to fight with Tang Xian. Most people understood Lang Qianjin's actions, but they could help but feel surprised. As soon as Lang Qianjin finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Tang Xian to see how he would respond. Lang Qianjin was willing to compromise. Would Tang Xian compromise as well? Even Duan Ling Tian was uncertain if Tang Xian would compromise or not. If he was in Tang Xian's shoes, he would definitely choose to compromise. However, Tang Xian's response shocked everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, to the core. Even if Duan Ling Tian doesn't have the Devil Seal Tablet, I still wouldn't hand him over to you, Tang Xian said resolutely with no room for discussions. The entire place fell silent immediately. Duan Ling Tian had a baffled expression on his face when he looked at Tang Xian. Moreover, he seemed touched by Tang Xian's words. Sect leader, he did not expect Tang Xian would go to such a distance for him. Even a cold-hearted person would be moved by Tang Xian's action, let alone Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of the thoughts in Tang Xian's mind. If he knew what was going on, he would have been worried since Tang Xian was beginning to suspect him of being the man from the lower province who had defiled the saint girl. When Lang Qianjin regained his senses, he roared in anger. Tang Xian! His voice sounded like an explosion, causing the air to stir. His voice that contained saint origin spread and enveloped the fire worship sect. The first place that was affected was the White Tiger Sanctum since it was the closest. Tang Xian! Tang Xian! Lang Qianjin's roar echoed in the White Tiger Sanctum and the fire worship sect. The saint origin in his voice injured the eardrums of many disciples with a weak cultivation base in the White Tiger Sanctum. Blood began to flow out of their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted. What's going on? Isn't that Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect? He seems very angry. Don't tell me he's going to fight with Lord Sect Leader? My goodness! This person is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? He's ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint rankings. With just his voice, he managed to injure so many disciples in our White Tiger Sanctum. This is too terrifying. Chaos descended in the White Tiger Sanctum. As for the other places, although they did not suffer as badly as the people in the White Tiger Sanctum did, most people still felt chills running up their spines when they heard Lang Qianjin's angry roar. The Lu brothers were together. When they heard the roar, they could not help but feel worried about Duanling Tian. Junior brother Ling Tian. When Yen was in her residence when she heard the roar, she had a fierce expression on her face and her hands were clenched tightly as she muttered to herself, "Yes, Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect, you must kill that Duanling Tian." Meanwhile, Buhong, who was staying with the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, had a delighted expression on his face. It was as though he could envision Duanling Tian being killed. Duanling Tian, you won't be able to escape this time. Outside the fire worship sect's estate. Don't tell me Duanling Tian is really the illegitimate child of the sect leader of fire worship sect? The few people from Black Kshetra sect standing behind Lang Qianjin could not help but think about this again. Even the 4 guardians of fire worship sect had a hint of bewilderment in their eyes when they looked at Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect. They felt that he was acting a little unusual. Is sect leader unwilling to hand over Guardian Ling Tian because of his innate talent? This thought appeared in the 4 guardians' minds. After all, Duanling Tian's achievements were completely unprecedented at his age. However, they dismissed this thought soon after. This was because all of them thought Duanling Tian had grown so strong all thanks to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. They did not think it was because of his innate ability. They all thought the trap was also a treasure vault even though it had killed many people. Only those who managed to survive would be able to obtain the treasure in it. Duanling Tian might be at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage now, but they thought it would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation base since his innate talent was only average. They remembered the color of his innate spiritual root when he was tested in the fire worship sect a few years ago. The guardians were still thinking about the reasons why the sect leader would behave in such a way when, boom, a loud explosion rang in the air, causing the ground to quake. Wind blew violently from where Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, was standing. Almost everyone was sent flying by the explosion. The few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage looked extremely wretched as they were sent flying back. On the other hand, Duanling Tian managed to avoid looking as wretched as the others even though he was sent flying back as well. He had activated his divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the Black Turtle's barrier to raise his son's saint origin and to protect himself. Lang Qianjin must not be able to hold himself back anymore. Duanling Tian thought to himself after he found his footing. He was slightly alarmed. It was obvious that Lang Qianjin could no longer suppress his anger and was about to attack. Tang Xian, since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish, Lang Qianjin roared as he vanished. He had moved so fast that his afterimage could be seen on the spot where he was last standing. Bang! Before Duanling Tian could react, he heard another earth-shattering explosion. He knew Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin had already started fighting. This time, the explosion resulted in an even greater shockwave. The air began to stir violently at the spot where Tang Xian was standing before it turned into a flurry of hurricanes. Although everyone was prepared for the backlash this time around, they were still forced to retreat one after another. The two vice sect leaders from Black Kshetra sect, whose cultivation bases were only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, were sent flying back even though they had tried to brace themselves from the shockwave. Both of them threw up a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying back. It was obvious that they were grievously injured. The shockwave was far greater than the one before. It spread out tyrannically toward the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums in Fire Worship sect, since it was closest to where the battle was taking place. Although the force from the shockwave was no longer as strong when it spread to the White Tiger Sanctum, it still managed to kill many disciples from the White Tiger Sanctums with a weak cultivation base. They did not even have a chance to react. On the other hand, the disciples from White Tiger Sanctum with a higher cultivation base managed to escape death, but they were still severely injured. Many of them were throwing up blood, causing the ground in the White Tiger Sanctum to turn red. It was as though hell had descended on the White Tiger Sanctum at this moment. Lord Sect Leader and the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect have begun to fight? Just the shockwave from a fight between two powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage managed to kill so many disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum. How terrifying! In the comers of the White Tiger Sanctum, many White Tiger Sanctum elders sighed as they spoke among themselves. They were all worried. Meanwhile, the rest of the Fire Worship sect also knew that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, had begun to fight. What's so great about Duan Ling Tian that Lord Sect Leader is willing to go to such an extent for him? When Yan and her senior brother, Bu Hong, had a sullen expression on their faces when they discovered Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin had begun to fight. Both of them did not expect that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, would behave so recklessly since they were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Both of them stood at the peak in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After all, a fight at their level could easily result in their deaths. It was only natural for humans to be afraid of death, and this was even more true for powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. If they managed to survive the heaven tribulation, they would be able to ascend to a higher realm. However, if they died before they could ascend, all of their efforts would be wasted. For this reason, it was extremely rare for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to fight among themselves unless they had enmity with the other person. For this reason, when Yan and Bu Hong were not only furious, but they were confused by Tang Xian's actions as well. They could not figure out why Tang Xian would protect Duan Ling Tian to this extent. Lord Sect Leader has made his move. It seems like senior brother Ling Tian will survive this disaster. The Lu brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Mu, sighed in relief when they discovered the sect leader of their Fire Worship sect had made his move. Meanwhile, the remaining people from the Fire Worship sect were also shocked by Tang Xian's actions. Outside the Fire Worship sect, at this moment, Tang Xian seemed to have realized the shockwave from his fight had killed many disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum disciples. With just a flash, he vanished before everyone's eyes. He had moved so quickly that he left behind an afterimage. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, snorted before he also vanished before everyone's eyes. It seems like sect leader intentionally lured Lang Qianjin. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out Tang Xian's intention. Bang! Another deafening explosion rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian clearly saw a mushroom cloud several kilometers away from where he was standing. It was obvious that Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin had just exchanged another blow. They actually traveled so far away in such a short time? A commotion broke out again as the force from the shockwave swept out toward Duan Ling Tian and the others. However, due to the distance, the force was much weaker now. Even the two vice sect leaders of Black Kshetra sect were not affected by it. However, the same could not be said for the White Tiger Sanctum. Although the force from the shockwave was weaker than the one before, it still injured many disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum. Many elders and disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum trembled in fear when they saw this. Whoosh! 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 When the 5 guardians of fire worship sect and the people from Black Kshetra sect saw Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin moving further and further away from the fire worship sect, they quickly followed them once they regained their senses. However, the commotion from the fight sounded weaker and weaker as they tried to catch up to Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. Based on this, they could tell Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were getting further away from them. They could not catch up to both of them at all. In the end, the commotion died down entirely. The group of people had lost track of Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. This is the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian had a gloomy expression on his face when he discovered how terrifyingly fast a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was. When he regained his senses, he quickly expressed his gratitude to Elder Hua. Thank you, Elder Hua. If it was not for Elder Hua's warning, he would not have been able to escape the destructive force from Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin's fight. He did not end up in a wretched state like the others since he was able to prepare himself. Elder Hua, Duanling Tian called out. He found it a little strange since Elder Hua did not reply to him. Elder Hua had always been very prompt with his replies in the past. However, he was soon distracted by 3 piercing gazes. The 2 great Karmapa and sect leader of Black Kshetra sect were glaring at Duanling Tian at this moment. Inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Elder Hua had a horrified expression on his face as he stared at a huge figure that had appeared out of thin air. He asked, who are you? Naturally, Elder Hua, who was in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, had heard Duanling Tian's words. However, he did not reply since he had discovered the existence of the huge figure in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duanling Tian seemed unaware that an intruder had entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Who are you? Elder Hua's eyes had widened as though he had just seen a ghost when he saw the huge figure that had appeared out of thin air. The huge figure belonged to a young man who was dressed in a long blood-red robe. He was tall. He had dashing brows and bright eyes. His handsome face was so pale that it seemed as though it was devoid of blood. There was a red sword-shaped mark in between his brows. It emitted a powerful and destructive aura. As the red-clad young man stood there, blood-red sword images revolved around him erratically. Similar to the red sword-shaped mark, it emitted a powerful and destructive aura. It made him look like a sword god who had just walked out of the 9 Serenities hell. The red-clad young man stood motionlessly in his spot. He did not make a move, but his aura alone was enough to pressure Elder Hua. Currently, Elder Hua's strength had been restored to the stage of a celestial. He was even stronger than an eminent celestial who had survived the heaven tribulation. However, when faced with the red-clad young man, fear began to rise in his heart. He was about to cave under the pressure the red-clad young man emitted when. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda from the Jade Emperor Heaven, right? The red-clad young man finally said at a neither hurried nor slow speed. Jade Emperor Heaven? 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Elder Hua's eyes widened in horror when he heard the red-clad young man's words. He began to feel uneasy. Who is this red-clad young man? Not only did he recognize the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, but he even knew the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda came from one of the Devata realms, the Jade Emperor Heaven. Among the countless mundane realms, there were 81 Devata realms similar to the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the red-clad young man could tell which Devata realm the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda came from. How could Elder Hua not feel shocked? He must be a powerhouse from a Devata realm. Elder Hua could faintly guess the red-clad young man's origin. He was either from the Jade Emperor Heaven or another Devata realm since he knew about the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Although the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could be considered as a top celestial supreme treasure, it was not the most powerful celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It might be extraordinary in the Jade Emperor Heaven, but it was not the case in the other Devata realms. For this reason, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was famous in the Jade Emperor Heaven, but it was not the case in the other Devata realms. Elder Hua was still in shock when the red-clad young man began to list the treasures contained in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It said that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has a treasure in each of the 7 levels of the pagoda. The first level has the three-legged golden crow, the second level has the jasper celestial sword, the third level has the astonishing god halberd, the fourth level has the universe ruler, the fifth level has the... After the red-clad young man finished listing out the treasures in the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, he asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you're the three-legged crow that lives in the pagoda, right?" Although no emotions could be seen in the red-clad young man's eyes, Elder Hua still felt extremely pressured when the red-clad young man looked at him. Elder Hua took a deep breath and mustered all his courage before he replied, "Yes, Lord." A hint of reverence and fear could be heard in his voice. He knew the red-clad young man was strong. The red-clad young man was even stronger than him at his peak. He could faintly feel the oppressive aura the red-clad young man emitted. This aura seems familiar. However, it's much more powerful than the aura I encountered previously. Elder Hua thought to himself as he tried to place where he had felt this aura before. When realization dawned on him, his eyes widened in shock and horror when he looked at the red-clad young man. Elder Hua said in a trembling voice, "El Lord, why you're a Devata AR." The red-clad young man interrupted Elder Hua. "It seems like you've figured out who I am." A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. It was obvious he did not think Elder Hua would be able to guess his identity so quickly. "That's right. I'm the soul of a Devata artifact," the red-clad young man said bluntly. Soul of a Devata artifact. Although Elder Hua had already guessed the identity of the red-clad young man, he still trembled in fear when he heard the red-clad young man confirming his guess. The confusion in his heart vanished immediately. Initially, he was still puzzled by how the red-clad young man had entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda without its owner's permission. How did the red-clad young man enter Wuxia alerting its owner? Why did the red-clad young man's aura feel so oppressive? He finally understood. The red-clad young man was the soul of a Devata artifact. He was stronger than the extraneous souls of celestial supreme treasures. This was why Elder Hua, who was an extraneous soul of a celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, feared and was overpowered by the red-clad young man. It was easy for the red-clad young man to enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda since he was the natural soul of a Devata artifact. Let alone entering the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda without alerting its owner, it would be easy for him to remove the ownership claim on the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda if he wanted to. A Devata artifact was a powerful existence among all celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. It was stronger than any celestial supreme treasure. There's only one Devata artifact in the Jade Emperor Heaven, and it's in the possession of Gautama Buddha. Previously, when Monkey Sun wrecked the Heavenly Palace, Gautama Buddha had relied on the power of a Devata artifact to defeat him. Elder Hua knew about this incident very well. Monkey Sun possessed peerless strength in the Jade Emperor Heaven. The celestial supreme treasure, the auspicious golden hoop staff, in his possession was also one of the most powerful celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. With his strength and celestial supreme treasure, the auspicious golden hoop staff, he could have done as he pleased in the Jade Emperor Heaven if Gautama Buddha did not intervene. The Devata artifact in Gautama Buddha's possession is called the 10,000 Gods Celestial Imprisoning Mark. The soul of the 10,000 Gods Celestial Imprisoning Mark was looking for Randang, the first owner of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, on Gautama Buddha's order. Coincidentally, I'm in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda at that time. That's why the red-clad young man's aura feels familiar. However, this red-clad man's aura is several times stronger than the soul of the 10,000 Gods Celestial Imprisoning Mark. This means the red-clad young man is the soul of a Devata artifact that's even more powerful than 10,000 Gods Celestial Imprisoning Mark. Fear rose in Elder Hua's heart when he thought about this. After all, Elder Hua was no match for the natural soul of the 10,000 Gods Celestial Imprisoning Mark even when he was at the peak of his strength. How could he be a match for the natural soul of a Devata artifact that was much more powerful than the 10,000 Gods Celestial Imprisoning Mark? El Lord, how should I address you? Elder Hua asked respectfully as he trembled in fear. He tried to slow his breathing. He knew that the natural souls of Devata artifacts from Devata realms had their own names since they were sentient and could take the forms of humans. For example, the name of the soul of the 10,000 gods celestial imprisoning mark that was in Gautama Buddha's possession was famous in the Jade Emperor Heaven and the other Devata realms. The red-clad young man raised his head arrogantly as he said in a nonchalant manner, Kuang Ling, Kuang Ling, Kuang Ling, Kuang Ling. The sword soul? Kuang Ling. Elder Hua thought to himself for a moment before he froze. Then, his expression changed to one of disbelief and bewilderment. Sword soul Kuang Ling. Elder Hua had thought the name sounded familiar. As he thought deeper about it, he suddenly recalled the name. Sword soul Kuang Ling? Isn't that the name of the natural soul of the Devata artifact in the solitary destructive heaven? That Devata artifact is called the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. It's the strongest sword-type Devata artifact in all Devata realms. When Yazue was lost in his own thoughts, Duan Ling Tian began to make his move. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold before he activated the Golden Crow's wings to charge at the Gigantopithecus after he saw how Yang Wen controlled it to smash the spear violently on the death arena as energy surged out. This moment was also when the Gigantopithecus defense was at its weakest. Boom! 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 Duan Ling Tian suddenly flapped the Golden Crow's wings, causing air turbulence and setting off air explosions. However, the Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena did not pay any attention to the commotion created by the Golden Crow's wings. Instead, their eyes were glued on Duan Ling Tian. Otherworldly celestial. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian flew close to the Gigantopithecus at an extremely fast speed. With just a flash, four clones that were indistinguishable suddenly appeared. Swish! 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 Coupled with the real Duan Ling Tian, there was a total of 5 Duan Ling Tian wielding their swords as they charged at the Gigantopithecus domineeringly. Apart from possessing the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, the 5 swords also contained the profundity of the sovereign heart sword that Duan Ling Tian comprehended. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the 3rd stage of the sovereign heart sword. For this reason, the force he wielded the sword with was much stronger than before. The 5 swords slashed across the sky. When the Gigantopithecus raised his hand, trying to withdraw the long spear to counterattack, all of them landed on the Gigantopithecus. 5 holes immediately appeared on the Gigantopithecus. You want to destroy my Gigantopithecus clone just by using just 5 swords? How ludicrous! Despite the 5 wounds on the Gigantopithecus, its movement and energy were not affected at all. Not only that, but the Gigantopithecus even had time to taunt Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, the one who had actually spoken was Yang Wen. Who told you there are only 5 swords? 5 Duan Ling Tians smirked in unison as soon as Yang Wen finished speaking. Due to Duan Ling Tian's confident smirk that took Yang Wen by surprise, his control of the Gigantopithecus slipped a little, causing the Gigantopithecus movements to slow down. However, it soon recovered and took a defensive stance. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, under the gaze of the crowds, the 100 inscriptions saint swords in the hands of 5 Duan Ling Tians disappeared without warning, as though he had put them away. Swish! 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 However, the sounds of swords whistling in the air told them that Duan Ling Tian did not put the 100 inscriptions saint swords away. They're gone. As soon as they heard the sound of swords whistling in the air, the Saint Land disciples were so startled that some of them stood up immediately. This was because although they could hear the sound of swords whistling in the air, they could not even see the shadow of a sword at all. Even Lu Yun could not help but narrow his eyes. What a fearsome swordplay! Apart from the few Palace of Death's elders, Lu Yun was the strongest person among the Saint Land disciples who were present. Just because the Saint Land disciples present on the scene could only hear the sound of swords whistling in the air and could not see it did not mean Lu Yun could not see it. However, he could only faintly see the afterimages of the swords. The speed of the swords sent chills up his spine. The speed was just too fast. Even if he used all his might, it would be impossible for him to unleash an attack at such a fast speed. This swordplay technique. Meanwhile, the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nyezue, and the 3 bronze flame elders could not help but narrow their eyes. The three bronze flame elders could more or less see what Lu Yun saw since their strength was about the same. However, what Nie Zue could see was completely different. In Nie Zue's sight, the 500 inscription saint swords that were controlled by the 5 Duanling Tians with his swordplay technique weaved a dense sword net as they swept out toward the Gigantopithecus clone that Yang Wen was controlling. The speed of the swords forming the sword net was so fast that even Nie Zue could not help but feel chills running up his spine. A martial cultivator whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage could already cast such a formidable attack. Would it not be heaven-defying when he broke through to the quintessential saint stage or the saint celestial stage? It's unfortunate he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. God must envy those who are talented. Nie Zue found the situation regrettable. Shit. At the same time, horror dawned on Yang Wen. He urgently controlled the Gigantopithecus to evade the sword net Duanling Tian had weaved with his swordplay technique. Although the Saint Land disciples could not see Duanling Tian's swordplay technique, it did not mean that Yang Wen could not see the 100 inscriptions saint sword controlled by Duanling Tian's swordplay technique clearly. Moreover, due to how close they were, what he saw was even clearer than what Lu Yun and 3 bronze flame elders saw. Due to this reason, he chose to evade the attack immediately. Trying to evade? It's too late. Duanling Tian's cold voice resonated in the air at this moment. In the next instant, the sword net that was weaved by the swordplay technique shrouded the mountain-like Gigantopithecus before slicing it into thousands of pieces. The Gigantopithecus was formed by Yang Wen's saint origin. Now that it was cut into thousands of pieces, the energy inside had also dispersed. Buzz! 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 For this reason, as the sword net controlled by Duanling Tian moved, the saint origin shattered directly, disappearing from this world. After Yang Wen's Gigantopithecus clone was destroyed, he seemed to have suffered from the backlash. His body trembled before he threw up a mouthful of blood. Colors drained from his face immediately. He appeared a little wretched. Clamor. Upon seeing this, everyone was in an uproar. Senior brother Yang Wen's Gigantopithecus clone is destroyed just like this? What kind of technique did Duanling Tian cast? How's it so fast? I can't even catch a shadow of it. Me too. The speed is just too fast. As the Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves, their voices were filled with confusion. From the beginning until the end, they did not see how the Gigantopithecus clone was destroyed. They only saw the Gigantopithecus clone was suddenly cut into thousands of pieces. After the pieces remained in the air for a few moments, they vanished entirely. It was as though they were destroyed by some invisible energy. Brother Yun, what's going on? Lu Mu gasped. He could not see clearly what was going on earlier. Duanling Tian has mastered a terrifying swordplay technique. I don't even know whether it's a divine ability or a martial tactic. When he wielded his sword, the speed of his sword is so fast that even I can barely catch the afterimages of the sword as well, Lu Yun said with a sullen expression. What? Even you can barely catch a trace of it? Lu Mu was dumbfounded. Lu Yun was his cousin. Naturally, he knew how strong his cousin was. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Junior brother Ling Tian. It seems like I've underestimated you. Lu Mu stared at Duanling Tian with a complex expression. Although he had faith in Duanling Tian, he did not expect Duanling Tian knew such a formidable swordplay technique. What kind of swordplay technique is that? Yang Wen asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duanling Tian after he regained his senses. Why do you care? You're destined to die in my hands today if you only have that little strength, Yang Wen. Duanling Tian said coldly as he looked at Yang Wen indifferently. Do you really think you can kill me just because you've mastered that swordplay technique? How naive. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, a contemptuous expression appeared on Yang Wen's face. I'm merely winding up in the earlier battle. The true battle will start now. I'd like to see if your swordplay technique can catch up to the real me. The moment Yang Wen finished speaking, his body moved and only his afterimage was left behind. He had already moved to a distant spot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time Yang Wen moved, a solidified afterimage of him would be left standing at where he was. It did not disappear for a long time. Phantasmal imprint. Many Saint Land disciples exclaimed when they saw this. The phantasmal imprint is a movement technique at the heaven rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. Judging from the phantasmal imprint cast by senior brother Yang Wen, it's obvious he has already mastered it to the highest stage. It's too fast. Not only is his speed fast, but he even leaves behind a solidified afterimage that blocks his opponent's line of sight. It's said that senior brother Yang Wen has even comprehended a high-grade movement divine ability. The speed of the high-grade movement divine ability, coupled with the phantasmal imprint, is not something Duan Ling Tian can compare to. That's right. At that time, even if Duan Ling Tian casts that whatever swordplay technique he had cast earlier, he still might not be able to catch up to senior brother Yang Wen. As long as senior brother Yang Wen utilizes the advantage of his speed to stall for time until the effect of Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability is gone, Duan Ling Tian is going to be the meat on senior brother Yang Wen's chopping board at that time. The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Although Duan Ling Tian had destroyed the Gigantopithecus clone that Yang Wen consolidated through his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers unification, they still felt that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to defeat Yang Wen. As you wish, the 5 Duan Ling Tians said in unison. The instant their words left their mouths, they surrounded Yang Wen and charged at him. If it was only a movement tactic, Yang Wen's speed would not be faster than Duan Ling Tian, let alone comparing to the speed of the 100 Inscription Saint Sword that was controlled by Duan Ling Tian with the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword's third stage, the Sword Warding Heart. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian encircled him, Yang Wen instantly cast his movement divine ability. Whoosh! 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 The movement divine ability that Yang Wen mastered was called Wind Spirit Possession. Once it was cast, it would seem as though the caster was possessed by a wind spirit. It would seem like he was the wind itself. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of Yang Wen's afterimages appeared in the sky above the death arena. Not only that, but as 5 Duan Ling Tians charged out, the number of these afterimages continued to increase. In just a blink of an eye, several hundreds of afterimages appeared. A few moments later, several thousands of afterimages had appeared.